Oh my gosh, do you see what you just did? You just stumbled into a video that's over 6.5 hours long. Either this was a mistake or you have great taste. Hi, my name's B. Welcome to my channel, Mama Needs to Read Romance, and this is one of the biggest and most in-depth book hauls you're ever going to come across. We have about 150 used historical romances, all with stepbacks, which is the art that comes behind a cover. We deep dive into artists, cover models, history, plots, and the top 10 are all introduced by some of the best current historical romance authors around. I filmed this over the course of summer 2024 and I couldn't be more proud. I've cut out most of the extraneous stuff, so we're just focusing on the books themselves. Just consider this the biggest and most in-depth used historical romance book haul that you're ever going to come across. Without further ado, let's get to it. I bring you Eloisa James's Too Wild to Wed. This is book 2 of the Wilds of Lindo Castle series. I'll show you a quick peek. As I tell you, I spoke to Eloisa James herself and she gave me permission to use the videos from the photo shoots on her Instagram. I will have everything linked below in my description box, by the way. We can now see the video from the photo shoot of this step back. Is that not insanely gorgeous? Who's in love? Who needs to give up their day job and now become a step-back cover model? I love the adoring way that they look at each other. They look so happy. I especially love the adored way that he looks at her. It's so interesting too to see the difference between the girl in the photo shoot and the girl in the step back, and his hair. And I love the strength displayed in those yummy, yummy arms. Most of the cover models I see, they have like bare chests, but I have to say, I actually kind of like a little bit of hair on the arms or chest. It makes them feel more cozy, comfortable, teddy bear-like. Let me know in the comments, where do you stand on this issue? And other hot topics. But seriously though, this is gorgeous. I love her dress. The ruffles, the lace, get out of here. It's so perfect. It is a shame that not every book in this series has a step back. There are 7 books in the Wilds of Lindo Castle series if you include the prequel. I've looked and looked, only 3 have step backs. In fact, I actually have them right here. I'm going to give you 3 for the price of 1, guys. Hopefully nobody's too upset about that. And I have another photo shoot video for you. We're here, why not? The Wilds of Lindo Castle follows the large, eccentric family of the Duke of Lindo, who lived in the castle on the edge of a sprawling bog. You might think of the series as a cross between Modern Family and Downton Abbey. It's set in the Georgian period when people first wore big wigs and bigger skirts. So cool. Here we have book 1, Wild in Love. I adore this step back so much. Did you see the peacock in the background? I love the colors on the trees. These colors are so fun. But again, the thing that I love the most about this step back is the fun and flirty way that they are just all into each other. I just find it so enchanting and refreshing when you see, like, most of the people look so serious, but we've got so much fun going on. And you'll also see that in book 4, Say No to the Duke. I love this. Would you say no? No, we would not say no. Look at that smirk. The smirk is everything. I love her dress so much, and you can see there's a pool table in the background. It's just so fun. And because I promised you another photo shoot, let's take a look at the cover shoot for book 3. This is one I've never hauled before on my channel, as it's a recent acquisition. It's a standalone by Iris Johansen, The Magnificent Rogue. We have got to start with this cover. We've got embossing, which is where they press into the cover. It raises everything. We've got raised lettering here and gold foiling on the title. Now, it's hard to see, but we have a glove and there's even a tartan here. Additionally, we see a lace handkerchief, and of course a sword. Look at this crown, by the way. Look at all the jewels. The detail in this is just exceptional. And then we see, of course, a gorgeous patterned banner, which lets us know that the fun is just about to begin with this gorgeous step back. We've got a very special rogue behind this cover. Not only is he magnificent, he's a Highlander by day, cheerleader by night. And let's do something really quickly before we open this. Give me a K, give me an I, give me an L, give me a T. What's that spell? A Highlander with a tiny, tiny kilt. He's a Highlander by day, cheerleader by night. It's the only way I can explain the length of this kilt. Go Scots! But seriously, let's take in this 2-page step back. In the foreground, we have a magnificent example of a strapping man. He's gorgeous, and I love the way his hair is either blowing in the breeze or it's like maybe he just flipped it. Again, this is very dark, so it's hard to see some of the detail. I believe this is cover model Steve Sandalis. Here's a picture. See for yourself. See what you think. Looking to the background, we see the drama in the dark sky that's becoming lighter towards the back, the clouds rolling in perhaps, as well as a gorgeous castle. This story focuses on a princess, Catherine Kentire, in fact, who's being whisked away to the Highlands to be protected by none other than Robert McDarren. He can better protect her if they marry for 1 year, but of course it's in name only. A marriage of convenience, anyone? I love this line. The agreement they'd struck to keep the peace require he marry the orphaned beauty and bring her back to his castle at Gragdehu for safekeeping. He never suspected that the meek hostage he had been promised would prove to be this firebrand of a woman who would challenge his mind, arouse his passion, and lay siege to his heart. Yes. So much drama, so many muscles. I'm adding this to my TBR immediately. Even though the Maiden Lane series became a little too dark for me, I'm still a huge fan of Elizabeth Hoyt. You might see more of her books in this countdown. Today we're talking about the 3rd book in the Legend of the Four Soldiers series, To Beguile a Beast. Let's start with this cover. Underneath the gorgeous script, which is all raised lettering, by the way, we're treated to something we don't often see: jewelry. Yes, that is a gorgeous strand of pearls. And I love this color. Talk about clinch cover perfection. Do you see him kissing her shoulder? I am here for it. And Hoyt's book does something that a lot of her books do, which honestly drives me crazy. We have what looks like a purple border on the side. Well, it is a purple border on the side, but one would think that it was cut away and that we would then know that we have a step back. However, this border is part of the cover for some strange reason, faking us out and making us think, no, there's no step back. But then, surprise, there is, and what a gorgeous step back it is. We reveal a secret tryst in a garden. What jumps out to me immediately is how brightly they've chosen to make this cover. As I said that, the sun started to come out. What? That's the first time in like 3 days. In fact, the entire series has step backs that play with light. We'll maybe look at another one of those later in this countdown. It almost feels overexposed, but it works. I love how the purple in her gown is repeated in the purple of the wisteria, hanging whimsically overhead. What a gorgeous touch. We see a building and a pond in the background, as well as a concrete bench, which they've used to give into the passion that they've been holding back. He, by the way, let's just say he's gorgeous. Look at that handsome profile. I'm in love. The way he's holding her too, and the way she's got her hand behind his neck. Oh, I love it so much. And of course, we get to see even more of the gorgeous gown. The building in the background and the stone bench hint at something. We are set in a crumbling Scottish castle. That's right, this is a Beauty and the Beast retelling, hence the name, To Beguile a Beast. We have our beast. He is scarred both inside and out after the war. She has many secrets though, our beauty, and in trying to hide, she's decided to become a housekeeper at his castle. You can guess what may happen next. Now, there are several different covers that have been made for this book. I wanted to show you each because I feel like they all add something. We have the audiobook cover, which gives me one of my favorite things, a forehead kiss, and the hardback version highlights the castle, which I think is so fun. Today I'm featuring another book that I've never shared on my channel before, so this is its debut. It is book 2 of the Donovan Sisters by Jennifer Haymore, Secrets of an Accidental Duchess. I love that title so much. Let's start, as always, with this cover. I am absolutely in love with the color of this gown. We see a beautiful belt, and then there's even a pink cameo in the middle. She's also got some gorgeous drop pearl earrings on, and I love this garden scene. We notice these beautiful flowers that are the perfect complement to this dress. They actually wrap around the spine, making it lovely even if it's on a shelf. Then we open up the cover to reveal a tryst in a garden for the second day in a row. Are we complaining? No, we are certainly not. I am so in love with the Stepback. I can't even tell you. This, as I mentioned, pair of parted lips in my last video is so steamy. I can't stand it. The way the moonlight is hitting his hair, limbing, I believe they call that, just gorgeous. You even see it on his back. Just heaven. Let's talk about this story. It's a trope that is very rarely talked about, but I'm absolutely in love with. We have Olivia Donovan, who had malaria as a child. Everyone considers her to be this frail, fragile thing after her illness. But then we find Max. He has to seduce her or forfeit part of his fortune. So initially he goes into it thinking that's all it's going to be about, but then the feelings turn real. However, this book is also dangerous. Someone is out to destroy them both. I love the last line of the summary. Now Max must beat a madman at his own twisted game or forever lose the only woman to have ever won his heart. As I mentioned, I adore this trope. We also see this in, and I'll show you, there's a frog. Cool. We also see this in the Hathaway's book 2, Seduce Me at Sunrise. I'm going to show you that step back once I get home. I'll put it in right now. Oh my gosh, is Kev delicious or what? Yummy, yummy, eat him with a spoon. In that book, we also have Wynn, who is recovering from an illness. Everyone thinks she's too sick to have real life. Kev is in love with her though, and he can't deny his feelings despite the fear of breaking her. I watch old movies when I have time, which is rare these days. Van Johnson, who's one of my favorite old movie actors, is in a movie called Invitation, which was done in 1952. I'll link a couple clips of it below, but it's about a man who accepts money to marry a woman who's head over heels for him, but has had scarlet fever, and she is very quote unquote sickly. So there's something magical and so exciting about this trope to me. Just seeing a woman overcome the odds and her backstory, which is so laden with strife, to then achieve this gorgeous, gorgeous love in spite of everything and everything everybody thought she couldn't do. I just love it so much. And I cannot wait to read Secrets of an Accidental Duchess. I feel like this book needs no introduction, and if I were just ranking them based on incredible stories, this would be somewhere in the top 10 for sure. It's on just about every historical romance lover's top 10 list. The Duchess Deal by Tessa Dare. So let's take a look as we talk about this incredible book. I love the way they took the border and her name, and they've got her name big on the top. It's just as large as this title, so you know Tessa Dare is a big deal in case you weren't sure already. This is book 1 of the Girl Meets Duke series, and it is one of my very favorite Beauty and the Beast retellings. We have Emma and Ash. Ash is our beast. In fact, we only see one side of his face because he has been scarred during the war. The thing that's so gorgeous about this cover, and the reason I haven't started showing you the step back yet, is because the fact that they have their foreheads together just shows how much they are bonded, when in the beginning they are anything but. The love that they feel for one another is so epic. Then we're gonna open it to the step back. Oh my gosh, let's do it. Look at this passion here. This is why I say yesterday, a little bit goes a long way. We don't have a lot of bells and whistles. We have a man who is scarred, but is so in love, and she feels the same way for him. He's finally allowing himself to feel the love that he's always wanted. She, by the way, is wearing a wedding gown, which is important to note because the way they meet, she's a dressmaker, and she comes to him because the woman that was supposed to marry him, but then couldn't stomach being around him because of his scarring, she decided to break off their engagement, and this is the wedding gown that our girl Emma was making for his fiance. This is his former fiance's wedding gown, and we see that he is taking it off of her here. Hey there, Editor B coming at you. I'm realizing as I'm editing this that I forgot to mention 2 important things. She comes to him because she needs payment for the dress that obviously no one's ever going to wear because no one's ever going to marry him, is kind of what the implication is. That's very important to note. I totally left that out. The other thing, this is one of the funniest historical romances I've ever read. I needed to say that. Anyway, I think I've plugged this book enough. All right, moving on. If you have never read a Tessa Dare before, do yourself a favor, grab this one. Another one of my absolute favorite Tessa Dare Beauty and the Beast retellings is Romancing the Duke. This is book 1 of Castles Ever After. This is book 1 of Girl Meets Duke. So 2 different series, but they're both exceptional. I regret that I don't have the step back for this, otherwise it might have made it into my 100 step backs of summer. Someday, I'm hoping to get the step step back of this book. Hashtag goals. I would be sitting, but it's too wet. It would rain again. So I'm standing to give you number 95. I love a step back that gives us a surprise. And I couldn't have been more surprised when I saw the step back for this book, Bridal Favors by Connie Brockway. We realized looking at the front, we have raised lettering, by the way. The embossing even extends to the pictures. We've got a beautiful dove. This is giving tons of wedding bridal feels, but wait until we get to the step back. We open the book to reveal, surprise, surprise, a gentleman with binoculars? Oh my gosh, and 10 points to anyone who can tell me what the bird in the step back is. I would love to know. First of all, for any of you people out there who are in love with forearms, we are treated to some gorgeous ones. Got his sleeves all pulled up, and man, is he gorgeous. I love her gown too. Look at the collar and how there's the sheer fabric that goes down past the shoulders, and those beautiful flowers. Are you kidding? This is one of the prettiest dresses I've ever seen in a step back, hands down. Of course, we are treated again to a lovely background filled with trees, flowers, and even a pond, just giving us all those nature feels. And I also love how it looks like maybe he's gonna whisper something to her. And the reason is because he has a secret. He's actually a spy. And about 10 years ago, she got him out of a jam. He gave her an IOU, and she's now calling in her favorite. She wants to throw the biggest wedding in history at his estate. She's not the one getting married. She's the one organizing it. He's there to help her. But at the same time, because of his line of work, it's also very dangerous. There are people on this estate that are also out to get him, and she might get ensnared in the trouble as well. This book sounds like all kinds of fun. Obviously, as they're working together to plan a wedding and fend off the bad guys, they wind up falling in love. Sign me up right now. This is the second and final book of the Bridal Stories Duet. This one was published in 2002, so I think it's safe to say that it's the last one. So if you like spies, if you like danger, if you like weddings, I think this is a safe bet. I'm wearing my sunglasses for this one for two reasons. One, it's really bright out, and two, this video is going to be all about glasses, or spectacles as they were known. I love a good prop in a step back, and we see one not only in a step back, but the cover of this book, One Good Earl Deserves a Lover by Sarah McLean. This is book 2 in the Rules of Scoundrels series, which everyone seems to love. I haven't read it yet, but I cannot wait. I love the drama of this black dress. We have raised lettering, that's right, embossing with the bright pink that sets up so beautifully against the black. One of my favorite things here, we have a pair of glasses, which we will then see in the step back. Oh my gosh, I am absolutely in love. Look at the adoring way that he's holding her, the way they're nestled together. It just gives me such cozy romantic vibe. The detail in her dress reflected in the detail of the wallpaper behind them. It's so gorgeous and such a cool detail. And again, we see the glasses. The reason these are important, I love the tagline here, Lady Philippa Marebury is odd. The brilliant, bespectacled daughter of a double marquis cares more for books than balls, for science than the season, and for laboratories than love. This actually reminds me a great deal of Some Dukes Have All the Luck, which is book 1 of the Sinful Spinsters series, which is a great book for summer if you're looking for one, because it's got all those beachy vibes. We have a scientist here as well. The thing that really reminds me of it is she and our heroine here in this book, which is the one we're featuring, she looks at love as a scientist. She is going to be settling down in the near future, and she has a few weeks left to live life to the fullest. So she decides to go as a scientist to find someone who's notorious for being wild, so she can examine them, if you will, before time is up. Of course, this guy is one of those rakes who's got a lot of skeletons in his closet, and he's not really the bad boy that he claims to be. As the two of them get closer, there's lots of romance, intrigue, and spice. There's another book that I have to highlight that is my other favorite step back that includes glasses, because you know there's another one. This is my favorite of Lisa Kleypas's The Hathaway series, Married by Morning. I would include this too, but honestly, as step backs go, I mean, it's not necessarily the strongest, but I love how she's got her glasses. This woman, Catherine, she has a hidden identity. Part of her identity being hidden includes the use of glasses. And we also have Leo, a tortured hero who finds solace in her. The two of them ping off of each other for several books in the series before finally finding love. Oh my gosh, it's so good. I'm editing this and I just realized I totally forgot to mention that part of the amazing thing about the glasses is the way that Leo shows his love for Catherine through something that happens with the glasses. And it's so wonderful. And I totally forgot to mention it. Anyway, back to the video. I could not let a step back about spectacles go by without mentioning my other favorite. I have these two behind me. Yes, we did see these in my number 100, but I have an exciting update to share with you, which is basically that I found more footage from these photo shoots. The reaction to the footage that I shared in my 100th Step Back of Summer was so great that when I found extra footage, I thought, oh my gosh, we have to share this. Who doesn't love seeing more footage of gorgeous photo shoots? Eloisa James is so wonderful and generous in allowing me to share her photo shoots, which you can find all of these on her Instagram page under her reels if you're looking to see them again. She comes to a lot of these, and so she's able to take some footage. This is one I'm very glad that we get to talk about again really briefly, because as he's coming out of the water, this is an homage to Pride and Prejudice, Mr. Darcy coming out of the pond. Totally didn't realize that as I was filming the 100th, and then as I was doing more research, I found that, and I thought, oh my gosh, everybody would love to know that. Now let's look at some of the footage from the photo shoot for this book. Yes, it is gorgeous. I love what they do with this. It's so much fun. And this guy really heated up the screen in my 100th Step Back of Summer video. I found some with additional footage, so let's look at that right now. Oh my gosh, so fun. And talking about Born to Be Wild, obviously there is a step back because we saw the shoot. Here is the photo shoot again. And you can see some of the picture on the spine, but man, I would love to have this step back. I'm gonna be looking and looking until I find it. As if that wasn't fun enough, now we're gonna talk about the actual step back that is step back number 93 in my 100 Step Backs of Summer countdown. This is Laura Lee Gerke's She's No Princess, and we actually have a step back on the back. Remember I talked about in my last video, I love a good prop. What's so cool about this too is that she's hiding her tiara behind her back. Here's the full step back, as I said, on the back, which I still think counts. Whether it's on the back or behind, this is still a step back, and it's still gorgeous. I love how this looks like an old painting. It's just beautiful, and again, we see the tiara that is hidden. As is the custom lately, I'm saying extra things. Notice the amazing sundial that's on the back of this as well. I love this garden scene. The way that the paintings capture the flowers is so gorgeous, and I love how it's reflected as well in her hair and the details even in her belt. How gorgeous. He's giving me pirate vibes, by the way, but I know he's not. We'll take an extra close look at this beautiful painting as I tell you a little bit about this plot. I'm in love with this premise. We have a woman, Lucia. She is the daughter of a prince and a courtesan. So she's not technically a princess, hence the title. Even though she's not in the limelight, she is still raising a ruckus. And so her prince of a father says she really needs to get married. We need a diplomat. Our gentleman, Ian. Ian, please find her a husband. She's so fiery and passionate that none of the men, all eager, none is the perfect match for her. Could it be that the perfect match is Ian himself? Oh, I love it. Gotta get outside. It's so fun out. When I start wearing sunscreen, it officially feels like summer. But anyway, the point of this is to talk about step back number 92, which is from Tessa Dare's The Governess Game. It's book 2 of the Girl Meets Duke series, the 4-book series that has the 4th book, The Bride Bet, coming out never. We don't know when it's coming out. It's never coming out. This is another one of those step backs where less is more. There's not a whole lot going on. This guy is super hot, which is one of the reasons why it first stuck out to me. I'll be honest. I also love the look on their faces. Do you notice? She is like so confident and he's like, oh my. Oh man, this breeze is heaven. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Let's talk about this gorgeous step back as I talk to you a little bit about this plot. Again, you see, she's pushing him down. This guy is a rake of the first water. No woman can hold him down. He's got 2 wards, however, so he needs a governess to help him. Alexandra, one of the ladies who is the gal pals in this really amazing series. We've got such a strong core group of women, all friends who do tea together and then discover love one by one in each of their books, which are just perfection, by the way. Wallflower Wager, another great one that I haven't mentioned in this countdown. Anyway, Alexandra is in need of a job, so she begrudgingly becomes a governess to chase Reynard, who she has been pining for ever since she bumped into him in a bookstore. He has no idea what he's up against. He decides he's going to teach her about pleasure to prove to her that it can be meaningless and that he will never be tied down, but she's going to teach him a lesson, which I think is perfect. Here she is pinning him to a desk, which shows how intelligent she is and how she is going to turn those tables. I love it. Look at his face. Oh my gosh, it's such perfection. You know, it's funny, I haven't really mentioned Christina Britton lately, and now I feel like she keeps coming up every 5 seconds. This book, if you like the story of a governess, forced proximity, she's taking care of his wards, historical romance, a beachy one at that, perfect for summer, so good. The part of the Sinful Spinster series. I'd show it to you in person, but I'm not walking around with a bunch of books. Maybe I'll do that sometime. I'll bring a backpack and just start pulling out books. And now I'm getting self-conscious. There's people. Is that sunscreen? That's very shiny. We are back on my front porch on a beautiful sunny day as opposed to the rainy one that we started my countdown with 9 whole step backs ago. And today we're talking about Four in Hand by Stephanie Lawrence. This is book 2 of her Regency series. Interestingly, this book has had 6 that I could find iterations. Let's look at all these different covers. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and we're focusing on this one, except there's a weird bee on the porch and I don't know. I feel weird about it. Okay, the bee has mostly left, I think. So I feel safe talking about Four in Hand. This is a really pretty and gothic type cover. I'm getting serious gothic and noir vibes. We have gold foiling here and raised lettering, both for the title and the author. Stephanie Lawrence is such a name. Not only is she set above the title, she's so much bigger than the actual title. It's almost like the title is an afterthought. Keeping up those creepy, spooky vibes, we have clouds and some moonlight. If I didn't know better, I would assume this was a horror book. All the birds are so chatty today. Looking at this step back, you'll see why this has become number 91, despite the fact that this might even be considered a smidge taboo. She is in the age of majority. This is not a minor, don't worry, but she is his ward. This guy discovers, which is probably where the scary part comes in, at least for him, that he is getting 4 wards that he did not know that he was going to have as he takes on his new role. Some are young, some are on the older side, and the eldest one here he winds up falling for. Obviously, she helps him change his rakish ways. I love the adoring way that he is caressing her face. The bee is back. He likes the ring light. He heard I was thinking about changing my channel to B Reads and he wants to take part. He doesn't understand that it's my name. Anyway, okay, so he's caressing her face in the most gorgeous way. We're ignoring the bee who's back again. I adore her shoes, by the way. I would buy these in a heartbeat. These ballet flats, aren't they so gorgeous? I love the color. I love the purple. We got another strand of pearls and drop pearl earrings. I feel like now that I'm noticing it, I'm seeing it all the time. Also, let's just jump over to this other side. I've got my new favorite title and probably book of Stephanie Lawrence, A Comfortable Wife. But instead of a woman wearing yoga pants and eating Ben & Jerry's straight out of the container, it's a peacock. But I love that title. Anyway, moving back to this. It's a late night in the garden and we see two people embracing. I just love the adoring way that he is looking down at her, just so enthralled, so in the moment, whereas she is feeling so safe, so secure, so cared for. It's just beautiful. We also see on the back the image again. I love it in this gold circle. It's not raised, but it is very lovely. And I love the tagline on the front. Max Rothbridge's life would never be the same. And it sounds like that's absolutely true when he finds the love of his life in Four in Hand. The four being his four wards. Let's jump into book 90, which is No Good Duke Goes Unpunished. This is the third book of the Rules of Scoundrels series. We've got a major scoundrel right here. First of all, let's look at this cover. I love how everything is done in green. You'll notice this in the rest of the series, which of course I didn't bring because it's at my house and I'll show you right now. We see a lot of one particular color being focused on. I just did the other step back, the black one. I've got the gorgeous cover here, which I'm also putting against roses because, oh my gosh, how perfect. And I don't have the step back, but I sure do wish I had. And at some point that is going to be on my list of things to get. But right now we're talking about book 3. I love what she's got in her hair, the beautiful barrette. We also see a golden mask on the stairs, which leads us into idea of mystery. Where has she been is the big question. Let's look at this gorgeous, gorgeous step back. The gown, the stairwell, everything is green. He also, notice our hero, he has a tattoo on his bicep, which I almost never see in historical romance. How exciting. They're also using the crown again, which is offset, especially by all the green everywhere. It's gold, it's green, and it's gorgeous. So let's talk a little bit about this plot. We have a man who has been relegated to the worst part of London because everyone believes he's a killer, that he killed a woman named Mara. One day, though, she comes back from the dead, supposedly, because her brother owes this gentleman so much money that she strikes a deal to come back from where she was in hiding to clear his name. Now, of course, she's with him, and neither of them can deny the attraction they find in one another. This looks like it's going to be incredible. I can't wait to read it. I also fell in love with the Spanish cover. The title is No hay amor sin espinas, which means there is no love without thorns. And I love, again, the way they've got a mask on her to show that she is mysterious and no one knows where she is or who she is. Join us tomorrow for a step back that is very different, and that's why I love it. It's a big surprise from the moment you open the cover. We'll be looking at it tomorrow. If you have any predictions, leave me a comment, or you could even just leave me a mask emoji. Yes, we are now in the 80s. Remember when we were in the 90s? It feels like so long ago. And I have a gorgeous view here to show you our very first step back in the 80s, and that would be from the book The Emerald Swan by Jane Feather. This is book 3 of the Charm Bracelet series by Jane Feather. I actually own the second book, The Silver Rose, but I do not have the very first one about a slipper. Now, this reminds me of an Ugly Duckling story or one of Cinderella, but the step back is such a surprise. We'll talk more about that and the plot after we mentioned just some of the amazing details in this cover. Check out the detail of the emeralds on this swan. We've got embossing here, raised lettering, gold foiling for the bracelet. It is beautiful. I love the font. I love all of it. We open the cover to discover an incredible step back. There is a great deal happening here. We actually have twins here, and they were separated at birth. One went onto the streets as an urchin. The other was kept by a ward. The one kept by the ward, living her best life, is actually mean and manipulative, whereas the one that was an urchin on the streets became sweet, selfless, and self-reliant. Well, one day, the gentleman Harcourt, who we see here, ravished ravishing one of the twins. He goes out into the night. We see a city at night in the corner there, and that's probably what we're talking about. The monkey, by the way, although very odd and potentially awkward, this monkey is likely the pet to Miranda. Miranda is the twin who wound up being an urchin on the streets. One day, Harcourt, who had been the caretaker for Maud, the evil twin, so to speak, finds Miranda, sees the similarities, and decides to take her on and turn her from an ugly duckling into a beautiful swan for one particular purpose. The King of France, yes, that's right, the King of France, is in love with the well-to-do twin Maud, who has said she'd rather join a convent than marry him. So the plan is for Harcourt to take Miranda off the streets, turn her into a beautiful butterfly, and marry her off to the King of France. However, as you may see in the passion displayed in the center of this step back, other things happened that Harcourt did not plan, namely falling in love with Miranda. This sounds like an incredible story and an incredible series, and I can't wait to fall in love with it. You'll never believe it. I forgot to tell you something, and so here I am telling you now. You'll notice the artist who signs his name within the painting is Pino. We're going to be seeing a lot of him in my 100 Stepbacks of Summer Countdown. This is his first appearance. I'm hanging out at a lake by my house to share my step back with you. And it is book 6, When He Was Wicked, part of the Bridgerton series. Have you heard of it? We look first at the cover. I don't know that it's anything to write home about per se. We do have gold foiling and raised lettering through embossing on the cover, but the rest of the picture is just very much red. We see a mansion of some sort in the background, and in the foreground we have a man and his horse beside a tree. Nothing to write home about, except for what Jill Barnett said about Julia Quinn, calling her a contemporary Jane Austen. Wow, now that is a compliment. I'm loving the gold border though, that lets us know that we are indeed for some fun with the step back. We open the cover to reveal some gorgeousness. Again, we have the mansion, or what I'm guessing is the Earl's Manor in the background. We see countryside. There's a breeze blowing that insanely gorgeous dress. Look at the detail, by the way, on the sleeves and on the bottom of the gown. My favorite though of this is our gentleman, Michael, who's wearing a cape with an interesting chain on it as well, but no shirt. I pointed this out once on Instagram doing a mini series of I don't need to wear a shirt, I have a cape, which we also see in a book that I of course didn't bring, Devil in Winter by Lisa Kleypas. Our man Sebastian doesn't need to wear a shirt. And then we also saw it in Mad Duke March, which is part of the Rake Review series. I find it incredibly funny and kind of cute. I asked my husband to go around wearing a cape and no shirt all the time, and he says no. For some weird reason, he's probably just too busy making smoothies. If you know, you know. I need to thank Carissa over at Boxers and Books, who made this incredible graphic of Smoothiegate 2024. Thank you, Carissa. We have Michael Sterling, who is desperately in love with Francesca. He is a big-time player. He's had all the girls. They've all been in love with him, but no one has ever done it for him until Francesca. The problem is, though, Francesca's about to marry his cousin. Well, we fast forward many years, and now Francesca is free, and he is an earl, but all he wants is Francesca. However, she just sees him as a friend. What's an earl to do? And now let's talk about step back number 88. I love a good grovel. I love a worshiping man. And you get both of those things in spades in The Day of the Duchess by Sarah MacLean. I am so in love with this cover, first of all. Unfortunately, I got it for 75 cents, so sadly there was some sticker damage done to the cover, so I'll be on the lookout to see if I can find a nicer cover. But I love this. Is it a chase lounge, I want to say? The gown, look at that beautiful Merlot type color, just heavenly. We've got some flowers that, of course, some of them complement the color of the gown. And blink and you miss it, there's a newspaper here in the corner, and the reason is because this gal has made headlines. Then we open the cover to reveal one of my most favorite stepbacks of all time. I fell in love with this before Crystal of Books Forever After told me this is one of her favorite historical romances of all time. We have Serafina and Malcolm, or Mal as he's known, and he is worshiping this woman. Again, we see this incredible gown. I am in love with with the way it's draping. I love the fabric. I love the off-the-shoulder look. And of course, I love the fact that he's only wearing pants. Well, let's just say it. Who doesn't love a good back in a step back? And of course, they are in bed. This is in their home. They actually wind up sharing a suite. Let me tell you a little bit about this story. The two of them were married, but then right away forced apart. For the past 3 years, they've had a lot of trauma. Despite everything, they still have feelings for one another, but he has lured her back to his estate under the guise of helping him find a new bride. He doesn't have any interest in it, but she believes that he does. It was great seeing the ensemble cast. We get a lot of Cecily, who is featured in the book Bombshells, the first book of the Hell's Bells series. I have the book, can't find it. Thank you, 100 Stepbacks of Summer. It's gonna get organized this fall. It's happening this fall, you wait. More exciting things to come. In order to win back her heart, they have to work through a lot, and there's a lot of groveling that needs to happen. I will say that I did enjoy this. It has some of the most beautiful love scenes I've ever seen. It has some of the best declarations of love I've ever read. However, there's a lot of arguing in this, which at the time I just wasn't really in the mindset to listen to, especially because there were times where I was listening to them argue while I was also hearing my own children arguing. And I could have gotten confused and thought that, well, maybe the reason that Sarah was mad at Mal was because Mal took her toy or poked her or was copying her or looked at her. Yeah, that's what happens in my house. I think we just argue for fun sometimes. Anyway, I adore this scene where he is holding his face to her stomach. It's so powerful. This brought up a scene for me in one of my other favorite books. It's actually a contemporary. This is a 6-star read for me, Love and Other Words by Christina Lauren. This is an incredible book about childhood friends turned adolescent lovers who are then ripped apart and then wander back into one another's lives. But there is a scene where he gets to his knees and buries his face in her stomach. That is one of my favorite scenes from any book I've ever read. If you're looking for a relatively angsty contemporary read, I cannot recommend this enough. Erin Mallon, I believe, narrates this to perfection as well. Is a glorious day at the lake by my house, and I couldn't help but come out and share this with you. I wish you could feel the breeze like I do. Well, without further ado, let's talk about book number 86 in our Step Back Countdown. It is His Every Kiss by Laura Lee Gerke. I adore this cover. We have gold foiling, raised lettering through embossing. We see some gorgeous flowers. I would say they are lilies, except they're more of a peach color. I'm used to white lilies, but perhaps they come in different colors. I'm sure someone out there can let me know. Here's something I almost didn't notice the first time I saw this book. The close illustration of our man. It's just beautiful, and it really prepares us for seeing this gorgeous step back, which is on the back. This is incredible. My apologies on the sticker. I know Tara just did a great video on how to get stickers off of books, so I need to watch that again to do this. Moving beyond that, let's talk about this gorgeous step back. We see a couple in an embrace. It's not just romantic though. You can tell she's a little bit surprised. There's some major things going on here. This isn't just a couple that's in love. You can tell there's more going on and more to happen, especially with this carriage in the background that's lit up and on its way to them. It just begs the question, what is happening? Where are they? Why are they out in the dead of night? What is going on? Not only is it gorgeous, it makes us ask questions. It intrigues us and makes us want to learn more. And of course, read the book. Look at this gal's jewelry. It looks like a triple strand of either pearls or diamonds. We've got drop earrings, just gorgeous. And that burgundy or Merlot colored gown off the shoulder, just heaven. And of course, we've got Mr. Tan Man here, not wearing a shirt, but just black slacks, just showing off his back as we see on the cover. The irony. I love that she's also got, looks like a flower in her hair that goes along with the color of the gown. But notice there's also cement behind them. It looks like it could either be an archway or perhaps even a tombstone. I'm in the kitchen so that the puppies can be with me because they don't want to be near my desk. Anyway, ignore the mess that is this kitchen. I couldn't let this video go by without telling you that I think this guy looks like Chris Pine. I'll show you a picture. Correct me if I'm wrong. Let's talk about this plot to see if we can figure out what it probably is. This story is about Grace and Dylan. Dylan has more than a few skeletons in his closet. And then there's Grace. She's destitute. She's in desperate need of a job. So she takes his position as their governess, knowing that it's not entirely legitimate. There's more at play. In fact, seduction is on the table and she's aware, but she can't resist him, even though she knows she should. Perhaps they're both feeling a bit guilty as the series goes. In fact, let's talk a little bit more about the series. I already featured She's No Princess, which was book 4 of the series. The Marriage Bed is book 3, which I didn't find any kind of step back for that at all. I'm sure there is, but I just haven't found it yet. But I actually really debated hard between whether or not to make this in my top 100 or the first book of this series, Guilty Pleasures, because I love that one too. Let's look at it. It's very similar to this one, which is why I'm just putting them together. See what I mean? Guilty Pleasures, and we do have raised lettering, and again, an illustration of a man. You only see a little bit of him, but it's definitely the same gentleman that we get to enjoy on the back. We don't see any red roses on the back like we do on the front, but I really did want to take a moment and showcase the gorgeous painting that is this step back, again, on the back of the novel. Look at this peach gown and her necklace. It looks like it might be more of a simple type necklace as opposed to pearls or diamonds, but it's still lovely, and I love it set against this gorgeous peach gown. The way that they're looking at each other is so breathtaking, and the way that he's running his fingers through her hair, you could almost see it happening in real time. They're holding hands, he's holding her so beautifully, and of course the man is tan again, and he's got the arms. So we love that. And 10 points to the way they draped the gown over the grass. I love a beautiful, relaxing field of flowers scene. So can you see why I needed to share both of those with you? Today marks the second book in the Bridgerton series that is making an appearance, Romancing Mr. Bridgerton. This is book 4 of the series, which has everyone's favorite, Colin. And I say that because of everyone I've spoken to, no one seems to like him. If you like him, please let me know in the comments. I'd like to know if someone likes him. I haven't had the pleasure of reading this yet, but it is on my list of things to read this summer. I chose this one for number 85 because I was so intrigued by the cover and the way that it links with the step back. We see a woman dropping a handkerchief with lipstick on it coming from the O in Romancing. I also love the embossing here and the foiling, the way they have the font. Everything is just so beautiful. It's hard to see, but there's a mansion in the background. It's almost invisible. We also are treated to a beautiful purple border, which I just love. I should have done this in front of my new purple wall, although we were just there. We then open the step back to reveal a gorgeous purple gown, which, oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I'm wary of bending this cover too much because it looks like it's never even really been open. Well, no, that's not true. I see a little bit on the spine, a little wear and tear, so it's been open, but they've been careful with the cover. But let's look. We see the same handkerchief. Please ignore the teenagers across the lake. We see the same handkerchief that we saw in the cover. We also see some gorgeous moonlight, a beautiful romantic moment captured in the garden, and there we have Colin, portrayed by famous model who I will research and put the name down here because I know some of you know and I've looked him up before, but yes, I'm going to look him up one more time to tell you because we're going to see this gentleman multiple times. I love the draping of the gown, the flowers in her hair which match the flowers that are beside them in this gorgeous garden setting. So currently this book is being featured in season 3 of Bridgerton. It features Penelope and Colin. The Penelope of this step back does not appear to be the plus size gal that's in the show. I love representation of plus size heroines whenever possible, so I'm extremely excited to see that we have Penelope being full figured and curvy in the show. It would be nice to see that as well in a step back, but you can't have everything, I guess. In case you'd like a refresher on what this is about Colin, who is the brother of Penelope's best friend. He's always been off limits to her, but she's always had a crush, and after he's been abroad for quite some time, he comes back to London to discover that everything has changed, including Penelope and his feelings about her. But both of them have secrets and much deeper depths, if you will, than anyone realized. Is Colin willing to go out on a limb for Penelope? I don't know why people don't like Colin yet. I know Lady Whistledown seems to be obsessed with him, as well as the rest of society. He's known as a charmer, but apparently he hasn't charmed you guys. We are up at the top of my backyard today because my backyard has a top for some weird reason. To show you, please don't be mad at me. It is Lisa Kleypas's Someone to Watch Over Me. Let me explain. Some of you may be a little alarmed at the fact that this is so low in my rating. There's a reason, and I agonized long and hard over this. In terms of a step back, it is still good, but not the best in terms of just looking at it as a step back. I love this as well as 4 other books that I have in my collection that are very similar to this. Initially, I had this as well as 4 other books that are all very similar, all in the top 10. And I thought, well, this leaves out a lot of incredible step backs. And it was almost a disappointment, really, that it was knocking so many others out, especially when you consider that this step back, while good in and of itself, is not super, super, super amazing. It's still beautiful. It still deserves to be in the top 100. But there are more stepbacks that I feel are stronger than this one. What this book does do, and what the other 4 that I'm going to show you do, they bring together the cover and the stepback seamlessly. If we were going to do a top 10 for books that are perfection in terms of cover and stepback together, this one, as well as the other ones I'm going to show you, would absolutely make the top 10. But since this is about the stepbacks of summer, I'm focusing primarily on the stepback rather than how well the cover and stepback go together. I could go back and forth on this. You could agree or disagree, and I would totally understand. So I hope that people aren't too sad to know that this is already being shown in the countdown. So let's talk about Someone to Watch Over Me. We're first going to go crazy over this gorgeous book. I got this for 10 cents, by the way, at a library sale. It had never been opened before. The spine is untouched. So I actually get nervous even opening it, but we see some gorgeous lilies. Is it lilies? On the cover. If I'm wrong, correct me. I know you will, and I'm very thankful. This, by the way, I would have called die cutting, but apparently die cutting is where you have a shape within the center of a book, I learned. This is actually referred to as laser cutting. We see the flowers, by the way, in the garden are matching the flowers on the cover. How insanely gorgeous. And we see that same gentleman from another step back, same model. I will put his name on the bottom. We're again going to be seeing this model an awful lot. Look at the drama in this, the muscles, the clothing, and how it's draped. It's revealing an awful lot. It's such a perfect clinch cover, except it's a step back, of course. The way that they're amorously embracing one another. They are so deeply in the moment. You can tell the passion they feel for one another. The garden in and of itself is beautiful as well. And if you look off in the distance, you can see what appears to be a cottage. This is our first cottage of any of the books that we've seen in Stepbacks of Summer. This is a story of amnesia. This woman is rescued from the Thames. She has amnesia. He's apparently quite the playboy, but upon catching her, he discovers that she has captured his heart. He wants to find out her secret and win her heart for himself in this beautiful story. This, by the way, is book 1 in the Bow Street Runners series. Now let's talk about the other 4 books. I couldn't pass this opportunity up to show you 4 other books that are similarly designed, and as a whole, again, as I said, if I'm doing cover and step back, these would all be in the top 10. Here is Dreaming of You. This book contains everybody's favorite hero in historical romance, Derek Craven. I have not read this book yet. It's book 2 of the Gamblers of Craven's series. I've heard nothing but good things. It was very hard to get this, but I wound up getting it for 50 cents. But it took me a while to find this copy. Dogs. Again, we have the laser cutting going around the outside. We have gold foiling on the ribbon, because here's a bow. Can you see that? I love that. And of course the raised lettering and the foiling there, as well as a beautiful pillow with flowers on top. Then we get to this gorgeous step back. See, now I'm starting to question. They're all so similar and they all have so much to offer. You can see why these were all in my top 10 initially. And then I thought, well, it's still beautiful. But again, we have a couple embracing in a garden. So I'm trying to diversify and not just do tons of couples in gardens. We're doing all kinds of things you'll see in this 100 Stepbacks of Summer. I adore this painting. I love the look, the vibe. I'm not loving the light blue border, and I don't see how it goes with any of the colors at all. But I love the way that he looks like he's about to devour her. Here's Capitol Theater #1, Somewhere I'll Find You. We see some beautiful doily action. All the lettering is raised, by the way. We do have some foiling. These flowers are raised as well. I love how gorgeous they are. We see, again, laser cutting on the side that leads us into this beautiful step back. I've seen this one left, right, and sideways on Instagram during Step Back Saturdays. A lot of the ones that I've seen, though, they actually have the whole thing, whereas mine is cut off due to the cover. I still love this. I love how the wind is blowing the ribbon of her dress, the flowers in the foreground which match the flowers of the cover. We again see a beautiful clinch, what would be cover. They're about to kiss and I'm here for it. It's beautiful. If you look in the background, you can see a giant manor house. I love the English countryside that we can see in the background. It's lovely. And the clouds and blue sky are lovely too. I think the clouds complement her dress very nicely. nicely. Lisa Kleypas's Stranger in My Arms brings us similar gorgeousness as the rest of these books. We see a gold covered cover, and again, the laser cutting that offsets the beautiful ribbon and the bouquet of flowers. I love the raised lettering here set against the gold. We open it to discover another couple embracing in a garden. It's lovely. Look at that gown. I would buy that gown right now on Amazon. I might have to look for that actually. I want a nice cute summer dress to wear. Love it. And I love the flowers. I love how he's holding her. Again, we're about to see a beautiful kiss. I also love the home in the background. I believe it's a home. And our last glimpse of gorgeousness for today is Where Dreams Begin, another standalone by Lisa Kleypas. Look at these gorgeous flowers. And again, we see laser cutting right around the flowers towards the bottom. I love this. We also get the same flowers on the spine before opening to the scene containing more gorgeous flowers of the same sort and other kinds as well. Another couple embracing in a garden or a field of flowers. It's just heavenly. I enjoy this so much. But again, it's sort of basic. They're clutching one another. We see a very simple white gown and another gentleman wearing those black slacks with no shirt. A very popular outfit in Stepbacks, as I'm learning. Do you see why I was so nervous about this video? It just felt like this was the right place to put these, but I'm gonna probably question this all summer long. If you need to rip me to shreds for my choice, I understand. But hopefully you get a sense of why they're here. They're just beautiful, and I love how the covers and Stepbacks work together to give us such incredible glimpses into the love that these characters experience in the books. Makes me want to read all of these. I can't believe I've never read any of these, despite the fact that I'm such a Lisa Kleypas fan. Hashtag goals. I'm here at a river by my home, and hopefully it's not too windy, but I want to tell you all about this Stepback that I actually had trouble finding anything for because it's by somebody who isn't all that well known, but the Stepback is still gorgeous. Today we're talking about Magic by Kimberly Cates. You have silver raised lettering here. It's gorgeous. Even the moonflower on the cover is embossed, so it is raised. It is beautiful. I love the detail, and the navy blue set against the silver is gorgeous. We also see it on the border here before we open the book to see a Stepback that gives us so much information. We've got more moonflowers, a castle, a woman with a beautiful choker, and a man who looks like he is enamored with her. This book was published in 1998, and I feel like I can see that in the hair and the choker. Those were very popular at the end of the 90s as well. But I love her outfit. It looks like she's got moonflowers on her sleeves, and that model is someone who I bet some of you know. If you do know, leave me a comment below. I'll make sure to pin it so everybody knows who this male model is. So let's talk about this plot. Oh my goodness, we have Mary Fallon Delaney in present day Ireland, and she is sort of obsessed with the legend of Ciaran of the Mist. He's a legendary guardian who is supposed to keep watch over Ireland. Well, in what I assume to be 1998, Fallon, our heroine, her homeland is being threatened by English troops who are looking for an escaped criminal. Well, she wants help, and one night on Beltane Eve, she wanders into a dilapidated castle and attempts to summon Ciaran, and she uses a glittery silver brooch, presumably the thing that is on her neck. Right after that happens, a naked man appears out of thin air. Luckily, or unluckily, depending on your point of view, he's wearing clothes in the Stepback. But he has a gash on his head that proves that he's not just a ghost. It's left his actual identity a mystery. Is he Ciaran of the Mist, or is he someone else? And can he help her with the quote-unquote bad guys that are trying to damage her lands? It says that they're swept up in a furious clash with the hated English, and that only an exquisite love stronger than betrayal or even time itself can join them together forever if it is touched by magic. Today's Stepback is a hilarious one that I see occasionally on Stepback Saturdays on Instagram. It comes from Catherine Coulter's The Scottish Bride, which is book 6 of the Brides series. What all is embossed here? The title, the author, and then these gorgeous bronze foiled leaves or plants. The middle, though, begs the question, what is happening? Thankfully, we do get to know. I've seen versions of this where you don't see what's happening, and you really do need to with this gorgeous 2-page step back. It's hilarious. We've got a little village, a gal who's pulling a suitcase, followed by looks like swans or ducks and little babies, and a gentleman who is fireman carrying our heroine through town. I find this plot endlessly fascinating. We have a gentleman who's just back after having won in Waterloo, and he was just the town vicar. He's also a widower. He has 3 young children, and then discovers one day that he has inherited a castle. He has now become a baron against his will. He's an Englishman in Scotland. It's not going well, and his 10-year-old daughter has insisted on joining him. We have a woman here who's sort of on the fringes of society for reasons of her birth, which of course she couldn't control. But she's in need of protection, so he's going to help her out, and chaos ensues. And I'm assuming love as well. It looks darling. Made me think of another book, which gave me such a surprise and a guffaw as I opened it. Kathy Maxwell's The Duke That I Married. We see a gentleman looking at his gal, trying to maybe see why she's so shy. But I love the way that he's looking at her, just trying to assess what is going on, maybe comforting her as well, the way he's holding her. And then we open the book to find that they're fighting. But look at the smiles. Look at the looks on their faces. I find this so charming, and I love her dress. This really looks like a photograph. We see the border actually pretty much matches the color of her gown. Look at the sleeves. It's just heavenly. I love the buttons. I just love everything. And I just love the way she's sort of battling with him. It looks so cute. I just was not expecting this, and I thought I would need to include it in our Stepbacks. Today's video brings you 4 for the price of 1. Hello, everyone. Oh my gosh. 3 white dresses and a black dress, bless you, that I honestly wish I had included in my bless you other video where I did a black dress, which I will put here. You also may have noticed that I'm in front of my purple wall, which is just about done. It's almost done, I think. Wait until you see what happens next. But I wanted to make sure I filmed here while I could. Our featured book today is Stephanie Lawrence's All About Love. This, by the way, is Sinister Book 6. There's raised lettering and foiling on all the letters. The color obviously matches the blue border. Not a whole lot going on this cover other than the fact that it's a white bed with nice white bedding. We then open the cover to reveal a step back that knocks my socks off every single time. Our gal is wearing a white gown. The drama is killing me. Look at these ocean waves. Look at the moonlight. I love how it's limbing their bodies. I feel like the water of the waves is echoed in the way her gown is moving, the movement of the dress. I feel like I can see it when I look at this step back. I'm just taken away to another place. Also, our man is very handsome, and even though I'm not a Star Wars person per se, I see him and I just see Alden Ehrenreich, who played young Han Solo in the series. I feel like he looks just like him. Talking a little more about our hero here, this is the 6th and final of the sinister men to find love, and apparently he's the biggest rake of them all. He does not want to get trapped into marriage, but before long, the fates intervene and he's actually wooing this reluctant bride named Philippa. She has no interest in a man, and especially him, but apparently only a fool wouldn't succumb to his desires or his offers to teach her about love, and she's no fool. So there you have it. Another book that gets me every time, the white dress, the movement. We have Victoria Alexander's The Virgin's Secret. Here she is covering her face because she's got a secret with part of the wedding gown. But again, get ready to have your mind blown by this step back. Again, we get a bit of moonlight. The movement in this picture, I feel like I'm watching them move right now in the heat of passion, totally in the moment, completely in each other. I adore this. And I, again, love the white gown and the movement that we see. You even get a glimpse of her on the back and the two of them together on the spine with some hot pink. I mean, look at this on the shelves. Are you kidding? This, by the way, is book 2 of Lost City. My last white dress step back that I want to talk to you about today is Julia Quinn's On the Way to the Wedding, which is Bridgerton book 8. I love this cover, but again, I'm not doing 100 covers of summer, I'm doing 100 step backs of summer. So in and of itself, I didn't feel like it was strong enough to be featured per se, but I love this wedding carriage on a wedding day. Just so different from the other two we've seen. This one looks very much more like it's painted, it's done by an artist, and you really feel that as you're looking at it. I adore her veil, the way that the white is just draping completely around both of them, the way he's holding her and the way they're holding their faces together, their hands intertwined. You just feel the unending affection that these two gorgeous people have for one another. Look, by the way, at how her veil is affixed to her head. I just love this. I love it. And I love that gown. Just gorgeous. Megan, are you taking notes? My last offering for today is from the other end of the color spectrum, a black gown in Confessions of a Little Black Gown. This is one of the ones that I offered up for you guys to vote for to put into the top 100. It did not get chosen, but I'm still throwing it in on the side because I just adore this book cover and step back so much. This is book 4 of the Bachelor Chronicles. Look at this. It's almost like 2 pages. It definitely goes into a second page. I love how she's holding her bouquet behind her. The lavender and white flowers are really offset by the black of this gown. I love the way it's laying. Now on the cover, we see her with gloves and a pearl necklace. However, we do not see that on the inside. This one's far less formal, but no less exquisite. I just adore this. And at some point, I definitely want to read this series. I am endlessly fascinated by Joe Beverly's The Rogues Return, book 11 of The Company of Rogues. I love this cover. It looks like it's in a soft focus, which allows us to train our eyes anywhere we want more easily, to include this ship here. But then we've got a gorgeous peach gown that really matches not only the border here, but also the entire back and the spine. You can tell this book has been well loved. I love the way he's holding her to him. We see her hair blowing in the breeze. There's a lot of action that's sort of built into this cover before we open it to reveal a step back with hidden depths. You're not going to see this just anywhere. This type of step back is extremely rare. It reminds me of old maps, the way that this is done. You see various colors of blue in prints from, 1700s, 1800s, something I would see at a museum or an historic home. It's fascinating to me, just endlessly so. We see a ship and a tugboat pulling it out into the ocean. If you look closely in the background, you can tell that you're at a harbor of some sort. There are more boats. And then the thing that makes this especially exquisite is the couple in the sky in the back. We see a couple embracing. She's got a strand of pearls on, a very simple gown. This might even be still the peach gown. It's very little in the way of color, which makes them sort of blend into the background until they're all that you can see. He is holding her to his chest. They're about to share a kiss, it appears. It's all kinds of romantic. And you can tell based on this step back that their love has a great deal to do with the sea. Let's explore the plot, shall we? Our hero is Simon St. Bride, who has spent much time in the wilderness of Canada. Ooh, that reminds me of The Wolf and the Wildflower by Stacy Reid. If you haven't read that, do it. Anyway, Simon plans on going home and leading his aristocratic life, but then he is challenged to a duel and he wins the heart of a woman in the process. He's not sure that anyone will accept his new woman when he gets back to England. However, there's a lot more to happen before he returns home. Namely, the two of them are going to have to fight side by side, both on land and at sea. This looks like all kinds of exciting and romantic adventures on the high seas. Let's talk about book number 79, which is Kat Martin's Fanning the Flame. This is book 3 of the Fire trilogy. When I first saw this book, I thought it was a contemporary romance because this dress looks very contemporary to me. The fan, if anything, I thought perhaps it was from maybe the 1950s or 60s. Look at the design on the dress. It actually reminds me of a fan, which I think is really cool. Her hairstyle also looks pretty contemporary. So again, what I initially thought was, okay, Kat Martin, I know writes historical romance, but I figured this was a contemporary until I opened the book. Get ready for the Stepback, which, by the way, has a border that matches her skin tone perfectly. This does not appear to be contemporary at all. It looks like a bunch of photographs and there's a lot going on. So this story focuses on a woman named Jillian. She is an orphan living under an older man's protection until Adam, an Earl, falls for her and decides to try to convince her to change protectors. Well, before that could even potentially happen, the man whose roof she's currently living under is murdered and she is blamed. Who can she go to for protection? None other than Adam. And of course, at that point, passions boil over. But she believes he could never fall for a woman tainted by scandal. What will happen? Let's break down the Stepback piece by piece. We obviously see in the foreground a couple just about to kiss. I love the way he's dipping her. It's giving me those dancing vibes. And I love the fireplace in the background as well as the dark curtains. It really gives us cozy romantic vibes. Until you look further down to see Jillian is running away. Obviously, there's danger behind her. Here's what I can't decide though. Is the gentleman behind her trying to protect her or harm her? It's hard to know. I love how the setting is made extra spooky with the full moon overhead. Then a little bit more difficult to see there in the corner. It looks like a city street at night. Perhaps the authorities or some bad guys are there, as well as an open carriage, maybe a curricle. Ultimately, it feels like I'm watching a movie when I look at this Stepback, which I just think is so cool. It's got everything but a car chase, or maybe it's got a carriage chase, I don't know. So let's talk about Stepback number 78, which is Virginia Henley's A Woman of Passion. I fell in love with this. I found this at a library sale the other day and I had to have it. 50 cents. Look at the gold border across the top. It's beautiful. I don't generally see a border along the top. Interestingly, there's no border along the side, leading us to potentially believe there's no Stepback, but that's not true. It is raised lettering, by the way. We've got embossing, not just for the author's name, also the title, and what am I going to say? Gold foiling. Yes, you're right. And embossing also for the flowers. They are raised, they are beautiful, and I love this gold heart. The flowers, by the way, they're not embossed on the spine or the back, but they go all throughout. I love that touch. And then we see our heroine on the spine, a very well-loved spine, which I think is so beautiful, but it gets us ready to see the Stepback. Get ready for art, the likes of which you've probably never seen in a Stepback. Here we go. Check this out. We have two glorious pages of some of the most beautiful art I've ever seen. We see wisteria hanging from the top. Look at that gorgeous border. Again, we're rocking the border at the top for some reason, but I'm not complaining. I love the painting here. I love it. I feel like I could touch the paint. We have a few reviews that are taking up some space as well as a barcode, but you know what? It doesn't completely ruin things, so that's good. As we look at our hero and heroine, my heavens, we got two very attractive people wearing gorgeous clothes. The painting really does the clothes justice, I think. I love his hat too. I believe that is a hat with a feather on it that he's holding in his hand. I'm really glad he's not wearing it because it might be hard to take him seriously. I am asking the question though, whose hair is better? Because it's really hard to choose. They both have incredible hair, although hers has beautiful flowers running all through it. I just find this stunning. We see flowers also going down the center here between the two pages. I mean, really, we're in a gorgeous garden. There's flowers everywhere. Ultimately, this reminds me of Japanese paintings. I studied art history a bit in college, and I was fascinated by the fact that when you have Japanese art, for example, it would be three pieces of art in one: the painting, the poem, and then the way in which the poem was written. This would just be the font, of course, but in a Japanese painting, it would be the gorgeousness of the calligraphy. We don't really have that here. But still, it really reminds me of my old art history days in that we've got some beautiful writing here. She was an innocent beauty in the Tudor court, beloved by four powerful men and dangerously close to a jealous queen. Drama! Beautiful writing, love the font. It just reminds me of a Japanese painting. Who would have thought that I would have said that? But it's true. Let's scan slowly through this gorgeousness as we talk more about this plot. Are you kidding me with this plot, Virginia Henley? Are you kidding? So this has a lot of real real characters in it, but it is romantic fiction as they refer to it. Our heroine, young Bess Hardwick, knew that the only way to escape a commoner's life was to serve in a noble family and marry well. So she joins the Tudor court, becomes besties with Queen Elizabeth, and then has 4 different gentlemen trying to win her affections. She falls for one, George Talbot, although they all sound fascinating. I won't read you the summary as much as I want to. I don't want to do that to you. But I highly recommend it. I have this book and all the books in my Summer of Stepbacks linked, by the way, in my description box if you would like to learn more. In any case, Bess's relationship with George Talbot incites jealousy by Queen Elizabeth, which is a big problem. So I can't wait to see what happens. I need to read this. This sounds really good. You're getting 3 for the price of 1 today or tonight as I'm filming this. I don't know when you're watching it, but 2 of them are Johanna Lindsay. One is Shannon Drake, but they all have a certain male model in common. And if you guessed Fabio, you would be correct. I find all of these excellent. They're all pretty similar though, so I've decided to group them together. I want to know, for some people, Fabio is a joke. For some people, he is a god. Where does he fall in your estimation? Another way all of these are very similar, they're all kind of purpley. The one that I really want to feature in this video is Shannon Drake's Damsel in Distress. Look at this cover. I've oohed and awed about this one before. Look at her gorgeous golden hair. It's like Rapunzel. And these flowers, many but not all of them are embossed. You could even see foiling, making them reflective. Look at how gorgeous that is. I love her eyeshadow. I love her lipstick. I couldn't pull that look off if I tried. It's just gorgeous. I love this font as well. And this bold purple border that we see along the side. Oh my gosh, how incredible is that? I mean, it's reflecting the light beautifully. Let's look at the spine. Again, a very well-loved book. So we see our heroine again, and then on the back cover, get ready. You're gonna be seeing this in full in just a moment in the stuff bag. We've got our man Fabio with dyed black hair. I rarely see Fabio with hair this dark. I mean, maybe he didn't dye it. I know the artists can take creative license, but it's very purple. Like all the leaves in the background, quite purple. Her gown is another shade of purple. The flowers here are all varying levels of like pink, magenta, and purple. So this is a very, very bold choice. Look at her sleeves. Even the belt of his pants is gold. We got gold and gold and gold. And of course that hair that I can see it even down here. So it goes on and on and on. I'm going to look at the summary now to mostly probably find this is some sort of a Rapunzel retelling, I'm guessing. It's incredible. And again, she's got that boom pow makeup on. Wow. Oh, this is very good. This is very good. We have our damsel in distress. She winds up marrying our hero who tries to tame her heart in order to protect her and teach her passion in order to quench the fire that's burning in his heart. Apparently, he has to protect her from a ruthless enemy. So there's danger and there's romance aplenty popping in this book. Have you read this? I bet there's at least one of you out here who has read this. Tell us what you thought. We need to know. The one that almost made my feature for 77th place. Sounds so random, but you know what I'm saying. Johanna Lindsay's Surrender My Love. Look, again, we've got, what am I going to say? Gold foiling, that's right. Raised lettering. We've got foiling here, raised lettering as well. And look at this border. How majestic is this? This is gorgeous. I love it. We've got a beautiful spine featuring our couple. You're about to see them again. Opening this cover, however, we see my man Fabio making me a liar by having black hair again. Oops, I guess he has lots of black hair. By the way, in case you're wondering, he is wearing pants. He's not just wearing Santa boots. No, those are pants. Those are just basically his skin tone. And I wonder the thought process that went into that decision, because that's an interesting one. Don't worry though, he's got more on. He's wearing a dragon on his arm, a dragon armband, like you do. I love this gown. This is one of the first ones I've seen that says cozy. It says, I could wear this while drinking tea at 7 a.m. Again, we're rocking eyeshadow. And look, you can see a castle in the background, some gorgeous water. Who doesn't love that? All the leaves and like foliage again is purple. It's so fascinating to me. What are these choices about, I wonder? I don't need to tell you the summary of all of these books. They're all linked in my description box, but I will tell you he is a Viking lord. Anyway, moving on, because I still have one more to show you and I don't want this to be too long. Third place at number 77. which sort of makes sense maybe when you think about it in a certain way. Johanna Lindsay's Keeper of the Heart. It's again purple, gold foiling. We have a beautiful gold raised heart here. We have baby birds maybe that are angry about something. I'm sorry about that. Also, we have Keeper of the Heart. Is that all we can hear? Okay, they're feeling better now. They got food. Get ready, here we go. This one, I feel like I can hear the 80s hair metal as I play this. And you know what? I'm gonna put that music in right now. And we're gonna close with it too. This is Fabio. He's got a sword, but I feel like he should have a guitar and maybe like a Mustang in the background. And guess what? He has black hair again. I really need to think before I speak. Oh, Fabio, you made me a liar twice in this one video. Now we're wearing black leather pants. At least we know we're wearing pants. And again, we're doing that gold belt. Because why not? He's also wearing a shirt. Well, sort of. It's like a vest, maybe. It's like a shirt without sleeves. This is like the most he's worn, I think, in the Stepbacks today. Loving the hair, loving the dress. It screams 80s, which to me means it's probably from the early 90s. Let's find out. 1993. Yeah, I knew it. I guess this is how we dressed in 1993. I mean, that's not how I dressed in 1993, but maybe you did. If you did, let me know. He, by the way, is a barbarian in this one. Not an ice plant barbarian, but a barbarian nonetheless. By the way, this book and this book, he's described as virile. I just love it. She's going to be his scandalous prize, by the way. All right, I've probably gone on enough. Let's talk about Stepback number 76, which is why we're here. And it is Catherine Coulter's Secret Song. I love this cover. This makes me feel like I'm finding an old book for the first time. It just has that antique air about it, doesn't it? It looks like something straight out of medieval times. I just adore it. And again, as often, we have raised lettering here for all of the words. The spine and the back are nothing too fancy, but still very pretty. I love the gold foiling. Then we open this cover to continue the feeling of medieval times or times of long ago with this gorgeous 2-pager. It feels like it's already got its own frame built right into the Stepback, which I just find amazing. And look at everything that's going on here. We have a knight holding up his sword. He looks determined and brave. A castle in the background set against a gorgeous blue sky. Initially, I thought this was blue sky as well, but we see, it looks like mountains and rocks and a waterfall. Just exquisite. Over here, we see some romance. He looks like he's so lovingly helping her get off of her horse, a gorgeous horse at that. I just found this adorably endearing. The looks on their faces, just so sweet. It's not all roses. There's some thorns in this Stepback as well. We see our woman apprehended by, it looks like 2 soldiers perhaps. Obviously, she is in need of rescuing. I have a feeling I know who comes to her aid. And I didn't notice this until recently, honestly, because there's so much to see here, but you see a knight on horseback galloping away from the castle on a mission. There's just so much gorgeousness happening here. I love this. Let's scan through as we talk about the actual plot. I don't know what that was. Listen to this. You met Roland de Tournay in Earth Song, a handsome rogue with a subtle wit and a quick tongue who is variously an actor, an adventurer, and a master of disguise. Now, in Secret Song, this book, he meets his destiny when he must rescue from a Welsh stronghold Daria of Fortescue, as daring, as clever, as fascinating as he is himself. How about that? I adore this. So this is one of the books, obviously, of the Song trilogy, and we see characters from Earth Song and Fire Song in Secret Song. What a cool way to wrap up this series. We are officially 1/4 of the way through the countdown already. We're going to talk about book 75, Virginia Henley's Enticed, featuring a flower. What is it? Who knows? You guys can tell me. I know you can tell me. You guys are the flower queens. You always know. So tell everyone in the comments what this is. Guess what? You'll never believe. Gold foiling, raised lettering. Yes, that's right. Teeny pieces of the flower are embossed. We have a gorgeous gold border here. Oh my gosh, it's amazing. And in the back, notice that this is shorter as well. Get ready. I'm actually going to show you the back first. I know, we're breaking tradition here. We have Virginia Henley herself dressed up looking adorable, along with her back cover, which is again this flower. The flower that you're gonna write in the comments. Thank you in advance for that, by the way. I love how her outfit matches the color of the flower just perfectly. And then guess what, guys? This is a tearaway bookmark with more of this flower on it. I can't bring myself to rip this out. Part of me wants to, but I just can't do it. It's in there so beautifully. That's really fun. But let's talk about the big front cover. Oh man, get ready, everybody. Here we go. This is gorgeous. It looks like a scene straight out of a, I'm gonna say it, James Bond movie, right? Is it giving you the same thing it's giving me? James Bond in the 60s? Like maybe this is Sean Connery or one of the other gentlemen that played James Bond whose name I can't remember right now. My husband could tell you all of them. Robert something or other. If you know, leave me a comment. I'm giving you a lot of work to do. You don't have to do anything. Just enjoy. These, I believe, are peonies. Again, if you want to correct me, feel free. But I don't want this to be a chore. We have a gorgeous bathtub. Sign me up for this bathtub, please. I'm desperately needing this. She's wearing a towel. I'm guessing she's about to go in because she looks awfully dry, especially that beautiful early 90s perm going on. And then we've got Mr. Man himself looking dashing. I think that this is the most clothing we've had on anyone thus far. He is completely covered. Can you believe it? The audacity of this hero to be wearing a tie still? I mean, his shirt isn't even open and he's wearing a vest but with a shirt. If he were Fabio, he'd be wearing just a vest, right? Am I right? I love the little details. We have a really nice mirror and hairbrush. You can tell that wherever they are, it is quite opulent. Look at the stone on the wall. I also love the window work here. This is leading me to believe that this is probably a giant, older home. Mansion levels, right? We also have a sponge, like an actual sea sponge. Wow. And towels. Let's talk a little bit about this crazy plot. We have a gypsy. She's had to suffer through the Irish famine. This obviously is set in Ireland. And then we have Patrick O'Reilly, who's Irish, if you hadn't guessed that from his name. He makes her a woman in one sweet scorching night, okay? Obviously, this is old school. The only other thing we find out from this summary is that she runs away because he wants to give her, he's rich, he's ridiculously wealthy, clearly. He wants to give her her wildest dreams, but apparently it's at too high a price, so she runs away, but then he captures her again. And she has found herself enticed. What will happen? We just don't know. Let's talk about Stepback number 74. It even has a cover to die for. We have Christina Sky's East of Forever. As you can see, this is extremely glossy and full of foiling, so it's really reflecting the light from the ring light. I feel like it's as fancy as this beautiful background here in my parents' dining room, so at least this book is mine, right? So we've got the gold foiling, raised lettering for the author, and the title. This looks like a beautiful necklace, perhaps filled with amazing stones and pearls. How fancy. And I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that these are white roses. I feel like I at least know that. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like I'm right. Finally. As you may know, my favorite color is purple, so I do love this purple cover. And then we even have white roses on the back, which I think is such a pretty touch. Not a surprise with all the gold going on, a gold border as well, very shiny and fancy as we open to reveal a gorgeous, almost 2-page step back. I'm not quite certain why they just went, you know what, let's just stop right there. Let's just leave it blank. And you know what would have been really great? If they had taken this barcode and put it up there. Wouldn't that have been nice? I wish we could get with the barcode people and have a little sit down conversation about barcodes and step backs. I tell you what, speaking of step backs, this book, which I actually really did not like all that much, Allie Hazelwood's Not in Love, and this book by Julie Soto is now being re-released. Both of these have step backs. I think it's very exciting that they're now releasing step backs for contemporary romance, and it's my hope that they're going to start re-releasing step backs for historical romance as well. Dare to dream, right? Let's talk a little bit more about this beautiful one we have. Here we have a pink rose, lots of detail, and a lighter pink rose. Look at that beautiful lavender gown. I feel like it complements the cover quite well. Our gentleman has red or like copper looking hair, which is extremely unusual. Her hair is gorgeous and hanging on down. I love the way that he's holding her. You would think it was a very whimsical moment, except for the fact that their faces are both so serious. You can tell that they are desperately in the moment and into each other. I love this garden scene. The rocks that are steps and the potted plants. It's just gorgeous. And we see in the background what looks to be perhaps a castle or a mansion, manor type deal. And again, we have a gentleman wearing a vest and a shirt. And he's completely clothed. It's amazing how all of a sudden that seems to be happening. This, by the way, is again the artist Elaine, which I wanted to mention to you. She was also featured very recently in one of my stepbacks for this. Good night. This is gorgeous. Look at this cover. I love it so much. I'm going to make sure to point out wherever I can the artists. I know I've talked to you already about Pinot, but I hadn't mentioned Elaine yet, so I'm really glad we went ahead and did that. Let's look a little bit more at this one as we discuss what this is about. Okay. I need to read this to you. I need to read it to you. Normally I just summarize. We're going there today. We're reading this because what? Okay. Like a cat, a beauty prowls London's night dark roofs, stealing into the boudoirs of the rich and powerful in search of an ancient, jewel-encrusted pillow book. An erotic treasure to barter for her captive father. But neither her martial arts nor her heart can protect violet-eyed Chessie Cameron from the man she tried to forget so long ago. 5 men have already died in search of the elusive treasure. Really? Now Lord Tony Moreland seeks it as well, to buy diplomatic relations between England and the recalcitrant Chinese emperor. But fiery, independent Chessie Cameron stands in his way, a temptress most dangerous of all. Through London's whirling social season to the sunlit seclusion of a country manor. Love all the different settings. That's going to be fun. They embrace destiny with reckless passion, reinventing the art of love. They are reinventing it, even as they seek the fabled ancient guide. But somewhere in the shadows, an evil master lies in wait for the pawns and the prize. Wow! Please, if you've read this, tell us about it in the comments. We need to know. It's the perfect time to talk more about step back number 73, which is Jane Feather's Hostage Bride. I am going crazy over this purple. Look at this gorgeous, gorgeous cover. The border is basically the exact same color as the cover, which I don't really get that, but okay. We've got embossing for the letters as well as the frame around the center here. And then we have flowers and fabric underneath, like perhaps it's a bouquet of flowers, and the picture in the middle. Oh my heavens. We have a man rescuing a woman, I can only assume, on horseback. It looks like he's just grabbed her and is racing off with her. Look at the action in that teeny tiny picture with all that great detail. I love how the diamonds around the frame are twinkling. Holy cow, how insanely gorgeous is that? I love it. Then we open the book to reveal a step bag with a whole lot going on. What jumps out at us first? A puppy. It looks a lot like my mother's dogs, actually, Cammy or Buttons. I'm just seeing them everywhere now. We can see there's also a moonlit night. Off far, far in the distance is a castle. We see a woman and man embracing, and he's nuzzling her. Oh, I love a good nuzzle. Oh, I love it. And I love her gown, although we got a lot of cleavage showing for horseback riding in the dead of night. I'm telling you, it's probably chilly, but I'm sure he's keeping her warm. Am I right? I'm right. Okay. We also have a beautiful cape. I love it. And the horse is so well decorated too. We see our hero and heroine again, further in the foreground, in front of the curtain, which is draping midway through this picture, which I find fascinating. Look at the lovely garland in her hair. Look at the eyelets. It looks like lace trim of her blouse or dress. It appears that she may be wearing a velvet choker around her neck, which I think is just gorgeous. They're holding hands. Again, you got some good forearms there. We don't always get gorgeous forearms. We have beautiful flowers as well. And again, that puppy. It looks like she's sitting on a throne too. And I see he's very protective of her it looks like, which I love as opposed to possessive. I do make a distinction between protective and possessive. I love one. I don't have a lot of time for the other one, but that's just me. She looks confident and serene looking into her future, whereas he is wary and watchful, looking out for danger. I love it so much. Let's skim through the rest of this as we talk about what this book has in store. We got a bonkers plot, guys. Here we go. Are we ready? We have 17-year-old, does she look like a 17-year-old to you? Portia Worth. Her father was not married to her mother, shall I say. So she is not well received. She's an orphan as well, taken in by her uncle. Not thrilled with her lot in life, but then she is mistakenly kidnapped by Rufus, what a great name, Decatur, who believes her to be the Marquis's daughter. So Decatur is trying to use her as leverage, but obviously he cannot. He's facing the challenge of his life, both on the battlefield and in the bedroom, as he contends with this misfit of a girl who has the audacity to believe herself the equal of any man. And let's hope that she's turned 18 very rapidly into this book. Because why? 17, really? This, by the way, is the first book and the first bride of this bride's trilogy, and all of the gals have decided for certain that they will never marry, but then destiny steps in. Let's talk about yet another book that has two stepbacks, one in the front and one in the back. It is Seduced by Virginia Henley. We see a daffodil ? On the cover. I'm pretty sure it's a daffodil. Correct me if I'm wrong. And check out this script. We've got some crazy letters here. And of course they are embossed and they have foiling, so they're nice and shiny. The flower is embossed just at the very end, and the stem is as... well, no, it's not. No, yes, it is. Just a little bit. Not that you care. Let's look at other things that are maybe more important, like the back. Here we have our gal, Virginia Henley again. She's wearing the same blouse as the last video that we looked at. Doesn't match. The daffodil? Now it's looking a little orchid-like. What do we think? Let me know. Now let's look at the step back. Get ready. Here is another gorgeous 2-pager by the same artist that gave us this one the other day that we were going crazy over. And that is the artist Godino. So here we have Godino again. This person obviously creates with bold colors, strong lines. It's very interesting and very intricate and very opulent. Other words ending in ent. We have again a kind of a 90s-ish perm going on. This guy never misses gym day, as you can tell. Look how gorgeous this fabric is. I mean, Godino is quite the artist. I love all the different fabric in the drapes, in the curtains going around the bed, the pillows. This is heavenly. And then we have a mask. So, we know there's going to be some mystery. We have columns here. We also have a painting within the step back. I love when there's art within art. We have little naked angel babies. So cute. I love it. We see little angels over the bed as well. I mean, look at that woodwork. It is gorgeous. It reminds me of like a ship's bow and the sconces. My heavens. The way this artist has used light. I mean, good grief. We could go on, couldn't we, with this step back. The intricacy in the wall, even in the ceilings. Oh my gosh, this is giving me ideas for my family room. Just kidding. Can you imagine how expensive that would be? Let's go through this beautiful step back as we talk about the plot. Oh, we have a hidden identity. We have a woman whose twin brother is lost at sea, and their inheritance is going to go up in smoke because at this point, of course, women couldn't inherit property. So she masquerades as Tony as opposed to her name, Antonia, and then is taken under the wing of a man named Adam Savage. He knows how to treat ladies, and he decides to take young Tony to the flesh pots, and then it gets more interesting from there. So this is going to be something. There are a few books that this reminds me of where the woman cross-dresses as a man. One of them, I can't remember the title. I'm going to put it right here. Eloisa James, one of the Desperate Duchess's books. I found that to be exceptional. I also, of course, love The Wolf and the Wildflower, where our heroine dresses and is believed to be a man. There's also another Stacy Reid where our heroine dresses up briefly, which was released pretty recently, and although the book didn't really hit for me, everyone I know loved it. So there's 3 more right there if you're in the mood for a fun hidden identity as a guy being taken under the wing of another man who's gonna teach her a lesson and then discovers, wait a minute, I think I have feelings for this man. Lots of fun. I love a good hidden identity. let's talk about book 71, which is Catherine Coulter, Lord Harry. This is, as you can see, sorry about that glare. It's so very shiny. It's almost like a mirror. You can also tell already, I'm sure, that we have a great deal of embossing here on the wax seal. We've got some ribbon. The title and author are also embossed, foiling on. Then we open this to discover a beautiful piece. It's very orangey and red though, which I don't really understand the thought process behind that. But let's decode this as we discuss parts before we go into what's happening. Maybe that'll give us an understanding as to why it's sort of tinged this color. We have a gorgeous woman, some amazing looking stairs. Again, this is obviously a palace or a mansion and she's descending. Look at how she's holding her head high. She is proud. We have a very handsome man clad in some beautiful, I think I can say that, right? Beautiful clothes. On the bottom, we see two people in a curricle, I believe it's called, because it's an open carriage for two. There's a bit of foliage at the very top of the other page. And then we see in the foreground, the largest person in the picture, the one who we're really meant to focus on, our heroine. Gorgeous gold earrings and a pearl necklace, beautiful pink gown, looking confident right at us. You really don't often see the character looking at you, which is neat. They're usually looking at each other, or they're looking down, or their eyes are closed. I think this is probably the first time in our countdown that I'm seeing someone looking at me. And I'm like, oh my. Moving down the page, we see manor home and our hero. He is obviously a sword fighter and he is practicing, I assume. So there's a lot going on in here and it's all done very well. Now, let's talk about what happens in this plot. I'm fascinated by Catherine Coulter's explanation of it initially. She says that this book, Lord Harry, was initially called Lord Harry's Folly, and that it was written 15 years prior to this book being published, and that she feels like she needed to rewrite it. Having lived with the characters, which I thought was such an interesting way to put it, for 15 years, they revealed more of themselves to her, which allowed her to write better dialogue and scenes that were more true to who these characters truly were. Oh my gosh, you guys are gonna go crazy. Guess what? Henrietta, our heroine, disguises herself as a man, Lord Harry, in order to avenge her brother Damien's death. So she goes and tracks down Jason Cavender, who she believes killed her brother, and is going to take him down. But apparently there's a snag that hits and it's supposedly hilarious. This is 2 days in a row of a heroine who's dressing up as a man. I did not plan that. I did not realize that when I was going through this. Isn't that funny? So I will refer you to yesterday's video, step back number 72, if you would like even more references. You have to see this. Hello. So cute. What are you doing? I will refer you to the video from yesterday to see even more recommendations of books where the woman dresses as a man. Let's talk about step back number 70, which is Kat Martin's Devil's Pride. First of all, good grief, look at this cover. We see a bird in a gilded cage. This bird is made of what appears to be diamonds, a ruby eye, emeralds. It is just so insanely gorgeous. I love all the embossing and the gold foiling. You knew it. All over this cover. The font is beautiful, and I love the swirls of gold, which is also foiling, by the way, in the background. We also have a gold border. Oh my goodness, it's amazing. Let's open this to enjoy this 2-page gorgeous step back. This just transports me. I am so sorry that this is bent to a point where now we have a white line down the middle, but you know, I guess such is life. I mean, we've also got the comments by other people who have enjoyed the book as well as the barcode. You guys made a comment a few step backs ago about how lovely it is when we do get the few opportunities to enjoy a 2-page step back without anything else. And unfortunately, this is not one of those cases. But we're just going to try to ignore it, despite the fact that I've just pointed all of it out. Anyway, sorry. We have a castle in the background. It appears to be a sunset. And then in the foreground, which is primarily what's being featured here, we see nuzzling. That's right. It's another nuzzling sighting. Look at her gown, by the way. She's got a choker to match. Just heavenly. I feel like I can almost feel the fabric if I were to touch this. It reminds me of my 4-year-old daughter's books where you get to feel the fabric. That would be really cool, wouldn't it? I love the purple flowers in the foreground, but I feel like the thing that really steals the show here is one, our sculpted chest and arm, but also the way that they are leaning so far into one another that it feels like they're becoming one person. If I were to get poetic, it's just heaven to look at the serene faces on both of our hero and heroine. Just beautiful. Let's skim through this as we talk about what this is about. Damien Lord Fallon made his ruthless proposal to Alexa Garrick at the gaming table where he'd cheated the exquisite young heiress out of a fortune, but one night with him would discharge her debt. Oh, baby. As he claimed his prize, the handsome Earl fought a craving for more than Alexa's body. And when a twist of fate turned seduction into matrimony, rapture and rage war within him. How could he love the woman whose flirtations had destroyed his brother? What? Okay, I need to put this on my TBR immediately. Alexa knew of Damien's French blood, his scandalous liaisons. They're scandalous. And the whispers that branded him a smuggler. Though she was playing with fire, the dark devilish Earl's hungry embrace plucked at her heartstrings with a haunting song of desire. But was Damien spinning a web of deceit and treason as he brought her to his surf-swept castle? It is surf-swept, people. Not just a regular castle, surf-swept. And let's talk about step back number 69, which comes from Patricia Rice's Paper Roses. We got more embossing than you can shake a stick at here. It's just gorgeous. I love it. These roses look like photographs, don't they? I love the font and the colors. The embossing is just so lovely. And then we even see foiling on the cover, which is why it's so shiny. The roses are continued on the back, which I just love. I feel like they're really photos of roses. And I want to say that they are like a light pink, although you could say off-white or creamy white. Let me know in the comments what color you think they might be. Then we open the cover to reveal a gorgeous one. Oh, we've got a brass bed with beautiful flowers, a couple embracing. Look at the lace trim on those sheets. I just love it. And that bed is heavenly. I think it's a canopy, which makes it even more fun. And look at the lamp in the front. It reminds me of a Tiffany lamp. I don't think it technically is, but it is so beautiful. And I love the flowers. I just wish we could get this barcode out of here. It almost feels like we're stepping into a garden. Like it's half bedroom, half garden, right? And I was mentioning this yesterday in my video. It looks like we may have the same hero from yesterday. Tell me what you think. Here we are in this book, and then we have our gentleman from yesterday. They sure do look the same. Also, we have an artist I have never seen before. Oberheide is the name of this artist, and I think they did an incredible job. Let's scan through the whole thing as we talk about what this book has in store. We've got our first Western historical romance in this countdown, and it follows a woman named Evie. She's looking for gunslinger Pecos Martin to take her across the border to start a new life. She's had a rough road of it so far, and she believes she's found Pecos Martin, but in fact, she has approached a man named Tyler Montaigne, who is kind of a bad boy, but he recognizes some of the darkness in her and himself as well. So he decides to go along with the ruse and take her to where she wants to go. So we've got a case of hidden identity here and love. It looks like a chance for both of them to find their happily ever afters. I can't wait to see what happens when she finds out that he is not Pecos Martin. But today we're talking about step back number 68, which is The Seduction of an English Lady by Kathy Maxwell. This is a book that I have never had on my channel before. It's another recent acquisition. I got it at a library sale for 50 cents. So now I'm welcoming this book to my collection. I'm very, very excited. Look at these gorgeous curtains that are open so we see our couple in the scene in the background. I think that is just the neatest thing. It's so beautiful. The bridge, the couple embracing. It's a clinch cover. Look at that sunset is what I assume, as opposed to a sunrise, and the stream. We even have swans. I mean, no expense has been shared on this gorgeous, gorgeous cover. I just love it. And then we have a yellow border, which goes along well with the braiding along the cords that are pulling the curtain back. And then of course we have, you knew I was going to say it, gold foiling on the title and the author's name. But let's go ahead and open this. Get ready, guys. You might need to be sitting if you weren't already. Is this not heavenly? We see the same bridge and the same stream, the same pastoral setting. Look at that sunset. And then we see a woman in a gorgeous gown. I just love everything about this. The flowers, if you could tell me what they are again. My flower experts that watch these, I'm so thankful for you, truly. I love the color of her gown, the way that her hair is swept and wavy, just perfectly flowing onto the grass. It's just heaven. He looks so handsome and strong and into her. Oh my gosh, just yumminess. Look at his hand placement on her hip, just so adoring. And you just know that they are so in love. I just adore this. Let's scan through the entire thing again as we talk about what this book has to offer. My gosh, I love this so much. So our gentleman is Colonel Colin Mandlin, who has inherited this sweeping estate. Unfortunately, there's already a woman there who says that it's her home. So he decides to present her with a marriage of convenience that turns out to be nothing remotely like that, as she is swept away by passion. I love that it mentions that she's more formidable than some of the enemies that he found on the battlefield. It looks like a super fun opportunity to watch two people fall in love in the gorgeous English countryside. Sign me up. But let's go ahead and talk about Stepback number 77, which can be found in the book Rendezvous by Amanda Quick. A lot of people know Amanda Quick's are some of the best stepbacks, and I have quite a few of hers, but not all of the ones that I own made the top 100. We've got foiling on the author's name and the title, which is super cool. It really makes it pop. And then we also have embossing for the key and the tassel that goes around it. Makes us wonder, ooh, what is this rendezvous all about? Okay, somebody just stepped on the farm puzzle. Anyway, let's open this book and see this incredible step back. Oh my gosh, there is a whole lot going on. At the top, we have our beautiful heroine. Look at the flowers in her hair. I'm vibing on the eyeshadow, the lipstick, the earrings, the jewelry, the everything. The off-the-shoulder dress with the ruffles. Oh my gosh, what more could you want? Moving down a smidge, we see a gorgeous ballroom, and in the foreground of the ballroom scene, a gentleman staring at a woman. I'm wondering what he's thinking. We move forward a bit more and we see a man ravishing a woman with a bare back. I love the artistry of that piece, the way he's holding her close, but she's turning her face around, making you wonder what's really going on. She's not in the moment. She looks like she's disturbed. She does not look happy, I'll tell you that much. We move a little more in the foreground and see the second largest person in this portrait. Very handsome and distinguished looking gentleman in a gorgeous costume with a cane. Gorgeous. I love it. I love his hair. I love the cravat. I'm loving everything. We've got some excitement in this as well. It appears there's a full moon over a scene in which we have a villain with a knife of some sort fighting a man who I believe is wearing a cape. I think I see the wheel there between the legs of what appears to be our villain. So I think this is on a ship. If you look down too, you can see the bow of the ship and even some ocean waves. There is so much happening here. It's incredible. But wait, there's even more. We have a gorgeous mansion surrounded by a garden. Gotta have those flowers. And at this point, we discover that the artist who's put together all of this marvelousness is none other than Pino, who created this in 1991. Whew! Right? I know. What a step back. Let's skim through this whole thing again as we talk about what this book has in store. I remember talking about this to you in one of my book hauls because one of my favorite lines is, Augusta only succeeded in strengthening Harry's resolve to kiss the laughter from those honeyed lips and teach this maddening miss to behave. Oh my, I love it. Our heroine is named Augusta. She's supposed to marry a chillingly pompous and dangerously disturbing Earl of Greystone. And she doesn't think he could possibly wish to marry her, and to prove him wrong, she decides to sneak into his bedroom in the middle of the night because their midnight encounter is going to prove to him that she's awful, apparently somehow. But apparently her plan goes awry when they discover passion untold. You would think that then they can just proceed with happily ever after, but you would be wrong, because there is a clever enemy who has stepped in to threaten their love, their honor, and their very lives. Looks extremely exciting. Step back number 66, which comes from Heather Graham's Triumph. Oh my heavens, already there's so much to love. Look at this font. I love how it's got layers. It's like a gold shadow. Triumph is just in, guess what? Gold foiling. Look at these beautiful swans. It's a pair. Notice the foiling here. It's almost pearlescent. I love that. I also adore this gold border, letting us know that there's something special to come. Let's open this book and get ready. This is such a cool step back. I can't wait to share it with you. Is this not insanely beautiful? I'm trying to remember what specifically this is called. It gives it an old film quality to me. Soft focus, serene, and dreamlike, quite frankly. First of all, this is a good looking couple. I love his hair. I love her hair. One thing to take note of here, notice his face. He is totally wrapped up in her. She has something of a little smug smirk, I believe, which means she knows that she's got him. Which, I mean, look at his face. He's all wrapped around her finger. You can just tell. I don't know if he's wearing anything, but I like her clothes and the way she's holding her skirt. Of course, he's holding her leg up in a scandalous pose. This man has muscles for days. They are in water together for what I assume to be a steamy swimming scene. Very fun. In the background, this may be me projecting, I may be making it up, but I feel like I can see a tree with potentially some Spanish moss, leading us to believe that this is likely set in the South in the United States. I have a feeling, knowing that this is Heather Graham, that is a good bet, but we're gonna scan through this picture in great detail as we talk about this plot. So this is about a love between the North and the South. Tia Mackenzie is a Southerner trying to aid other rebel soldiers who have been injured, but she gets noticed by Union soldier Taylor Douglas, who finds himself so enthralled by her. They decide to get married, and then he realizes that he considers himself a prisoner of war, caught between his northern patriotism and the southern belle who holds his heart. This, by the way, is the final novel in Graham's Civil War saga. I have heard great things about her Civil War era books. I have not had the pleasure of reading them yet, but they are absolutely on my TBR, and I'm excited to finish up with this one. Since we're in front of this fireplace, let's talk about the book that inspired this setting, which is Nora Hess's Winter Love. It's hard to picture winter today because it's so hot out, but you know what? That's okay. We're gonna do our best. We're gonna use our imaginations, or not. Okay, sorry about that. We just got the carpets cleaned and it's looking good. So anyway, let's go again and talk about Nora Hess's Winter Love. Check out this cover. First of all, how awesome is this? It's like a hologram almost, the snowflakes that are practically popping off of the page. I love the purple in the border and the author's name, as well as the blues in the title that go along so well with snow and snowflakes. Our couple is featured in the center, embracing, making this a true clinch cover. And we have a very tan, beautiful man holding a woman in a gorgeous white gown. And of course, they're surrounded by a giant snowflake. So what's not to love? This is perfect to display in wintertime or the holidays. I can't wait to do it. Then get ready to, again, use your imagination to enjoy some wintry feels, because we're gonna open this and then, oh my heavens. He's wearing potentially deerskin pants. He's got the tassels. They're sitting on a fur rug. You'll also see furs above the fireplace. Look at that gorgeous fireplace. I love the keystone. The stones are just breathtaking. I wish my fireplace was done. That would have been so perfect. Oh well, we'll just have to enjoy it another time. I see the fire in the background, and notice how the light from the fireplace is playing off of their skin and especially her hair. I love how the artist Jean, in '95 no less, is able to make this work. The gown is just just lovely. I get the impression that it's a very light fabric. I love the ruffles at the bottom of her sleeve. And again, we have a step back in which the two of them are rivaling for best hair. What conditioner do they use? We need to know. I'd say I love the way that they're looking at each other. I think it's definitely meant to be two people that are enthralled with one another, but I hope you don't mind that I'm being a little bit cynical here. I feel like I've seen better adoring looks between two people. I'm definitely getting some emotion, but I'm not getting all that I really want. Does that make sense? I feel like the main strength of this step back is that it really brings those wintry, cozy feels as opposed to the emotion. You know, different artists are going to have different strengths, and I feel like that's something that we're seeing in spades at this point in the countdown. But I feel like they're more studying one another than anything. But you know what? Let's read this and decide if maybe that's what's going on. Well, this is interesting. So we have Laura, who is in love with a fur trapper. They share some forbidden passion one evening in her father's barn. And I love this sentence. Lost in his heated caresses, the innocent beauty succumbed to a desire as strong and unpredictable as a Michigan blizzard. I think that's our setting. But Laura had barely cleared her head of Fletch's musky scent and the sweet smell of hay. What? Before circumstances separated them and threatened to end their winter love. Okay, interesting. What are your thoughts? Are we excited about this plot? Are we not as excited about this plot? Do let me know in the comments. Today we are covering one of the queens of historical romance, Mary Jo Putney with Silk and Shadows. We notice that there is a great deal of foiling on the cover, which makes it so beautifully reflecting the light. Look at that gorgeous dove. You can see that there's embossing on the feathers, so they're really popping, as well as these flowers below, which are, of course, fill in the blank. I'm asking you again. Yes, I am. Where are my flower people? I need you. Please and thank you ahead of time for helping me out yet again. Let's open this up and see what beauty we have in store. Guess what? It's another orangey peach cover again. And I'm just gonna come out and say it. One of the first things that really struck me is, any old movie fans out there, does he not look exactly like Rock Hudson? I mean, come on, he looks exactly like Rock Hudson. I am in love with her gown. Look at that blue and the lace trim. You see it's coming off the shoulder where she's got gorgeous gloves. Oh, I love it. I don't know that we've seen gloves yet in our countdown. She's also got a lovely fan that goes so beautifully with the gown. She's being held so carefully by our hero, Mr. Hudson, as he is tilting her face up to his to share a kiss. Incredibly romantic. I love it so much. I'm in love with his cravat. It looks gold, matching her lace, as well as his vest. It looks like he's wearing either a cummerbund or a vest, which is also gold. Oh my gosh, I'm so loving it. There is a stone building, so they're outside, assumingly in a garden. Unfortunately, it looks like the artist's name was cut off. I see GRE, but I don't see anything else. The border took it out. But in the other corner, there's some major things going on. We see our heroine again with a gorgeous fan. It looks like a different fan. In fact, we see yet another fan. There's another couple. It almost looks like he's wearing a mask. I could be wrong, but we're gonna find out. We see again a lady carrying, what else? Fan. There's something definitely going on here. I'm getting hints of hidden identity. I mean, she's certainly hiding something. I think that's what the fan is symbolizing. Let's scan through this entire step back as we talk about the plot. Oh man, this one looks pretty intense. We have Peregrine. That's his name, like the Falcon. He's our hero. Like the Falcon, he is wild and free, apparently. He falls for a woman named Lady Sarah St. James, but she is promised to another man. She's in love with Peregrine too, so what is a girl to do? Apparently, she learns the meaning of forbidden passion in his arms and forbidding mystery, because only the burning power of love could pierce Peregrine's chilling silence about his secret past and hidden purpose, as Sarah is plunged into a whirlpool of yearning and uncertainty with a man who has everything a woman could want and fear. I'm very intrigued. If you've read this, let us know what it's like in the comments. We are featuring Mary Jo Putney for the second day in a row with her book, Petals in the Storm. This is a lovely cover. Not a whole lot of bells and whistles, other than we do have gold foiling for the title, which of course I'm contractually obligated to say in every single step back video I do, it seems. We do see beautiful flowers. They're all pink. covering the step back, as well as a beige border, leading us to believe that less is more. But let's see what this step back has in store. Opening it up, we find another gorgeous garden scene, but wait, there is more. What is not to love, by the way, about this step back? I was so enthralled from the very first moment I saw it. I am in love with the color of her gown. It matches a lot of the flowers that we see on either side of them in this garden setting. The way that it's coming down her back, it's so sensual, so seductive. And of course, it's no surprise to see our man Pinot has made another appearance with another beautiful piece of art. The flowers in her hair, the color of her hair, the way it's waving, it's just beautiful. Our man is very handsome, dare I say hunky, and he's got some chest hair going on. And we've discussed this before with arm hair. We've seen, I think, two, not that I'm keeping count because that would be weird, two instances of arm hair, but I don't think we've seen any chest hair yet. This is our first chest hair, so this is when it's time for you to weigh in. What do we think? Chest hair and step backs. I need to know. Burning questions that need to be answered. News at 11. Anyway, let's move on to some of the other scenes. Again, we see some gorgeous flowers. I feel like I sometimes just say, oh, look, flowers, but really look at the detail and the way that they move us back to a smaller scene sort of in the background. I've never been less enthused to see a barcode than I see in this picture because it's covering a woman. It's clear that the gentleman in the background who's watching our main couple dance is dancing with another woman. I can see her arm, but I can't see any other part of her. It's so frustrating. Look at the golden chandeliers reflecting beautiful light. We even see curtains and windows, and I love the couple dancing. Her gown is beautiful even in this background. Pinot leaves nothing to be desired. I'm just falling in love with this beautiful gown. Now tell me, what do you think? Are those green stripes in the gown, or is that just overall effect of like a dreamlike background type deal? Because I could see this as being just a white dress, and maybe those green lines are meant to make it look like it's further away and a dreamlike quality. But I love the cap sleeves. I love that she's wearing gloves again, just like in yesterday's. Let's scan through this whole thing again as we talk about the story that's unfolding in this book. Okay, I don't know that I'm going to do this justice, so I'm going to read this to you. You're not going to believe this. This is exceptional. A cool master of sensuality, Rafe Whitbourne, Duke of Candover, earned his rakish reputation in the silken boudoirs of England's aristocracy, never giving away his hand or his heart. Then a vital mission for a friend takes him to Paris to work with Countess Magda Janos, the most beautiful spy in Europe. To his shock, the smoky-eyed temptress is no countess, but the deceitful tart who betrayed him a dozen years before. The only woman he had ever loved, the only woman he had ever despised. Margot Ashton wants nothing more than to forget her turbulent past and the mesmerizing man who had cruelly wronged her. But patriotism binds the two together in a shadowland of intrigue, where a dangerous plot may plunge a continent into war, and a whirlwind of passion sweeps them into a shattering love that cannot be denied. Sold. Say less. This sounds incredible. Can't wait to read this. This is about step backs. So we're covering a different kind of art today, which comes straight from the book The Silver Rose by Jane Feather. As I mentioned in yesterday's video, this has so much foiling on it, it's practically a mirror. Check out the reflection of my hand. We see the silver rose. It's part of a necklace. The embossing makes it pop right off the page. The title and the author's name are also embossed. The border is a silver, but does not have the same reflective quality as the cover. Let's open it up though and see what this has in store. Oh my heavens, we've got another step back with a great deal going on. Let's talk about all the pieces right now. You know, I have to admit, when I first saw this, I was under the impression that there was something on that gal's face, as in like part of a banana peel or something that was like from one of my kids' bananas. I believe it's a scar, actually. It's part of the art. It's supposed to be there. By the way, before we move on, I want to mention that we are again featuring Pinot in a step back video. Now let's start from the top and talk about some of the things we see in this gorgeous step back. It's a ballroom. We have a couple entering at the top of a staircase under a gorgeous crystal chandelier. We even see Pinot's made room for beautiful floral arrangement at the very top as well. And another couple that appear to be chit-chatting perhaps about the couple that are going to enter. In the other top corner, we see a gentleman looking off in the distance. He's pensive. And here's something else. I need your help. I want to say that this is a knight on horseback in the corner. It's so dark though. It's very difficult to determine what exactly that is. We've got a close-up of our heroine. It's very interesting actually. She does not seem overly done up. Like her hair is down. It looks a little mussed. She seems very serious. We do get to move down, however, and see a couple embracing. They look like they might be about to kiss. She looks more into it than he does, though, I will say. I do love the movement that's being hinted at through this part of the portrait. The way her hair appears to be blowing back. You can almost see the falling of her gown and his shirt. It's really breathtaking, and I love the colors, of course. Then in the foreground, we see roses, and it appears to be a few other flowers as well. I'm telling you, that rose in the foreground, I feel like I could touch it. I feel like it's coming out of the page. Pinot is a genius. I'm just so impressed. By the way, I want to just mention how gorgeous the gown is at the top of the page as the couple are entering. I believe it's the same gown that we see in the foreground when the two of them are embracing and look like they might be about to kiss. I think it's the same gown. Although it looks like she may have flowers in her hair in the top, but they are gone once they're in the throes of passion. Very fascinating. So let's take a look at what this book has to offer as we skim through the step back. Jane Feather from the get-go says that this is like the rose in The Haunting Tale of Beauty and the Beast. The silver rose on a charm bracelet brings together a beautiful young woman and a battle-scarred lord. But it looks like she's the one with the scar. This is the thing that's confusing to me. Ariel Ravenspear has been taught to loathe the Earl of Hawksmoor and everything he represents. Their families have been sworn enemies for generations. But it's one thing to hate him and another to play the part her vicious brothers have written to her, which is trapping him into a marriage that's destined to destroy him using herself as bait. So she's forced into the marriage, but she finds her new husband unexpectedly difficult to manipulate, as well as surprisingly and powerfully attractive. But beneath the passion lurks the strands of a long hidden secret, a secret embodied in a sparkling silver rose. I'm fascinated. Today we're being whisked away to medieval times in the book Where Magic Dwells by Rexanne Becknell. Already this cover is giving me all the excitement that I'm looking for in a gorgeous historical romance. We have embossing making portions of this dagger pop, as well as the pendant that hangs from it. I'm loving this blue crystal. We see gold foiling in the author and the title. Look at the border that goes around. It's just beautiful. I love all the detail and the foiling as well that makes this yet another cover that is so reflective. It's almost like a mirror. And look at the detail, even in the necklace. We see little extra touches in the chains. I mean, this artist has gone the extra mile. I love the font as well as the decorations that have been placed at the top and bottom of the title and author on the spine. Not only that, the back is beautiful as well. This one doesn't have any kind of embossing, so it doesn't come off the page, but I almost feel like the art is better for it. I feel like it's a more detailed drawing. You can just see more. And honestly, I didn't notice that the handle was wooden until this very moment. That's a wooden handle and it's showing wear and tear. You can tell that this is very old. And I honestly feel like I can see far more detail in the chain that's holding the crystal as well. Color me intrigued. Let's go ahead and look at this step back before we talk about the plot. I almost started reading it, but no, I want to wait a minute. Now, there's nothing so special about the border, and I'm sorry to say that there's been some wear and tear, unfortunately, but you know what? We're still gonna love it, even though it's got a little extra love, right? That doesn't mean anything. Let's open this up and get swept away. Oh, I'm just so in love with this. We have a gentleman and a woman both swept up in passion. I feel like he might be a little bit more in the moment than she is. She might be feeling a little more standoffish. That's what I glean. Let me know if you have any separate thoughts. In the background, we see a beautiful castle. It's white, and we realize they might be in a garden here. There's stone and arches. Look at the details behind his shoulder of perhaps an iron gate. Oh my gosh, it's just so heavenly. I mean, what is there not to love? Look at her. She has ornaments decorating her brow and her hair. Just so lovely. And look how long, lustrous, and beautiful and wavy that hair is too. I'm just in heaven looking at that, as well as the intricacies of her gown. So many colors and layers just to love. I love the way that it's flowing and she's holding it out. Oh, it's just gorgeous. I love it so much. And speaking of holding, look at the way that he's holding her so close to himself. What a lovely embrace. He's got her so pressed into himself that his hands are practically touching. I'm just so in love. And look at the detail in the holder of his sword. It's on the tip of my tongue. The thing that holds the sword. Scabbard? I love the ivy that's hanging along the archways and the iron gate. And really give it that beautiful extra natural touch. I just feel like I'm being swept into an English garden hundreds and hundreds of years ago. I love the gold on his tunic as well as the belt. Is it a mullet? Yes, it is. Do we care? No, we don't, because he's rocking it. I'm just so blown away by this insanely gorgeous step back. And yet again, I regret that we couldn't find anywhere else to put a barcode. What are you gonna do? So let's scan through this as we talk about what this beautiful story has in order for us. It says she has 5 orphans that she's raising who are referred to as bastards of war. So they lost their parents in the war. That's so sad. She's magical though. It says, awed by her magic, would-be suitors kept their distance until the fierce English knight rode into Radnor Forest on a mission to seize one of her children, even as this knight laid siege to her body with ungodly powers that matched her own. Dispatched to Wales to reclaim his liege lord's byblow offspring and to win the long-coveted rewards, Sir Cleve Fitzwarren was prepared to face an army, but not the defiant beauty guarding her children with her magic and her life. This was war. Girded for battle, he vowed to have her, to brand her with kisses, set her aflame, this enchantress who held him in thrall with the sweet magic of her innocent embrace, where magic dwells. Who just got goosebumps, right? Am I right? Oh, it sounds so good. And I love that there's magic in this. How fun. So I suppose it's sort of like a fantastical historical romance. I wonder if the magic's real. We'll have to find out. I can't wait to see. We're going to talk about step back number 60, which is to be found in Amanda Quick's book, Dangerous. First of all, I'm in love with this cover. I love the color, you know, I love my purple, and we got a nice violet background. There's some foiling, which really makes them pop, as well as embossing, and we even have embossing on the magnifying glass, leading us to believe that this one is going to be filled with mystery, as well as, of course, danger, hence the title. Let's open the book and see what this step back has in store. We've got a one-pager here that still packs as much punch as many two-pagers I've seen. This one brought to us again by, you've guessed it, the artist Pino in 1992. I see a lot of lace and curtains that are taking up a great deal of the top, but I am absolutely in love with the way that the two of them are holding one another in bed together. That really, of course, I think is the showstopper. The way she's holding the back of his head, you see that muscled back, this beautiful man holding her arm, his other arm around her. I love how her hair is laid across the pillow. What is not to love here? It just screams romantic interlude. Our heroine is featured prominently though in the foreground. She's carrying glasses, which I find interesting. We're gonna find out the significance of those, I believe, very soon. I love the flowers in her hair, the way it's swept up. That gown has many intricate details, such as little crystals, it appears, around the collar. I love the way that it's ruched on the side. It's kind of pulled up. I wish I could see more of the gown because I feel like it's just insanely gorgeous. We just don't get to see enough of it. Our gentleman looks very serious, despite the fact that he has a cat sitting on his knee, like you do. I love his costume, though. I don't know that I ever see someone so full frontal, if that makes sense. That sounds wrong, doesn't it? But hopefully you know what I mean. I'm really getting the garb. There's nothing in the way of me just taking in what he's wearing and appreciating the clothing of the time. Does that make sense? That started out really wrong, but hopefully it ended well. Let's go to the foreground. We have, as Pinot loves to do, some beautiful flowers. The trees in the background, though, are bare, leading us to believe that perhaps this is a fall or winter setting. There's a carriage, a gentleman outside. I'm not sure what he's doing. Maybe he's opening it, but I find it interesting that Pinot decided to include a gentleman standing outside the carriage. We've got the horses there, as well as a beautiful manor home, which we would assume is deep in the country. Let's scan through this whole thing again as we find out what this book is about. out. I love this. From a magnificent ballroom ablaze with lights, I would have loved to have seen that in the step back, to an imposing country house steeped in shadows, there it is, comes a breathtaking tale of an impetuous miss and a passion that leads to peril. Aha! Now we're getting somewhere. Prudence Merriweather, our heroine, decides to visit our hero in the dead of night, which is risky, but she's terrified that he's going to duel her brother. That's why she's found herself ushered into Sebastian's forbidding presence at 3 in the morning and thoroughly kissed before dawn. I'm guessing that the person standing outside this carriage is the driver going, why are we here at 3 in the morning? Why has she not come out? Well, it's because she's getting thoroughly kissed before dawn. That's why. She was a country-bred innocent and an intriguing experience for a man who dwelt more in the shadows than in the sunshine. Is this kind of a Beauty and the Beast retelling? That's sort of what I'm getting from this. I love this, but yet as her boldness drew Prue, as she's called, I love that, into one dangerous episode after another, Sebastian found himself torn between a raging hunger to possess her and a driving need to protect her. And the reckless beauty would soon need all the protection she could get because it's dangerous. I love it so much. Let's go ahead and talk about Shannon Drake's book, which is Tomorrow the Glory. We have actual die cutting here, which means that they cut a hole out of this cover. It's very rare that we actually find a keyhole cutout. We have gold foiling on the author's name as well, and the title, embossing also for this beautiful flower, which, you know what I'm gonna say. If you happen to know it, shout it out. Call it right out. We'll be happy to see it. By the way, this is not a flat, smooth surface. There are teeny pinpricks all throughout, but you can feel them. I wish you could feel it. It's just texturized. It's really fascinating, and I wonder what the purpose was in opting to do that, because my assumption is it probably costs more money. But here's the extra fascinating thing. We've got the couple. They're embracing. Let's open this up and take a peek. The thing that really fascinates me about this is our author. This is her husband, as well as here. These are her actual children. You know this partly because, guess what? Here's a photograph of them on the back. How cool is that? That she and her husband, also shown on the spine here, and now I'm realizing I need to take off a sticker. The fact that they're on this together, I love this spine, by the way. The gold foiling, the flower, the author and her husband. How cool is that? If I were to write a book, I would want to do something like this where everybody's included. I just think that's the neatest thing. Let's look at this piece by piece before we go into the plot. We see our author's husband. He's looking very magnanimous, very important, in an oval-shaped portrait there. And in front of him are 2 children looking, quite frankly, bored, which is actually how my children look when we do family portraits, so accurate. We see in the background, oh my gosh, is that a submarine? Holy cow! I'm excited about that. I love reading about submarines. That's kind of a weird thing about me. One of my favorite books that's not romance, by the way, this is totally random. Shadow Divers is one of my favorite books ever. That's a story for another time. I'm gonna link it in the description box in case you want to learn more, but it's got it all. Okay, trying to stay focused. Let's talk more about this. We have battleships in the background, as well as the Stars and Stripes. We can tell this is American. Author is rocking a choker with a cameo in the center, as well as a gorgeous blue gown. Look at her holding that up. She is really rocking it. This, by the way, was done, of course, by none other than Pinot in 1993, because apparently I'm only allowed to look at Pinot from now on. We're gonna see some other artists, I promise. Something I rarely notice when I look at this, which I'm focusing on now, is the wetland environment that's featured in the very center. We see what appears to be cranes or herons in the water, as well as a tree that is common to be found in swamps, marshland, wetland, what have you. Let's learn a little bit more about what's happening in this book. This looks really intense. Holy cow. We have a woman, Kendall Moore. She's a spirited Southern belle, as proud as she is beautiful, driven by a cruel marriage bed betrayal to risk her life in a dangerous gamble for freedom. The man, he is Brent McLean, the Confederate agent who meets Kendall aboard the warship Jenny Lind and loses his heart in a single searing night of passion. But war and treachery soon tear them apart. Brent into raging battle, Kendall into desperate flight from a scorned husband's white-hot vengeance. What? They live only for the promise of tomorrow and a love that will burn forever in both their hearts. I wonder if these children that are featured are supposed to be her children with her husband? So she's having an affair? That's something I haven't seen yet. And both our hero and heroine are both part of the Confederacy, something else I have not yet seen. So this is going to be a very interesting book. Who's read it? What are the thoughts? I'm very curious. The Jenny Lind is an actual warship during the Civil War. I have a link in my description box if you want to learn more. This is Kathy Maxwell's A Scandalous Marriage. I'm in love with the cover. This is the first time in quite a while that we've seen laser cutting along the side. Unfortunately, this is a little bit the worst for wear. I might even take some tape to reinforce this because I don't want it to fall off. So yeah, it makes me a little nervous, but it's so beautiful. I'm so thankful that it stayed on. We have beautiful embossing on the ribbons as well as the dove. I love this yellow color, something bright and cheerful we don't often see. This just makes me happy just looking at this cover. I'm so excited to show you the inside. Let's open it up without further ado and take in all the gorgeousness. Oh, I love it so much. I love it so much. I feel like I could put this on my wall. Am I right? I mean, it's just so heavenly. I want to say that this heroine looks exactly like Kate Beckinsale. I'm completely in love with this beautiful creamy white gown. Look at those sleeves. I love that there's a little lace trim. We've got some deep green just under the bust, almost like a little belt. And then, as I said, the lace above the bodice, just the gorgeous color. I feel like it matches the flowers above them in the trees as well as below them in that corner just beautifully. I just love how they've done that. The way it's set against this beautiful river. And then in the background, we have this gorgeous mansion. It's just heavenly. Our hero is lovely as well. I'm just going to say it. I love how flowing his top is. I just want to reach out and touch it. It's just beautiful. Let's scan through this whole beautiful picture as we talk about what this book has to offer. I just adore this. It's just going to make me happy, I think. We have Leah Carrollton. She fell in love in London, thought everything was going to go well, and then was scandalized. She ran to the country, gave birth to an illegitimate son, and has just been in hiding until she meets Devon Marshall, Viscount Huxhold. He loves going against convention, so he's perfectly content to give her and her son his name through a marriage of convenience, but then quickly discovers that this woman has far more to offer than he ever planned. It looks like a happily ever after for the ages, and I am here for it. It looks adorable, and we have a single mom, which is something else I rarely see in historical romance. I'm very excited, and I can't wait to read this. If you've read it, let me know. Did you enjoy it? I'm excited to show you another Amanda Quick today. And I mentioned in my video yesterday that it looked a lot like Dangerous, only this one, Seduction, does not have any embossing at all. It's just a plain cover. But still, look at that gorgeous mask. It reminds me of an owl. There's got a beak, some slitted eyes, and plenty of feathers. This still turns out to be a lovely step back, even if it doesn't have all the bells and whistles that maybe we're accustomed to with laser cutting or die cutting or embossing, foiling, etc. It's plain, but it does the job. Let's open this cover to see if the step back is just as plain as everything else. Oh my, no it is not. I am so in love with this step back. Where do we start? Let's just take it from the top. We have a very busy city, it appears, many hundreds of years ago. Lots of carriages and horses out going this way and that against a large building. I'm guessing it's full of importance. We shall see. Looking at our heroine, the flowers in her hair. I love the way that it's curled. Look at those pouty lips and those beautiful deep blue eyes. I feel like this is the first time that I'm really noticing the color of the eyes in our characters. I feel that way about him too, but give me a moment before I get there because I need to talk about that insane emerald necklace that she's rocking, as well as this dress with the gorgeous sleeves and the lace trim and I mean the ribbons. It's gorgeous. Look at his eyes too. I love how his eyes and her eyes and that emerald really complement one another well. They both look very serious. We move forward a bit to see the two of them embracing. He's got his hands all over her and she's wearing another gorgeous gown. I can't stand it. More flowers in the sides of her hair. Where is my Pinot? Where does it say Pinot? Because this has to be him. I'm so far not seeing his name and I'm looking and looking, but I feel like, oh, there it is. It's between the legs of our hero. This one was done by Pinot in 89. But yes, look again at this gorgeous gown. It seems to be cut almost identically to the gown that she's wearing above in terms of the ribbons and the lace. I am loving it, regardless of which colors it's being featured with. I love how he looks like he's about to kiss her shoulder too. Yum, yum, yum. How lovely. But here's the most exciting part actually of this step back. We have, who remembers Zorro? I think we have Zorro energy going on. Our hero, I'm guessing, wearing a mask, riding a horse, looking like he's about to come down from a mountain. Look at how the light from the clouds, because yes, those are clouds up there, and the sun or the moon. There's a lot of light coming down around our hero. It's just epic. I'm so in love. Let's scan through this again as we talk about this incredible story. Townsfolk called him Devil. For dark and enigmatic Julian, the Earl of Ravenwood, he was a man with a legendary temper and a first wife whose mysterious death would not be forgotten. Some said that the beautiful Lady Ravenwood had drowned herself in the black murky waters of Ravenwood Pond, but others whispered of foul play and the devil's wrath. Now, country-bred Sophie Doring is about to become Ravenwood's new bride. There's a title I wouldn't want. Drawn to his masculine strength and the glitter of desire that burned in his emerald eyes. The emerald eyes, see? I was telling you about that. The tawny-haired lass had her own reasons for agreeing to a marriage of convenience. Another marriage of convenience. One was vengeance, and in its pursuit, she would entangle Julian in a blackmail plot, a duel at dawn, and a dangerous masquerade. The other reason was dearer to her heart, but just as wild a quest. Sophie Doring intended to teach the devil to love again. Sign me up. Yes. Ta-da! What do you think? We're so happy with it. Oh my gosh, we are going crazy. But what are we here for? That's right, step back number 56, which comes from the book The Countess by Catherine Coulter. I love this book in part because I got it for free at my pool. It was at the bookshelf where you could trade a book. So I was able to grab this for exactly nothing, just trading a book that I no longer needed. This cover is beautiful. We've got embossing for the author and the title. And guess what I'm gonna say? Say it with me. What's on the title? Gold foiling, that's right. We also have gold foiling on the cutlass, I believe it's called, with a tassel. Everything is popping thanks to the embossing. Then let's open this up to reveal a very gothic step back. It's funny, I fell in love with this one years ago because it made me so ready for Halloween. And I remember Christy of Christy Reads a Lot going, oh, I read this one. And I said, oh, awesome, yay. And then she goes, no, I didn't say I liked it. I said I read it. And I was like, oh. Okay, good to know. This, I believe, is our first step back where we don't have a gentleman in the step back at all. We just have a woman who seems to be fleeing a mansion in the middle of the woods. It's overlooking a bluff, it appears. And of course, in the foreground, one of my favorite things, fall leaves. Who's ready for fall? Yeah, me too. So ready. It's early July and I'm already ready for fall. I love her nightgown and then a robe. I'm going to call it a robe, but at that time it was referred to as something else. Notice that there's a light on in the window of the mansion. We also have a full moon for extra creepiness, and it appears that there's fog in the tree line under the bluff as well. So lots of spooky gothic vibes. This, by the way, is done by the artist Greg or Gree in 99. I doubt it was done in 99. Let's take a peek. It was done in 99. So maybe the artist is GRE? Oh my gosh, now I'm really confused. Now we're gonna have to find out. We're gonna have to do some digging. Anyway, let's talk a little bit more about what this story has to offer as we skim through this spooky step back. Oh my gosh, I'm so in love with this. It's so fun. Apparently, Catherine Coulter, even on the back of her book, is talking about how the art department had a ball designing the step back in what they called their uptown classic gothic style. So So this apparently was originally called the Autumn Countess. She changed it though to be less of a Regency and more of a conventional Gothic style in which it's told from the first person's perspective. Andrea, our heroine, is young, rich, and toothsome, as it says, and adores her dandy Dinmont Terrier George. But she doesn't have a dream of meeting Mr. Right, so she decides to take up an elderly, older, widowed earl who promises her all the razzle-dazzle without the obey part. So she goes ahead and marries him and then discovers that she's falling for his nephew. Unfortunately, someone is also trying to unalive her, and so she needs to figure out, one, who that is, and two, if she can get her happily ever after with her earl's nephew. Sounds fascinating. I still want to read this. If you've read it, let me know. What were your thoughts? He and I are the only ones at home right now, so I thought it was the perfect time for us to share with you Step Back number 55, which is actually, oh, he's exhausted. Which is actually a recent acquisition. I was so glad I could add it to the countdown. As I mentioned in yesterday's video, it's very funny without trying to be humorous. Step Back number 55 comes to us from the book A Love for All Seasons by Denise Domning. Some of you may already be familiar with what this step back looks like. There's nothing that can prepare you for it. I fell in love with the fall leaf on the front. Of course, we have embossing for all of the lettering on the cover. And what's the title in? Gold foiling. You are correct. We also have a beautiful fall leaf on the spine, as well as some fall leaves on the back. So I was expecting lots of fall vibes. Not at all what you get. Are you ready? You might need to sit down or clutch your pearls. Here we go. Oh man, let's take a peek at this. This is what I need from you. Please, if you can, I need you to give me a quote in the comments of what he is thinking. I think we would have so much fun. I might even include whatever you guys wind up saying in our live show on August 22nd. Have I been plugging that enough? No? Okay, well, it's August 22nd. So let's talk about some of the things going on here. I get super tropical vibe. We see mountains in the distance, really tall clouds. I see a body of water there, which looks heavenly. I'm not sure of the golden aspects. Perhaps that's plant life that's around the edges. I do believe I see there on the side part of a building. Those lines look awfully straight. We also have what I believe are irises. I really feel like I got that one. The purple of that matches the purple of her dress so exquisitely. I love her dress, by the way. Look at the detail in what would have been the collar of her dress, but of course now it's below her shoulders. And we also see, as we're looking, Pinot. He keeps making appearance after appearance in this countdown. Let's talk about what our gentleman's wearing. Nothing. I love her full makeup. You know what? I didn't notice this until recently. His hand is in her hair, cupping the back of her head. He's obviously very handsome, and I feel like he's pretty confident in that. Let's scan through this whole step back as we talk about what's in store. Holy cow, this plot is insane. We have Johanna of Stanrud. She is a wife and mother, married to someone her father forced her to marry after she was abandoned by the love of her life, Robert of Blackley. Robert of Blackley then comes back on the scene, but it's too late. She's a wife, she's a mother. Check out this last sentence of the summary. There's too much passion behind her pain, a passion that matches his own. Defying those who would forbid their love, Robert and Johanna will choose death rather than give up the dream that heaven is within their reach. Whoa! That is intense. Since I haven't done a 2 or 3 for the price of 1 in a while, let's do another Denise Domning that I just got recently. This one gave me Mardi Gras feels. This is Lady in Waiting. I love the embossing here, the foiling, and I love the beautiful hat on top and the fun shoes. Very opulent. I just love it. Let's take a peek at this step back, which you can also see in part on the spine. Notice there's foiling even on the spine, which makes this extra special. I just love it. Oh, and there's laser cutting, by the way. How about this beauty? I love the moonlight. I love that stained glass window. You also see sconces along the wall, all aflame. There's so much drama here. I see steps, and then we have a woman. Oh my heavens. Let's just for a moment. We don't even need me to talk. Look at the detail in her dress. I'm gonna scan it extra slow. Look at this. I'm still talking, aren't I? I'm gonna stop talking. Okay, so we've taken that in, all of the gold thread going through the dress. Oh my gosh, it's just beautiful. This is one of the most beautiful dresses I've ever seen. Our man is handsome. His shirt is coming off though, poor thing. I love the throne in which he is sitting. And on that throne, we also see who else? Pinot. Gotta love it. I thought this step back was beautiful and absolutely deserved to be tacked in with our other Denise Domning at number 55. Welcome back to my desk. Let's get to book number 54, which is one that I told you in yesterday's video I actually bought on eBay for $20. I could not help myself. I've been going crazy for this one for over a year. I don't know if I would ever find it, and I thought, you know what? This summer has been kind of a lot, so I thought I would treat myself by buying a book for $20. I think it's more than worth it. It is Kristen Hanna's If You Believe. Look at all the foiling. Try not to get blinded, by the way. I'm so sorry. But we see this beautiful green foiling all over the top, as well as some copper foiling. Look at this gorgeous font for both the author and the title. But let's also look at one of my favorite things, which are apples. I know it sounds kind of basic to really like apples, but for me, apples also mean the start of the fall season, which is my favorite season of all, in case you didn't already know that. So I was especially excited to own this. I love the apples that are found on the spine. I'm telling you, I'm geeking out over apples so much. And then we also have them on the back cover along with the lovely author Kristen Hanna herself. We also see gorgeous, gorgeous apples along this big border here, which I think the book is better for the big border. And then we open it up and get ready, guys. This may not be as exciting to you as it is to me. Look at this gorgeousness. The border really adds to the overall step back in my mind. I adore it. We see in the foreground a bushel of apples. There's an apple on the ground. This artist looks like it might be Griffin and that they took off part of it. What is the deal with taking part of the names away? I feel like that's criminal. We see more apple trees and another bushel of apples, as well as a ladder in the background. And of course, there's beautiful apples hanging from the tree that's right there. But the stars of the show are in the front, which we have to talk about now. Look at our heroine. Again, look at that red hair and those red lips, really calling back to the idea of the ruby red apples. The ruffles in her blouse and underneath her skirt are so heavenly. I love the eyelet holes. And of course, the main part of the skirt that is the same color as the apples. I just love it. And I love how it's kind of swishing all around. You can basically see the movement. She's wearing boots, as well as our man, who is wearing belted jeans. Not excited about the belted jeans. I think he's decent looking. I like his hand placement. And yes, he's rocking a mullet. He looks handsome. It's terrible though, for me at least. I'm more excited about pretty much everything else in this step back aside from him. That's probably not very nice, but that's just me. If you feel like he's really doing it for you, make sure to leave a comment. By the way, notice the inside on this part right here. I didn't even pay attention to this before. Kristen Hanna is a fresh, exciting voice. So says Amanda Quick, and underneath, more apples. I just adore it. Let's scan through this entire thing as we talk about the summary of this book. I love the names of our characters here. He is Mad Dog Stone, and she's Mariah Throckmorton. Just rolls right off the tongue, doesn't it? Throckmorton. In any case, he's just a carefree drifter. She has this quiet apple farm. He rolls in one day just looking for a few days' work, but instead finds far more than he bargained for with incredible passion. Theirs was a love born against all odds, impossible to count on, impossible to hold. Together they would face the heartache of loss, the price of passion, the aftermath of betrayal. For only then would they learn the bittersweet truth that love exists only if you believe. This looks very interesting, but I'm still most excited about it for the cover and the step back. Isn't that terrible? I apologize in advance for the sound. We have gentlemen helping us rip out our old carpet and install new carpet. I'm sorry that I'm also going to be filming inside, but we are having a heat wave currently and it is 98 degrees. So yeah, we're going to be inside for the next couple of these. So I hope you don't mind. But let's go ahead and talk about step back number 53, which is to be found in Virtue by Jane Feather. Let's talk about this gorgeous cover. There's so much embossing here. The flowers, the fan, the the pearls, the banging. I had no idea when I filmed it was going to be that loud. And now that I'm editing, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is really noisy. I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh, it's so beautiful. I also love the embossing that they did here for the title. There's an 8-book series, the V series by Jane Feather, and each of the books has a one-word title, and the title begins with the letter V. Let me tell you, all of the books in the series that I own are gorgeous. I can't wait to show you the step back for this particular one, which packs a punch. We've got Pinot again, what a surprise. And he's got a lot to show us. Let's break it down right now. Up in the top right corner, we see what is likely to be a giant kingdom, really, palace, fortress, keep, what have you. I'm sure we'll find out more as we go along, but I'm seeing many different buildings. It looks like a castle, a church, barracks perhaps, but you can tell there's a great deal going on. We also see some beautiful lacy curtains, which draw us down to the main, largest scene in the step back, which is a couple in what else? The throes of passion. Yes, I said it again. Give me another phrase besides throes of passion that I can use in my next video. Please and thank you. They're in bed. I am loving the gown. Not that we can see a whole lot of it. We see lace. We see ruffles. We see it coming off. Who else has stuff coming off but our manly man? He's got eyebrows reminding us all of Peter Gallagher, and also a delicious back. Moving back over this guy's shoulder, we see 4 people playing, I'm guessing whist, because it's a 4-person game. Now this could very well be some other card game. We're gonna find out, I have a feeling in the summary, what the significance of this card game is. I love that we see a woman playing alongside the men, which isn't often to be found in Regency romance. Moving to the bottom, we see a couple walking in the garden. She's got gloves on and a bonnet. I love his outfit too. I love how the coat and the top hat match. This is a very sweet, peaceful setting, which is juxtaposed very strongly by the scene directly beside it, which is men in the midst of battle. I see the Union Jack, I believe. I'm an American, forgive me. We see cannon fire. We see action, people on horseback. We see the infantry as well in their red coats. I even see a broken wheel, likely from another cannon, to show us that this war didn't just start. They are in the midst of turmoil. I was so taken with this step back and just all of the different emotions it evokes just in one page. Isn't it amazing what Pinot can do? All these different feelings in one page. Let's skim through this entire thing again as we talk about this plot. This is so crazy. So we have Judith Davenport and her brother Sebastian. They use her fan to dupe noblemen out of money in card games. She lures them to the table with her smile, then uses her fan to help Sebastian cheat, and they get all kinds of money this way. They have a greater purpose, however. They want to avenge their father's untimely death. I'm so sorry for all the banging. Again, I have to do this when I can. You just never know what's going to happen in these, do you? I think I should show you a little bit at the end of what's going on with the carpeting, since you're hearing it. I don't know if that's a plus or a minus, I guess you decide. In any case, the Davenports, these 2 people, have all of Brussels at their feet apparently, including the nephew of one Marcus Devlin, the Honorable Marquis of Carrington. That man, Marcus, is not besotted or fooled by Judith and her tricky ways. Instead, he was amused, infuriated, and intrigued enough to draw the bewitching schemer into a daring gamble of his own, where the stakes were nothing less than the lady's heart. So we learn a lot about the card game. We don't learn about much else. This book is a recent acquisition. I don't know her yet, so if you do, leave a comment on what you think of her. Jennifer Blake with her book, Spanish Serenade. I was taken from this cover from the get-go. We have embossing and beautiful purple foiling all over the author and the title. Look at these flowers too. Now this cover does something I don't frequently see, which is the border here goes along perfectly with the rest of the cover. You almost can't even tell that they're 2 separate entities. I thought that was a very interesting touch. It would almost lead you to believe that there is no step back, but there is a 2-pager that is gorgeous and an artist that we've seen before, but it's been a while. Let's open it up and see this gorgeousness. Look, we've got the flowers that wrap around here and they do the exact same thing here. Then we see them echoed over here as well before being irritated by a barcode yet again. I love also how the artist, who is Griffin, by the way, again, we've seen that artist here in our countdown. So it's great to have this person back again to celebrate even more of their art. I love how they've incorporated so many elements of what appears to be a garden. And I'm guessing, it says Spanish serenade, so I'm guessing Spain or Central South America, Mexico, or even Southwestern United States. We'll have to see. If we can get past my children being noisy, my apologies. Check out the beautiful tile that the artist has found a way to weave into the art. We see beautiful archways, columns. Not only that, there is a fountain in the background. You can see the water falling. I love the blue brush strokes throughout, making this just a gorgeous, dreamlike, whimsical step back that really took me to another time and place. There are stars in that night sky. Of course, the most beautiful aspect of this is our couple. Look at that Spanish fan in her hair, those long, gorgeous locks. Oh my gosh, I can't stand it. As well as that beautiful dress that is coming down along with his shirt. Look at all the ruffles. I love the deep crimson of his shirt and how the pinks in her dress actually complement the pinks of the flowers quite well. Again, if you think you know what these flowers are, feel free to let us know. Clearly, I need to take a botany class. Our woman is beautifully lit. However, you can tell the lighting is coming from behind our gentleman because his face is mostly in shadow, but thankfully we can still see how enamored he appears to be with our woman and she with him. They are both perfectly caught up in their passion. Let's read through this plot as we learn even more about the story. It would take a rare combination of hatred, daring, and curiosity to bring the notorious brigand El Leon, or the Lion, to her moonlit veranda, and even more to lure him to accept her bold request. But beautiful, headstrong Pilar Sandoval y Serna will pay any price to escape the tyranny of her stepfather, Don Esteban. In desperation and fury, Pilar turns to handsome, moody, oh, he's moody, El Leon, a nobleman impoverished by the evil of Don Esteban, for help. Hiding with his band of outlaws in the mountains, he too has sworn death to Pilar's stepfather, and he will let nothing deter him from avenging his own family's honor. Pilar offers to pay El Leon her fortune in gold if he will pretend to kidnap her and return her to her beloved aunt. But before the mission is complete, El Leon discovers that Pilar's dowry is worthless and that death awaits them both at the hands of Don Esteban. Oh man, this is so exciting. El Leon will not settle for empty coffers. He swears he will get his money's worth from her in whatever way he pleases, for as long as he pleases. Oh my, clutch your pearls. And left without family or friend, Pilar knows she is at his mercy. Oh my goodness. Scandal! We have an author we featured before, in a series we featured before, but it's a whole new book. One of the V series, Vice by Jane Feather. I love every copy I own of this series because each one features an action-packed step back done by none other than the great Pino. In fact, I was going to wait until we hit 50, which is going to happen tomorrow, to offer up something fun, something extra. And I'm going to be looking into this more as we delve deeper into the top 50, which I can't believe we're about to start tomorrow. How did that happen? We're halfway through? How? And be ready for me to say that again tomorrow. Anyway, I was talking to Linda of Lilybug's Library, and she said, wouldn't it be nice if you could actually interview Pino, considering we featured his art so many times? He did pass away in 2010. However, I found a great, just over 3-minute video interviewing his son and showing off a great deal of his work as well as his history as an artist, which is on YouTube, and I am linking it in my description box. But without further ado, let's go ahead and talk about the book Vice by Jane Feather, and Step Back done by the artist Pino, of course. We have a red cover. It's catching our eye and then some. There's embossing on the ribbon as well as this beautiful mask. I love all the intricate detail. We're taking an extra close look here and enjoying every little aspect. There's also embossing on the author's name as well as the title, no surprise. We also have a gorgeous spine featuring our couple, which I'm sure we'll be seeing in just a moment. Let's go ahead, open it, and see see if we get an extra big look. Yes, we absolutely do. Let's talk about what all this has to offer. The shape of this step back is very different from what we've seen in the past. Notice we also go from night to day. At night, we're seeing several people on top of a carriage. You notice the light is on inside, so there's certainly people inside the carriage, but they look like they're traveling through or from a village in the dead of night. There's even a moon up, making it a little bit spooky. Moving over to the right into the daytime, we see people promenading, lots of parasols and really gorgeous costumes. This looks like it's probably set further back than the Regency area. I'm maybe thinking even the Georgian period, perhaps. I think I also see a fountain here, which was a very nice touch. And of course, now we have to move forward and focus on our main couple. They're very posed here. What would you say if you were trying to describe what these characters are feeling? I feel that there's a lot of emotion that's being carried in both of their faces. They're enthralled by one another, but you can tell they're both conflicted. There's a great deal at stake in what they're currently doing. I feel like I'm sensing the gravity of this moment for them. Just how deep, meaningful, but also potentially dangerous this is moving forward. I can almost feel their hearts pounding. I'm just so impressed by the way Pino is able to get these emotions across through his work. Look at her gown, as always, loving the lace and the ruffles. I say it every time, I'm so sorry. But I really do. And the definition in her calf too, I'm really impressed. This doesn't look like a painting, it looks like a real photo. But let's move down to the bottom here. This is where it gets really intriguing for me. I want to say that the gentleman in the background wearing the blue might be our hero. He has a very similar profile. I'm gonna just say it. It looks like we might be in a brothel, or as you may say, a house of ill repute. The gentleman in the background is talking up a lady. We'll just say lady. Why not? Why not? She's scantily clad and in a provocative pose, so she's gonna be a lady of the night, I assume. We also have some beautiful candlelit people in the background, as well as a woman who's disrobing in front of a man who seems to be stopping her with his cane. So perhaps he's nefarious in some way. The fact that he has his cane up in front of her leads me to believe that he is wielding power. I feel like that's what Pino's trying to show us. Am I overanalyzing? I don't think so. Hopefully not. I love all of your analyses. When you write comments to me, you always pick up things that I miss. I notice that most of you do seem to read one another's comments, which I'm so thankful for, because there's always so much to say, and I'm glad that this is actually a real conversation going on with all of us. Keep going with those comments. Let me know what you're thinking. I feel like we can really dig deep on this one. Let's see what we can find out further as we read the summary. Juliana drew the line at becoming a harlot. She had already begun the week as a bride and ended it as a murderess. What? Oh my. She was sure no one would believe that she'd hit her elderly groom with a bed warmer and knocked him dead quite by accident. You know how when you hit someone with a bed warmer by accident? So she did the only thing she could. She ran. Yet now she was in no position to turn down a shocking proposition from the dangerously handsome Duke of Redmayne, that she become one man's wife and another man's mistress, his mistress. Could she play such a role? Could she live up to such a bargain? And once she had tasted the pleasures of Redmayne's bed, would she ever want anything else? I'm just gonna say it, bonkers. We've seen some bonkers plots in this countdown, but this might take the cake. How are we here? We are in the middle, and we couldn't be featuring anyone better than the fabulous Mary Jo Putney with her book Thunder and Roses. Already, I mean, I'm so taken with this. There's foiling all across the top, really making this entire thing extra glossy and shiny, throwing that ring light I'm using right back in your face, and I'm so terribly sorry about that. But it's a way to show off the glossiness, which we also see on the spine and even, well, maybe not. I was gonna say around the edges, but no, not actually. But there's a peacock on the back, and that's pretty cool, as well as feathers all around the back. It's very much like art, except for the fact that there's this old BJ's sticker that I need. Oh, okay, don't look. That was painful. Okay, moving on. Look at the peacock, which you see is partially embossed. The feathers are not embossed, but we sure do have an embossed author's name as well as the title. And what's on there, guys? Anybody know? Say it with me. Gold foiling. Well done. I'm so sorry. Let's open this up and see what this 2-pager has to offer. Now, I've talked about Pinot a lot in the past. This is not Pinot. I think that we see the first letter, perhaps an A, of their name, which has unfortunately been cut off. If in our search today you see the name where I have missed it, please let me know, because I would love to know who it is. I'm really becoming enamored with learning more about the artists. I feel like I'm learning so much through this countdown, and I'm so happy that you are along for the ride with me. We're all learning together. I love it. So let's talk a little bit more about what we have here. You know, what's interesting about this step back is you get a sense that the main event is in the bedroom, because even as the window in the background is fading, it's fading into this beautiful garden setting, but the most prominent art is in the bedroom. So even on the bottom, parts of her gown fade into this gorgeous scene where they're dancing. There's a campfire and she's swinging her dress, and I mean, you can almost hear the castanets. I'm only guessing that based on the way that they're dancing, but I can just hear some beautiful Spanish music playing as they dance. I see in the background what appears to be a wagon, as in like a covered wagon from ages old, as well as a man who perhaps, I doubt he could be a cowboy, but there's certainly a gentleman back there who is in front of said wagon who is watching them dance. It makes me want to learn more immediately. But panning back up to what I started with, which was that beautiful garden setting, lovely dreamlike quality for the vast majority of the plants around them, as well as some of the gate that we also see. But look at the expressions on our hero and heroine in this picture. Our gentleman looks very focused, very determined, very enthralled by our heroine, who she just seems overcome. And I'm not sure that that's a good thing. I can't tell if she's just lost in the moment and looking for him to take charge, or if she's sort of evading him. Maybe she's nervous. Let me know your thoughts. And I apologize for the work that they are doing in the family room. We're getting some work done. It's gonna look lovely. It's not a smoothie though. For those of you that know, you know, I've had dealt with smoothie making for the better part of 6 months while my husband's been home. This is becoming about me. Let's focus on the step back. We have a gentleman whose hair is really working for me. Look at that hair. I would say he spent all day on it, but you know, technically this is an artist. But I'm loving the hair. As well as, we got chest hair, by the way. We've talked about that in the past. I won't go on and on about that now, because we also need to talk about those gorgeous arms. Oh my gosh, we love the forearms. We love the biceps. Lots of muscles for days. This is a very pretty man. Then we have our gal yet again. She seems overcome. She does not strike me as a super confident lass. I feel like this is going to be a lessons in love sort of deal that we have going on. She's got some nice lace on the top of her gown, which I like that color. I like the pink. But this, in terms of gown, one, we don't see a whole lot of it, and two, you know, it's there. Or not quite there anymore. And again, you can see that he is, I feel like determined is the best word. Give me another word. What do we see when we look at his face? I would love to know your thoughts. We also see a library in the background, leading us to believe that one or more of these characters is very engrossed in studying or just reading in general. Perhaps there's a writer involved. Let's talk about this book as we skim through this step back one more time. Okay, I've read this one. How did I forget that I read this one? So we have a woman who's a school teacher. So that's probably where the symbolism of the books come in. She wants to save her community, and the only way to do that is to appeal to the demon Earl, who presides over the land, but not very well. He's the one with the money and the power. So she agrees to live with him for 3 months, which is going to ruin her reputation. So he will give the community money that they need to thrive. He wants to ruin her in order to make her do what he wants, because he's kind of a jerk. But it gets better. The fascinating thing to me in this is not only does she have to live with him, but she has to let him kiss her once a day, which I find fascinating. As you can imagine, the kisses escalate quickly. She also learns more about Nicholas, the Demon Earl, that he's far more than just a cad that everyone hates. It's a fascinating book. I really enjoyed it. We now have our fake logs in our fireplace. Anyway, let's look at the Duke. Looking at this cover, good night. I'm already so in love. We've got hot pink foiling here. What is this, purple? Purple foiling along the bottom. And then check out this shield. I believe they're pens. They look like pens that you would write with on either side. They've also got some beautiful flowers along here. We've got buds. How neat. We also have a gold border along the side before we open it up and reveal a very similar step back. If you're seeing double, let me just help you compare quickly, and we'll look at these again. You can see why I had such a difficult time deciding which one would be 49th place. In this one here, we have our woman looking off in the distance alone, but instead of a horse, she's got a flock of sheep that she seems to be tending. And then in the other side, we have a gentleman who again is staring off. She is also staring off in a completely different direction than he is, but she's not looking at us this time. I adore her gown. Oh my gosh, I love that color. Look at the ruffles at the wrist, and it looks like a shawl. It reminds me very much of a Scottish tartan. In the distance, we see an archway actually over his head, leading us to look into the sky and see that castle up high on a hill. This book, The Duke, is the new title for one of her first novels, originally titled The Generous Earl. So again, we have a book that she's completely reworked. She's changed the title to fit what the book has become since she'd rewritten it: a long, lavish historical, a love story to make your heart sing, and an extra bonus, a mystery that will keep you guessing until the last page. This is set at the beginning of the 19th century in Scotland, in Penderley Castle specifically, home of the Robertsons, who have just been dealt a terrible blow. Their new master, already an English duke, has been named the Scottish Earl of Penderley. Ian Carmichael, Duke of Portmain, is proud, aristocratic, handsome as the devil's right hand. Handsome as the devil's right hand? Okay. And kinder than any grousing Robertson has the right to expect. Brandy Robertson, the old Earl's granddaughter, takes one look at the Duke and her heart goes ballistic. Problem is, the Duke is already engaged. He's already engaged. And if that isn't bad enough, someone wants to kill him. What? One of the embittered Robertsons? There are lots of juicy suspects to choose from. Oh my gosh, this sounds so interesting. It's like an Agatha Christie. Catherine Coulter's The Deception. This is the one I mentioned the other day, where we've got a gold embossed eagle on the front. He or she is carrying a rose, which is also embossed. It is also embossed. You'll notice that the author and title are both embossed as well. We've got a deep, rich green. Now let's open up our step back and see what it has to offer. We have a bluff here overlooking the water with a woman in contemplation holding a horse by her side. Then in the foreground, we have again the same, I assume, beautiful woman in a lovely yellow gown. I love the pearls that have been placed at the bust, as well as all of that gorgeous lace. She's also holding a cape around herself. It appears to be velvet. You can practically feel it. And you know that our man is. I love his billowing shirt and his Richard Gere type good looks. She is looking directly at us, whereas he is looking off in the distance. This is certainly not a romantic step back, but it does present us with some intense emotion. Well, he seems to be carrying the emotion. I also love how the roses have been woven throughout this step back, and I think the red border really goes along well with the roses, which we also see on our cover. They really linked everything together. I love that. We also see that the artist here is Greg. You may remember this special moment. This, by the way, is done by the artist Greg or Gree in 99. I doubt it was done in 99. Let's take a peek. It was done in 99. So maybe the artist is GRE? Oh my gosh, now I'm really confused. Now we're gonna have to find out. We're gonna have to do some digging. Yes, I thought perhaps the artist was Greg. It is Greg. I know that we're all becoming very interested in the artist, which I am loving. I have a link from Sweet Savage Flame, which is a blog related to Stepbacks. They talk about models, they talk about artists, all of that good stuff, and they actually talk a great deal about Greg Gulbranson, who is this artist. He signs his first name as opposed to his last. I'm going to be linking that below, and feel free to head over to that site if you would like to learn more about the artist Greg. So The Deception first appeared in 1983 as a Signet Regency with the title An Intimate Deception. Catherine Coulter opted to completely rewrite the story so it's a more full-bodied historical romance with a brand new beginning and ending. Our man is the Duke of Portsmouth, who offers his half-French relative, a job as his young son's nanny. What he quickly discovers is that he wants her badly. What? What he discovers far more slowly is that she isn't at all what she seems. Evangeline is in way over her head. She has far more to cope with than a 19-year-old virgin should ever have. And to top it all off, she must play an experienced widow with a man who knows women as well as he knows his horses. Or so he thinks. Okay. The reason we're here is to talk about step back number 48 today. We have The Truest Heart. I love the colors here. Of course, we have what else? Gold foiling, even around the shield shape. It is so neat. And of course, we see a castle. In the step back, we open it to reveal, yes, indeed, there's a castle. It's more towards the back and not at all the thing that really catches our eye. We see a woman in a beautiful purple gown. Look at the belt. Oh my gosh, I'm so in love. And the flowers in her hair, are you kidding me? They are gorgeous. I do think I have a handle on these flowers. They're daisies, right? Am I right? Am I right? Please tell me I'm right. If I don't know Daisy, I really need help, which you already know. I believe this is cover model John DeSalvo. I have a couple things linked with him in my description box if you would like to see more. I love the castle in the background. I feel like there's so much detail there. Look at her hair. I love how the light plays on it. We've got the moon up there at the top with some clouds over it. My other favorite aspects of this step back are the ocean waves, and you can see how choppy everything is. Obviously, it's very windy and tumultuous, probably to reflect the tumultuous feelings that they're also sharing. We shall see. Let's skim through this again as we learn even more about this story. Did fate send her a villain with the blackest soul or a lover with the truest heart? Her name is her only crime, yet Lady Gillian must take refuge in a humble cottage on the stormy Cornish coast. There it is, you're stormy. Hiding from a king who seeks her death for her father's treason. Now destiny has sent Gillian a cure for her loneliness. A handsome shipwrecked stranger, washed ashore on a perilous tide, who requires a kind lady's gentle touch to heal his broken body and tormented spirit. Oh yes! His own name, Gareth, is all that he remembers. Yet he knows he's found paradise in the company of an exquisite beauty whose caress is sweet rapture and whose smile warms his soul. I love a good amnesia story. But as his memory slowly returns, so does the dark task entrusted to him by King John. If he fails, a young boy will surely perish. Yet how can he betray Gillian, whose passionate love has lit a blaze in Gareth's heart that no vengeful king's decree could ever extinguish? This sounds so good. And we will now compare it with His Wicked Ways. I love the deep purples of this cover. Interesting how they created some sort of texture with, it looks like flowers, I want to say. Maybe tulips. I love the greenish hues of the author's name and title, which are both embossed. As I mentioned before, we have a hexagonal shape that is cut out of this step back. And then as we open it, we reveal another gorgeous scene similar to this one. I feel like this one feels more professional than this one. This one seems a little less realistic, but I still feel like it has a lot to offer, which is why I couldn't just decide. Let's go piece by piece through this. We see some darker clouds up top, but then we've got some beautiful white puffy clouds before we skim down and reach another gorgeous castle. We have trees in the foreground, and as we continue to skim down, we see a gentleman on horseback riding. It looks like he's riding very quickly through this beautiful field. We also see craggy rocks and a gentleman carrying a woman up a hill. I want to say it's probably the same man, honestly. The hair looks very similar. The clothing looks very similar. I love his kilt. Look at her gown, by the way, this magenta colored gown. We've got different designs on different parts of the gown. I just adore it, as well as the collar. It has a lot to offer. Oh, here's my friend Buddy. See, he's also my helper. Oh, and now we're gonna stretch. Okay. Anyway, I love how you can see so far off into the distance the various mountain ranges. And look at what I would presume to be heather along the fields as well. Now let's skim through this again as we talk about what this story holds. From across the Scottish Highlands strides Cameron Mackay, the last member of the once powerful clan Mackay. Handsome, fearless, and determined, he's a man who catches the eye of many a woman. Yet he has but one goal: to find Meredith, the last daughter of the clan Monroe, and force her to provide him with an heir. What? I don't know about this. His unspoken vow. When Cameron Mackay kidnaps Meredith from the gentle confines of the Priory, where she has sought refuge, he discovers that he is powerless to resist her tender beauty and is captivated by her bold bargaining for her freedom. And although she is the precious daughter of his sworn enemy, Cameron finds himself tempted to abandon his quest to bend her to his will. How sweet of him. I have a feeling this has not aged well. Meredith has vowed long ago never to trust any man, for men and their ways cause pain to those they love. Her head told her not to give in to the dangerous desire she felt for Cameron, but her heart hoped that he had finally abandoned his wicked ways. man, do I have a gorgeous one for you. And I got this recently at a used bookstore. I had to include it, and I'm just so excited I got it before the countdown was over because it is exquisite from cover to step back, and it is by the fabulous Catherine Coulter. Yes, again, this lady's got some good covers and step backs. What can we say? And by the way, I got this for 49 cents. Looking at this, we see a gorgeous embossed necklace. Are these emeralds? That's what I want to say. Or perhaps jade? What are we thinking? I love the diamonds. I also love the hot pink foiling for the title and author's name. Notice also we've got some laser cutting around part of the necklace as well as this portion. Get ready, guys. You remember I said yesterday, if you're into architecture, realism, outfits, you got it made, because let's go. Oh my gosh. Now, does this deliver on the romance? Not necessarily, but I still think this one has so much to offer. I'm just so in love. Let's break this one down. It appears that this is set in, I want to say, a cathedral, but if you notice, it looks like, obviously, it looks like ruins. We see ivy and branches growing out even of the top. Looking at the bottom, you can see there's crumbled pieces along some of the outer walls. But I find the archways to be just gorgeous. This makes me wish that I had taken an architecture class, quite frankly. And looking over on the other side, I feel like these windows are begging for stained glass. Am I right? I mean, good night. Can you imagine how beautiful that would look? Interestingly, our couple, which I believe is featured twice in the step back, the one that we can see in their entirety, they're embracing, but this is not a romantic moment. This is perhaps a scary moment. The question becomes, what are they looking at? Were they in a romantic embrace and it was interrupted? And by whom? Or what? It just makes you wonder. Looking at this couple close up, I'm so impressed. Look at the way the light plays, especially on his hair. They look real. This looks like a photograph to me. I love his tie, the ruffles on the edge of his sleeves, his coat. And I just noticed it. This is artist Greg Galbrodson. Again, I'll leave some links in the description box if you want to learn some more. As well as our heroine. I love the tendrils of hair flowing out of her updo. We also see a beautiful lacy navy blue gown with a high collar, and she appears to have a cape or a shawl over one arm. She looks very confident, and also she's looking at us. Here's another one where we're getting stared at. Sorry about that. She's confidently looking at us, whereas he looks more wary, maybe irate, in fact. If you can think of any other words to describe either of them, leave them in the comments. I love to see your thoughts. Now let's skim through this entire step back again as we learn more about this story. The heir first appeared as Lord Deverell's heir all the way back in 1980. Another rewrite. This is too funny. Catherine Coulter extensively rewrote this novel, giving it greater scope and depth, but most important are the changes in all the characters. They're now richer and fuller, brimming with life and passion. Justin Deverell, the new Earl of Strafford, is a military man who is strong, shrewd, stubborn, and very possibly one of the most handsome men to ever become an earl. As for his cousin Arabella, a cousin again? What is it with the cousins? Whom he must wed or gain nothing but an empty title. Why? She is more like him than either of them would like to admit. Faced with an order from her father's will to marry this man, she rebels. Since her father is dead, she has no other target except the new earl. In him, however, Arabella meets her match. These two flamboyant people do wed, despite the fact that Justin believes she has betrayed him before their wedding. And also, she's his cousin. We're not worried about this at all. No one cares. And thus, married or not, there is hell to pay. Who does the earl believe is his wife's lover? There's only one snake in the garden, the young and charming Comte de Tricassis, a relative visiting from France. Is he also their cousin? The earl wants to unalive him, but he holds off because he knows the young man came for a reason. The earl wants him under his eye until he figures out why. He knows he's up to no good. He just doesn't know what the no good is. That is on the back of this book. He does not know what the no good is. Don't you hate when that happens? Justin and Arabella set off fireworks, both in their anger and in their passion. Oh, I don't know. I don't think there's anything else to say, unless you can think of something, in which case, I'd love to see it in the comments. to celebrate summer, we're actually gonna hit up winter with Winter Seasons by Sylvie Summerfield. I fell so in love with this. This is another one I got not too long ago at a library sale. I hope you're going crazy over this cover like I was. It's like a hologram. I mean, yes, please. It's reminding me of when snow settles on a pane of glass, the shapes that it makes. It looks so similar to that. Even with the hologram, they said, let's do some more. Let's add embossing for the name and the author. Not only that, we have like a portrait here. It's so gorgeous. It almost looks like a cutout, but it's not. We see some beautiful mountains in the distance, a setting sun, a little bit of snow in the valley, along with some wintry trees that have lost all their leaves. And then we have Jack and Rose from the Titanic having a moment. Do you trust me, Rose? Yes, I trust you, Jack. I love the border around it as well. It's giving me kind of nostalgic, maybe 70s vibes, but it's just a beautiful little frame that they've added. It doesn't even look like this has been opened before because it's actually quite difficult. This is as far as it wants to go. I hate to push it, but we want to see the whole thing. Taking a close look, we see so many interesting items here. We're in the mountains. This appears to be a mine. You can even see into the cave, and then we see the sun setting or rising over the mountains. There's a very handsome gentleman looking off to the side. This looks like it's more recent than a lot of the books we've seen based on his dress. Not an actual dress, obviously, but the way that he's dressed, I should say. Looking at our heroine, she is absolutely breathtaking. The pearl necklace, it's just beautiful. I think there's diamonds as well. I love her updo with the tendrils snaking down. She's got a purplish bow in her hair, and then we see a gown that's just lovely. Look at the detail on the bust. And speaking of on her bust, we also see Pinot's name right there, dead center. What a place to sign your name. All the ruffles right at her shoulders. I just love this, and I love the color. Now, as we move down further, we see a very different picture. I'm not even sure these are the same two people. Her hair looks like it might be a bit lighter. His as well. She's wearing another beautiful gown. I love the details. It looks like little dots all over. Again, this strikes me as a more recent time period based on her dress. He's wearing suspenders with no shirt. I don't really see that except in firefighter pictures. Now, if we move off to the side, we see covered wagons a la Oregon Trail and a little girl holding a little kitten in this field as they are moving, I assume, west. I am super intrigued. Let's read and see what we find out. Colorado. As tens of thousands traveled west, hoping for a lucky strike, Zoe Kerrigan fled the degradation and drudgery of the past, driven by a dream that refused to die. Innocent and alluring, she was pursued by three very different men who tried to fill the aching void in her life. Three prospective heroes. That's exciting. Brent DeWitt, spoiled son of a silver mine owner. He was entranced by the mysterious beauty he knew as Laura Champion, but he underestimated the power of a woman scorned when he abandoned her to the aspen snows. There's also Grace Sinclair as her partner in a profitable gold mine. There's a silver and gold mine. This is starting to remind me of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Who's thinking Burl Ives silver and gold right now? The gentle widower brought Zoe wealth beyond her wildest imagining, but could his love melt her icy determination to destroy DeWitt? What? So her name is Zoe, but she goes by Laura. Also, it sounds like. Then we also have our third gentleman, Simon Tremaine. From childhood, the rugged miner had witnessed the triumphs and tragedies of Zoe's life, always appearing when she least expected and most needed him. In his hard-muscled arms, she knew uncontrollable passion, and only by his humble hearth would she find the blazing fulfillment of her heart's desire. I think they just told us who she picks. Where's the fun in that? The heart has many seasons, but even the longest winter has its spring. That's kind of a neat line. All right. Maybe we're seeing Laura in one of these, but then she's going by Zoe in the other one. Sort of like Beyonce and Sasha Fierce. I don't know. The heat has broken, and yet I still waited until it was dark outside and a little bit cooler to come out and give you step back number 44, which comes from the book Enslaved by Virginia Henley. Guess what it's got, guys? You'll never believe it. Gold foiling. Yes, that's true. We have an embossed flower. You know, it's been a while since I asked for help with the flower. It's about that time. Please tell me what this is. You guys are so amazing. I love how they chose to italicize the enslaved portion. I don't think we've seen that before, so that's kind of neat. Great deal of this step back is just left white, but you know what? I guess it works because, I don't know, it just works. I mean, does it work? What do you think? Let's open this up and see what we have in store here. Oh my gosh. Check this baby out. We've seen this artist before a couple times. There's a lot on this gentleman that we can find online. So I'm gonna leave some links, and also you can see what we've already looked at so far in our countdown that's also been by him. You can really tell his particular style. It's dark lines. Everything is very vivid, very defined. I really love his style, and this one especially I found to be breathtaking. We are not in the Regency era anymore, Toto. This looks like it could be Greek or Roman based on the art along the walls, as well as the pottery that we can see in the background. We see columns. We have a shirtless man wearing those gladiator type boots. He's got a good looking chest as well as arms. Excuse the helicopter. This is what happens when I go outside. You can also hear the crickets. The frogs are a little quieter tonight. Our woman has some major hair going on. I mean, look at all that hair. I'm thinking Dolly Parton levels of hair. And it's important because that gown is only covering half of herself. If it weren't for the ringlets coming down and being very carefully placed, this would be a very different step back. I love her necklace. Look at how it doesn't even meet in the front. How cool is that? And I love all of the gold braiding. Look, she's got a golden rope as a belt, and just things are draped everywhere. I just love it. The tassels on the pillows, the detail in the settee, the gold everywhere. It's just woven throughout. The lighting, it feels golden to me. You know what? I think I'm gonna use Harry Styles' song Golden when I do this on Instagram soon. I love picking the songs, by the way. If you haven't checked it out on Instagram, I pick a song to go with every single step back, which has been incredibly fun. Anyway, back to this. Let's talk about what this story has to offer as we skim through this one more time. Where are all the real men, she wondered. For Lady Diana Davenport, they existed only in her books and dreams. We know a little bit about that, don't we? There she could lose herself, becoming the licentious Diana, goddess of the hunt, far from the rigid restraints of 18th century London, where she was courted by fops and fools. Courted by fops and fools. Again, who can relate? 18th century, interesting. This doesn't appear to be 18th century, though, in the step back. That is, until she tried an authentic Roman helmet in an antique store and was catapulted back in time, landing in Marcus Magnus's arms. This was no dream. She was lost in Aquae Sulis, the city she knew as Bath, prisoner of a Roman general who accused the violet-eyed beauty of being a druid spy, then made her his slave. What? This is so cool. Come to me. His words were soft, imperious, charged with danger and desire. Marcus Magnus was powerful, arrogant, and infuriating. A real man. And now Lady Diana was his slave, hostage to his will, vowing to fight him to the end with every seductive weapon she possessed. I think this looks kind of good. I think this might end up on my TBR. And I'm also very excited to talk about Mary Jo Putney's Angel Rogue. This book, by the way, is a new one in my collection. Looking at this cover, man, we have a golden cherub in the center. Everything's embossed virtually. And of course, we have foiling covering the entire cover, which is so exciting. I love this color. This is one of my favorite colors. Actually, it matches my shirt, so you can tell. Anyway, as we open this up, get ready for another gorgeous garden scene. We haven't had one of these in a while. Get ready for some loveliness. Oh my goodness. Let's break this down. We have Pinot again. And by the way, I want to thank one of our friends for recommending it to me. I'm putting her name on the bottom. I can't remember right now. I'm so sorry. I just have a terrible memory. Anyway, do see my description box for a really great video detailing the life and art of Pinot. It's fantastic. Moving along, let's look more at this step back. Oh my gosh, the garden, the flowers. As we get further away from our main characters, we notice that they become more and more dreamlike, less and less real. I adore the feel of as they get distant, they become more blurred, and it gives it a relaxed, peaceful quality in my mind. I love the columns, which we don't generally see. Again, we're getting kind of like ruins type vibes. And then of course she's sitting on some what looks to be older bricks. So this is really neat. Our gentleman, he is taking her in, maybe about to kiss her clavicle. Clavicle kisses. You know who that makes me think of? B.K. Borison. Everything is about clavicles. Does anyone notice that? Anyway, that's a contemporary author. Moving back to historical, I love her dress. Look at the blue. I love the way the blue ribbon has been placed along the sleeves and under the bust to accentuate portions of the gown. His shirt is, of course, coming right off so we can see that gorgeous chest. I just love his hand placement. He's holding her so close. I love the way her hair is falling. I just love everything about this so very much. Let's look at the story and see what we think about the plot. Because as we know, recently we've had some really incredible stepbacks with some really problematic plots. Hopefully this one will be better. With Mary Jo Putney, I have a good feeling it will be fine, but let's learn and find out first. By the way, as I'm looking at this, I bought it for 99 cents, but you can see ages and ages ago at Borders, when that was a thing, it was $6. So I feel like I got a really good deal here. Oh, and my nails match the book. I just realized that. The Rogue, a master spy with the face of a fallen angel and a darkly heroic past. Lord Robert Andreville returns to his ancestral home in Yorkshire after a dozen harrowing years spying against Napoleon. But nothing soothes his ravaged spirit until a determined young beauty sweeps into his life. The Runaway. Half Mohawk and all-American, Maxima Collins is a wary stranger in a strange land, but she will let nothing halt her journey to London to learn the truth about her father's sudden death. Not even a self-appointed guardian who is all lazy charm and dangerous skill. Together they travel across England, evading pursuers and circling each other in a dance of desire, where truth is elusive and only passion is sure. Then dark secrets shatter their idol, and only love has the power to heal the past. This looks really good. Thank goodness we got a good plot finally. Although the half Mohawk thing is a smidge concerning. But you know, maybe it's fine, hopefully. Who's read it? Let us know. I got a chunker for you today. This one comes in at over 400 pages and it's by Shannon Drake, Branded Hearts. I fell in love with this cover. Look at the foiling on the hearts. I love the gorgeous sunflowers. And I believe these are dogwood flowers. Look at me knowing the flowers. I will accept all awards. We've got a lot of embossing here as well for the author and the title. Let's open up this baby and see what it has in store. Get ready. I fell in love with this. The drama. Now this is Gadino again. We just saw him the other day and this one also features him. He doesn't sign his stepbacks, which drives me crazy, but thankfully through the internet I've been able to find the work that he's done. This artist, in an interview that he did not too long ago, I'm gonna have some more links by the way in my description box if you want to learn more, but he said his favorite type of art is intensely beautiful, bordering on grotesque, which I found to be kind of fascinating. I do see some really tall clouds looking like a storm maybe brewing. I love the drama there. We see the windswept hair. Again, we're both going for best hair in a step back. Look at those curly wavy locks that she's rocking. He's got her gorgeous goldenrod colored dress unzipped. Looks like a zipper. Yes, this is going to be more recent in terms of the setting, but I'm in love with that dress. Though we don't get to see much of it, you can still see the way that it flows. There's something about Gadino and the flowing fabric that I just find so appealing. I just love it. And I love how it matches the flowers that he chose to place in the foreground as well. We've got a whole beautiful field here before going off into the distance. What would we call these? The Grand Canyon? I don't know. I don't really know the West very well. I'm an East Coast girl. But I'm going to say Grand Canyon for lack of a better term. If it's not, it's a look-alike. Our man is handsome and he's wearing what appears to be leather pants. I was going to say jeans, but what do you think? I think it's leather pants, but whatever it is, he's making it work. Let's read the back and see what this book has to offer. No Place for a Lady, a dark family secret and a dangerous destiny hold Anne McCassell to the unforgiving western frontier. A beautiful and tempestuous saloon keeper. A saloon keeper? How cool is that? She has dreams of vengeance to keep her strong until Ian McShane rides into town. An enigmatic half-Sioux, which Sioux is not a good term anymore. They prefer Lakota, I believe. Sioux is the name that the French apparently gave to that tribe. We would probably refer to them as Lakota, unless it's changed since I taught it about 10 years ago. It may have changed. If you know, leave it in the comments. I want to be respectful of all peoples in my videos. He brazenly claims her as his bride, igniting Anne's anger, her desire, and a firestorm of passion and peril that threatens to consume them both. Passion and peril, the two P's, all right. Makes for an exciting plot. There's another P for you. This was a low point, I think. the countdown. Let's just all forget I said any of that. I want to see how he brazenly claims her as his bride. I'm very intrigued. This looks good. I'd like to add it to my TBR. Don't really do Westerns, but this might change my mind. Today's book is The Diamond Slipper by Jane Feather. I love the purple, of course. I love the foiling. I love all of the embossed lettering. And of course, what steals the show is the diamond slipper necklace. I mean, it all looks like it's coming off the page, doesn't it? It looks like you're getting your book with a necklace included. And I just love that. I love the foiling. It really looks like it's real. Then we will open the step back. I'm going to pretend I'm holding the book with me to reveal a pretty gorgeous one-pager. This is done by the great Pinot. I will include more links about him in my description box in case you would like to learn even more. Sorry, we're near the airport. The only reason I know that this is Pinot is because his name is signed there. It looks very different to me from a regular Pinot. I feel like it looks more real. I think our man is absolutely gorgeous. I love the two of them embracing. I love the way that our hero and heroine, again, have such real looks about them. Look at that shoulder kiss and check out that gown. Are you kidding? It's gorgeous. I love the candlelit dinner scene. Look at how the light from the candles illuminates them. The thing that I also find fascinating about this is in the bottom, it looks like it's a city, but it almost appears like there's a frame on top. So I'm wondering if this is supposed to be a painting of a city. I just feel very intrigued. The thing that I dislike about this step back is the fact that you see a fight scene, but it's cut off. I would love to see the entire portrait that he did. Wouldn't it be nice? Couldn't we have made this a two-pager? Now let's read through this story and see what this has to offer. What comes to mind when you think of a diamond slipper? Cinderella, perhaps? That's what Cordelia Brandenburg imagines when her godparents arrange a marriage for her with a man she's never met. A marriage that will take her to Versailles, far from the rigid confines of her childhood home. The betrothal gift is a charm bracelet with a tiny glittering diamond slipper attached, as befits a journey into a fairy tale future. But Cordelia, young, headstrong, and completely adorable, runs into trouble right away. Her escort to the wedding is the golden-eyed, sensual, teasing Viscount Leo Kirsten. For Cordelia, it's love at first sight. Yet Leo seems to see only a spoiled child. Perhaps it's the way she cheats at chess, and Cordelia is determined to show him the woman beneath. There is, however, no escaping her arranged marriage. She's devastated to discover that her new husband is an utterly loathsome tyrant who will stop at nothing to satisfy his twisted desires. My heart went out to Cordelia as she struggles courageously against a man determined to break her spirit. But her husband has a secret, one that will bring down the vengeance of Viscount Kirsten and all who have reason to hate him. Let's talk about step back number 40, which comes to us from Catherine Coulter. Yes, again. I'm telling you guys though, she's got some amazing step backs and covers, some problematic plots, even in the ones she rewrote. I would love to know what the originals look like. But here, look at this cover. The foiling makes everything pop and there's embossing everywhere. We don't have a flower, so I don't need to ask anyone for advice. But we do have lots of beautiful lines that again, just give it depth. Let's open up this cover though and see what the step back has to offer. Yes, that's right. It's another lovely garden setting. I was so entranced with this. I got it for 49 cents at a bookstore. I thought, oh my gosh, I have to get it. Can you believe 49 cents? Amazing. Let's talk about some of the different aspects of this that make it so insanely gorgeous. This is by Greg Gunnaldson. I can never say his name correctly. I'll have more information on him in my description box if you would like to learn more about this incredible artist. We've seen him time and time again already in the countdown. I'm showing you right now some of the other pictures that we've seen by him. He is just so incredibly talented. The scenic beauty of this garden setting. You even see rolling hills very far off in the distance. And then in the foreground, we have a lovely couple on a white bench. So I do need flower help after all. I spoke too soon. But I'm going to probably ask Mary, at least. Mary, help me. And some of my other friends that help me with these flowers. I do need your help. But let's talk about our lovely heroine. I adore the way that she's cocking her head. She looks like she's in deep reflection, contemplating what she's gonna do with our very handsome hero. I love his garments. Look at all the different layers that have been treated with such care by our artist. It's just breathtaking. Not as breathtaking as our heroine's gown. Good grief. I feel like the silk is just flowing and the way the light hits different aspects of it, it's just just heavenly. I wish I could see more of the front. I have a feeling we would be blown away. Now let's look at the back and see what this story has to offer. And quite frankly, I'm a little nervous. I'll be honest. I feel like every time I talk about what she's written, it's kind of interesting. So let's read through this together and see how we feel. The Rebel Bride was my second novel. Oh, goody, another rewrite. Although it was originally published as a Regency, I always felt that it was a historical romance at heart. So I've rewritten the story of two stubborn, strong-willed people, and the publisher has brought it out again for you, this time as the historical it could have been. The Rebel Bride is Catherine Brandon, a hoyden with hair as red as a stormy sunset, whose fierce independence masks her loneliness. When her cousin, no, I'm just kidding. He's not her cousin. At least I don't think so. Let's read further. When Julian St. Clair, Earl of March, sees her for the first time, she is dressed like a boy while engaged in a rather mock duel with her brother. And since it's her turn to be fatally wounded, she dies dramatically at Julian's feet. A powerful, sophisticated nobleman who is bored and restless with a life that holds little more interest for him, the Earl finds himself suddenly and thoroughly bewitched by this unusual young lady. But when he decides he wants her, he discovers that all is not what it seems. From the glittering Regency ballrooms of 1814 London to Paris and finally to Switzerland. Ooh, fun. I love all these different settings. The Earl and his unwilling bride play a dangerous game of passion until everything changes irrevocably between them and Julian discovers Catherine's terrifying secret. She's his cousin. I don't know. Well, you know what? This is better than I feared. So that's good news. Today's book comes from an author who, I don't want to say her name, but her name rhymes with Schmathren Schmulter. Did I chicken out and stop filming in the ice rink? Yes. There were so many people though. I mean, there's a camp there, there's other kids having lessons, 3 classes happening total, there's a ton of people. And I didn't feel like being a weirdo and filming in front of everybody, but I was wearing my hockey romance shirt. Okay, so yes, is it Catherine Coulter again? Yes, it is. Have I pretty much exhausted my Catherine Coulters though? Yes. So don't be afraid. This is not going to be a Catherine Coulter step back countdown. I promise. I've got other authors coming. I have authors we've never even discussed coming. So this is going to be exciting. I will tell you too, also exciting, this was another one I only spent 49 cents on, which is just crazy. Now, the art is good, but it's the concept behind it that really packs a punch and took this one straight into the 30s of our countdown. It's Catherine Coulter's Night Shadow. This looks like a step back. As we know, it's called a clinch cover. I was very impressed with how they went there on the cover. I mean, he's about to kiss her neck. I love her curls in her hair. I love his bangs. Look a little bit like my bangs. That's not great. But, you know, he's potentially unclothed. It looks like they might be in bed. Also, it could be that her dress is around him. I'm not certain. But obviously that dress is coming right off. I love the colors. And they even threw a couple flowers there on the bottom, which I thought was a nice touch. I also love, I think we've got, okay, so interesting. Yes, we get it. It's beautifully done. Here's the thing. Looking at the spine, this is a continuation. Notice the rest of her gown. We even see a red wine glass. We're also seeing what looks like part of a window or a door. Okay, now check this out. Here's the step back on the back of the book. And we are looking at this couple again, even though you can see part of, see where this wine glass wraps around? This is still left over from their scene. This is supposed to be a door that's beside them. And yet here they are again. The other thing I find to be fascinating about this is it's like the artist took us into consideration when they did this. It's like we're watching them through a door that we have opened. You can practically feel the warm breeze coming in from outside as you can almost again envision this couple walking across the lawn. I was ridiculously impressed when I saw this. What a different way to showcase a couple. I've never seen anything like this. And even with all of this, they still choose to put the entire summary on the back. And it doesn't look too busy. We see her dress here in full before she starts taking it off, although it looks like it's coming off. I think she needs to get that altered because it's coming down. But I love how he's holding a rose for her that matches her dress perfectly. This is another time where it's like, come on, barcode people. You couldn't have put the barcode anywhere else. Like inside the book. I mean, come on. Look, here's a barcode. Can't that just be good enough? I don't understand. I love the trees. I love the leaves. It looks like it's early autumn. Oh, hello. I love you. Hello.
Hello.
Thank you. Oh, okay. Kisses all around. Kisses all around. Don't grab me. Oh, you're so sweet. Yes, you are. Oh, and I love you too. Don't lick me. Gross. But he's like, yep, that's what we do. Okay, I better wrap this up because everybody's 3 minutes is too long to be away from my children, apparently. They're going to be over here helping. Let's go ahead and read what this book has in store. Love's magic could save her or destroy them both. The brutal murder of her benefactor left Lily Tremaine penniless and responsible for the care of his 3 children. In desperation, she presented herself at the door of his cousin. No, not his cousin. I'm not kidding this time. Knight Winthrop, his name is Knight, K-N-I-G-H-T, the Viscount Castle Ross, and found herself drawn to the witty, impossibly handsome, confirmed bachelor. In a match fraught with complications, reluctance, and danger, irresistible desire grew into undeniable love. Any ideas why it was complicated? Cousins. Again, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Catherine Coulter, what is the deal? Please explain. I don't understand. There's plenty of fish in the sea, Catherine Coulter, especially when they're fictional. As I'm editing, it just occurred to me that it's his cousin, not her cousin. So they're not actually related. So sorry about the overreaction. But you guys can understand why I felt this way, right? I mean, how many cousins have we had so far? All right, I better go. Kaufman's book, So This Is Love. I am so in love with this cover. I love the purple foiling on the author and title, the embossing, and of course the flowers. Look at all of these beautiful, colorful flowers. This is another one of those that just makes you happy by looking at it, except for, check out on the border here, there's a spooky looking haunted house. It gives me those creepy vibes. Very exciting. Let's open this up and see what we have in store. It's got a little bit of everything. We've got such whimsical fun with these flowers just floating all around. They kind of go along with the movement of her dress in my mind. I love the colors and all the ruffles. It appears she has a giant cameo around her neck with a beautiful black lace ribbon, gorgeous drop earrings. Look at the light in her hair that is just gorgeous. I mean, it goes on and on. You can even see it behind her back. I mean, that's a lot of hair, ladies and gentlemen. That probably takes her forever to shampoo and condition that, right? Then we've got our gentleman who has a mullet, but you know what? There's so much else here that looks so good. I'm not even gonna complain. He's got his shirt down, of course, and we're rocking some belted jeans, leading me to believe this is probably a Western, maybe. I love the trees in the background, the really tall pines, perhaps, that you'll find over on the West Coast, maybe near California. We also get a gorgeous horse, and below it we see Sabine is the artist in 1992. We haven't had that artist on our countdown yet. I love that we're introducing new artists at step back number 38. How cool is that? Please excuse my children. They're having WrestleMania upstairs. This is the only time I could do this. I love more of the evergreens that we find here, there, and everywhere, as well as the ocean, which goes out into gorgeous, tempestuous looking clouds. But I think the other thing that really piqued my interest in this was the, I'm gonna say it, haunted house. We don't know if it's haunted, but I'm gonna say it is because it sounds really exciting. Now let's read the summary and find out what this book has in store. I'm so excited. He wanted a virgin, but he got a woman with love in her past. Okay, so this might be problematic already. Maggie Ramsey was alone, homeless, and widowed with 3 children, the man she loved, and her life at Glengarry Castle destroyed in one murderous act. Her desperate circumstances called for desperate measures, marriage to a man she'd never met. As the bride of California timber baron Adrian McKinnon, she would have a new life, a new beginning, away from the danger that still threatened her young son. Adrian McKinnon wanted a perfect jewel to crown his redwood empire, a beautiful ornamental wife to give him heirs. He sounds great. Not really. And it's redwoods. Those are the big trees I was thinking of. Has anybody ever seen those in real life? I would love to know what it's like to see trees that big in person. But Maggie Ramsey, with her Scots logic, dry humor, and her past, was not what he had bargained for. Undaunted, Maggie met the challenge of the primitive raw forest and Adrian's own blustery ways head on, winning the hearts of every man at camp and tackling a business no ordinary woman would dare. She also found herself in love with her husband, but the closer she got to Adrian's aching heart, the harder he pushed her away. He was determined to prove he needed no one until greed and passion threatened all he owned, and he was faced with a choice no man should ever have to make. And now let's go ahead and celebrate Stephanie Lawrence with the book On a Wicked Dawn. Look at this purple foiled cover. I am in love. We've got embossing on the author's name. We've got what looks to be like a Cinderella level carriage with white horses pulling the front with a cute little embossed frame around it. Over it says the wickedest romance of the year. Is wickedest a word? But here's what's extra cool. So, okay. We're looking at the cover, we see the carriage and the horses, but then glance at this. Let's look at the spine. Again, very impressive. We see the carriage and the horses from further away. And then if we turn it around, we can see the path on which this carriage is riding, as well as a meadow scene. We're in the country on a dirt road. This just makes me even more excited to show you the step back because it goes along perfectly. Are you ready? Get ready. Is this not insanely gorgeous? We have our man, whose name escapes me. We see again the carriage and the horses coming to our couple. I adore her red dress. Look at that, it's gorgeous. And notice the further you get from the characters, like the less detail is put into the dress. It's almost like just brush strokes there at the bottom, which I found to be so beautiful. I love the cherry blossom tree. I assume it's cherry blossoms behind them. And our man's rocking some only gray pants and black boots. Yes, please. Standing on a stone wall. I feel like I can really see the brush strokes. Look at her golden hair. I love how some of it's white because the light's catching it. I assume moonlight. I do not see an artist name in here anywhere, which is unfortunate, but I'm going to continue to look and maybe we'll find out. This looks like a very different art than I've seen because again, look at the bottom of his shoe. You can see that the artist chose to be more realistic or less realistic as it gets further from the characters. I know I've said that already. Let's talk about what this book has to offer, and then we'll decide whether it's something we want to put on our TBRs. Marrying you will be entirely my pleasure. Amelia Sinster hears these words from the handsome, enigmatic Lucian Ashford and is stunned. It's near dawn and she's risked scandal by lying in wait for him just outside his London house. But he agrees to her outrageous marriage proposal just prior to passing out at her feet. He passes out at her feet? That's different. Amelia's torn between astounded relief and indignant affront, then decides she doesn't care. She's always loved him. No other man will do, and frankly, she's tired of waiting. Sometimes a young lady needs to take matters into her own hands. But matters of the heart are never that simple. The first hitch in Amelia's plans comes when Luke refuses to agree to a hasty wedding, but insists on properly wooing her, in public and private. Soon, she longs for these moments away from the watchful gaze of the Ton, in which she can learn all about seduction from a master. But unbeknown to Amelia, Luke has a very good reason for wooing her. Every wicked gentleman has his price. Ooh, I would love to know what that is. The first one I have for you, I have posted behind it because it's never been seen before on my channel. Samantha James is a perfect hero. I love the garden setting, but it's all done in green. I think I even see water down below. Look at the gold foiling, don't you love it? Embossing, and a couple about to kiss on the cover surrounded by a gold foiled embossed frame. It's got a little bit of everything. Interestingly, it has a purple border, which doesn't seem to go with anything, but let's open this up and see what it has in store. The purple actually Hey, honey. The purple actually matches her gown. Look how the sun rays travel through the woods. Look at her bracelet. It looks like there could be topaz or an emerald. She also has maybe a cameo and a black ribbon going around her neck. I noticed the wind is blowing in her hair and the sunlight is also hitting her beautifully. I love the way the sunlight hits him as well. Again, we're rocking some bangs similar to my own bangs, which I'm like, oh, yay. And doesn't he look like Sebastian Stan? Now that I'm seeing that, I can't see anything else. Look at this forest scene. It's so cozy. I love the flowers that are sporadically placed on the forest floor as well. I am just insanely in love with this. So now let's read what this is about. Can a perfect scoundrel be the perfect hero? Since she was cruelly left at the altar at the age of 22, Lady Juliana Sterling has resolved to have nothing to do with men. So she is shocked to discover she has unwelcome feelings for the very worst of the breed, a dangerous, unbearably handsome highwayman who has set upon her coach in the countryside and taken her captive. What? Oh man, this is crazy. Worse still, her righteous ire turns quickly to disappointment when the irresistible outlaw sets her free. Viscount Dane Granville knows he should not have revealed his face to the enchanting Lady Juliana, for he has compromised the secret mission he has undertaken for the crown in the guise of the notorious Magpie. Now, their paths are crossing once more, and Dane aches to taste again her sweet lips in a kiss. But he must resist what his heart demands, for their passion can only lead to perils beyond imagining. And that's a perfect hero. Let's look at the other book. This is another one I've never had on my channel before. Nora Hess's Tennessee Moon. Look at this cover. I'm so taken with it. It's almost like it's holographic and I love it so much. Look at how it's embossed and it's just more than gold foiling there. It's just another level. I love we see the couple about to kiss inside of the moon. How cool. And I love the clouds and the stars. Oh my gosh. Then check out this border. The border is iridescent, just like the title and the author. Then we open up the step back to reveal a gorgeous clinch. I would say clinch cover, but it's a step back. Look at those purple flowers in the trees. It looks like maybe it's early spring, but we've got the clouds covering part of the moon there. It gives us kind of spooky vibes. And then look at her dress. Are you kidding? It's silky, it's lacy, it's coming off that shoulder, and there's that beautiful crimson belt created by a ribbon. I love it so much. And our man is very jacked. He's got lots of muscles going on. He's got some jeans on as well. So this is probably closer to present day, I would think. But then look at the field of flowers in front of them, which includes roses, I believe. Now, if I know my flowers, and I don't, I would think roses just grow on a bush. So I don't know how realistic that is. Anyway, look at me pretending to know things about things. Let's find out what this plot is about. Tennessee man. Tall, quiet, and darkly handsome, Matt Ingram has shouldered more than his share of life's burdens. Besides working his farm in the Cumberland Gap and raising his little nephew, he had to keep a watchful eye on his womanizing wastrel of a stepbrother. And he knew he had his work cut out for him on the night the two men first saw their beautiful new neighbor, Tennessee Moon. She appeared out of the mountain mists, looking more like an airy sprite than a flesh and blood woman. But when the moon broke through the fog, illuminating her red gold curls and sweet smile, Matt's reaction was all too real. He longed to lose himself in Caitlin's innocence, to forget the betrayals of the past that had made him brooding and bitter. No matter what it took, he would protect Caitlin from the careless seduction of his stepbrother, for this was the one woman whose bright spirit could light up his life. We got brothers! You know how I feel about brothers. It's built-in angst. It's baked right in. It's fantastic. I love it. Oh my gosh, I love it. And I brought some books to share with you guys. So here we go with Jane Feather's Vanity. This is another one of the V series. We haven't seen one of these in quite a while. We've got a beautiful pocket watch with, it looks like not only do we have the chain for the pocket watch, but it's got a heart in gold as well, which I think is neat, and gold tassels. And then of course we have, I'm guessing, daisies. I'm not really sure, honestly, but they're all embossed, as well as the author and title, which is in red foiling. Now let's open the book and look at the step back and see what this has to offer. A winter step back. But I thought this one was breathtaking. A man probably rescuing a woman, I would hope, or abducting a woman, let's say rescuing. But he's grabbing her off of the ground and carrying her alongside him on a horse. Looks very exciting. We see a winter tree in the background. Then we see two men looking very intense, back to back, perhaps getting ready to duel. I love the snowflakes that have been placed on the sides in a very decorative fashion. And then we see the man who was going to duel on the left is also in a tryst with our heroine in the very center. And man, is that scandalous looking. And look at her dress. I love all the embellishments. We see gold and ruffles. I see a rose in satin perhaps on the sleeve as well. We also have some gorgeous purple accoutrement in her hair, which I just love. I love her makeup as well. Her lipstick matches her dress perfectly. It's just gorgeous. Now, if we move down further, we see a really neat setting. It's people ice skating on a pond. There's trees thrown in all over the place, but they're ice skating. And we see a gentleman noticing a woman who's sitting there. Perhaps it's a meet cute. I am just so in love with the garb that everyone's wearing. You can tell they're wearing the old school ice skates as well. It looks like elf shoes. And there's snow on the trees. It almost looks like the snow is falling, beginning at the abdomens of our men who look like they might be dueling. Now let's read the summary to see what we think of the plot. As the stranger's arms closed around her, Octavia Morgan knew she just made the biggest mistake of her life. Picking pockets had seemed the only answer to her desperate plight, but now she'd been caught and there was worse to come. For the dangerously attractive man she'd robbed was no common mark, but the most notorious highwayman in England. Haunted by his past and hungry for revenge, Lord Nick didn't take kindly to being fleeced, especially by a ravishing thief with a deceptive air of innocence, until he realized that this reckless beauty could be the key to his long-sought vengeance. All he had to do was seduce her. All he had to do was ensnare her. All he had to do was inflame her without letting this artful little pickpocket steal his heart. That was amazing. Today's step back comes to us from an author you've never heard of before, Catherine Coulter. I'm so sorry. There's hardly any Catherine Coulters left, I promise. But this is The Offer, which I was very taken with, and you've probably seen me talk about this before on my channel because I found this to be exquisite. We have a gorgeous ring, perhaps a sapphire stone on the cover. It's embossed, so it's all raised. The author and the title are embossed as well, with silver foiling on the title. We also see silver foiling on the border before we open this up to reveal a gorgeous winter step bag. I don't know. I know it's summertime and we're in the pool, so I apologize. But let's take a look at this piece by piece and fall in love, just like I did. We have a woman being cherished, nurtured, nestled. Think of another word. He's just caring for her. He's holding her close. She's feeling so safe and loved and warm, and he is there protecting her, looking off in the distance. Can you tell I love this one? I love her red velvet cape. It looks like she's got gold around her collar, which I love that little touch. Look at her makeup. I love how the paint of her lips matches the cape. I think our gentleman is incredibly handsome. I love the cape that he's wearing as well. And look at those brass buttons. Just so much detail. You can see the snow on the branches as well in front of them and behind. But before I go further, I want to mention that I see our artist is Greg Gulbranson. Yes, I finally learned to pronounce his name. Here again, we see other work done by this incredible artist. I've just been oohing and awing about him all step back summer long, enjoying him immensely. We see in the distance a beautiful manor house. It actually looks a lot like Airbnb. I love this horse with the saddle. Yeah. I love the snow. I love everything but the barcode. Now let's read the summary and see if we want to add this to our TBRs or run screaming in the other direction. With a Catherine Coulter, it could go either way. Philip Marisalt and Sabrina Eversley first appeared in An Honorable Offer, a Regency romance published in 1981. What a surprise. It's a rewrite. Who's shocked? Show of hands. No one? All right, let's continue. I've changed the title to The Offer to reflect its new status as a historical romance, and I've rewritten it extensively. The result is a complex, fascinating story with thrilling plot twists and richer characters. Sabrina Eversley runs away from home after her new brother-in-law attempts to, four-letter word begins with R. I'm going to say assault because I don't feel like using that word on my channel. Great. She would surely have died in a blizzard if Philip Marissault had not rescued her. He nurses her back to health only to find that he is not a hero. Instead, he's a gentleman who has compromised a lady. What? Now there's only one thing left for him to do, marry her. But Sabrina turns him down, leaving him completely baffled. However, things don't turn out quite the way Sabrina planned. And it is she then who must propose, sweetening the pot with a big dowry and an offer of freedom from Philip. She has to propose? But what's a husband to do when he knows his bride is afraid of men? And more important, what is the bride to do when she follows her husband to his mistress's lodgings and discovers him on the point of indulging? Philip and Sabrina have a long way to go before they can sit amicably at the same table together. You think? I've got 2 books for you today. Let's start with Amanda Quick with the book Desire. Looking at the cover, we see it could be like a scented oil bottle covered in sapphires, a silver, was that a griffin? I love the embossing and the foiling. I mean, they're really rocking one of my favorite colors here. And you can see that my nail polish is coming off. Anyway, oh well. So let's open it up and see what this step back has to offer you guys. There's so much going on in this step back. Guess who we've got? It's our good friend Pino. He's showing us a starry night sky, some beautiful pillars. It looks like Greek architecture in the background, and our heroine with a beautiful hairnet. Look at those earrings as well. Looks like tons of diamonds, and her garb is covering her shoulders beautifully with some white trim. Just lovely. I love the designs on her blouse or dress as well. What really steals the show though is this clinch. Look at that handsome man. He's got some, again, I'm getting like Arabian Nights type vibes from his pants and the cuff on around his wrist. I'm just so intrigued as to where this is taking place and what's going on. We get another gown in this step back, beautiful pink with some gold piping around the bust and the top. It's just coming off. Look at the way the flowers really accent that beautiful dress. And then in the background, we see some tents, people on horseback, white horses at that. Let's read the back and see what this has to offer. From the windswept, craggy coast of a remote British isle comes the thrilling tale of a daring lady and a dangerous knight, bound by the tempests of fate and the dawning of desire. Upon her father's death, beautiful, headstrong Lady Claire knew that she must wed, for the protection of the Isle of Desire now fell to her. The Isle of Desire? Interesting. Yet when her guardian's choice of prospective husband rode through her castle gates, she felt utterly betrayed. All sinewy muscle and savage steel, Sir Gareth of Wickmere was not the poet she'd requested, but a fearsome knight whose only interest was in war. Legions of robbers had fallen beneath the hellbound of Wickmere's sword, and now this bold warrior was certain that he would tame one willful wife. Yet even Gareth could not deter Lady Claire from trying to mold him into her ideal, until their clash of wills ignited a passion that set them both aflame, and a treacherous plot put their love and their lives in deadly peril. Wow, this sounds epic. But let's talk about another book that gives me similar vibes based honestly on our hero's wardrobe. You'll see what I mean in just a moment. It is Cinnamon Burke, who we've never had on our countdown before, with Lady Rogue. Check out this cover. It's gold foiling all around. This is another one that my daughter is obsessed with because she loves a gold book. We see a lot of embossing for the author and the title. I love the choice of font that they use. We also have embossing around this couple. Man, look at his back. Oh my heavens. And his profile. That is a manly man. He's so handsome. And our woman is swept away. Let's open this up and see what we have. By the way, you see a post-it back here because this is making its debut on my channel in this video. I've never shown it before. Look at her gown. Are you kidding? Look how beautiful this is. I can't stand it. It looks like it's as light as tissue paper. It could blow away in a breeze. And honestly, I'm here for it. Notice his pants are somewhat similar to our gentleman's pants in the other step back. I also love the plants that they have in the front. And notice he's even grabbing, it almost looks like an otherworldly branch over him. It just looks different. doesn't it? And guess what? We have Pinot again. Who would have thought? I didn't even notice that until just now. And I love how he chose to sign his name in the same orange that he used for one of those wild looking flowers in the background. There's not as much going on, but you know what? Sometimes less is more. Let's read what this book has to offer before we make our decision of which will be number 33 in the countdown. Pirate's Princess, smooth as silk, delicate as porcelain, Ivory Diamond, that's her name, Ivory Diamond, was every inch a lady. She was also a ruthless player in her father's pirate empire. A pirate empire. Equally comfortable behind an easel, creating artistic masterpieces, or behind a celestial cannon enforcing her father's edicts. Ivory had but one weakness. She wanted a man to love. This is very intriguing. Pirate's Prisoner, sent to the pirate stronghold to infiltrate Spider Diamond's operation. Spider Diamond, that's another character in this book. Drew Jordan found himself in an impossible situation, handpicked by Spider as a suitable pet for his daughter. What? I'm sorry. What? Drew had to win her love or lose his life. But once he'd initiated Ivory into the delights of lovemaking, he knew he could never turn her over to the authorities, for he had found a vulnerable woman's heart within the formidable Lady Rogue. Interesting. Okay, so what are we thinking? I would have to have my booktuber license revoked if I brought a book in the pool. So I'm just going to show it to you. Here we are. This is it. Look how amazing it is. Look at the what else gold foiling for the author's name, which is, as usual, much larger than her title. This is how you know she's a really big deal, when it's all about her name as opposed to the title of her book. I also really love the rose that's on top. They opted not to emboss, but still it's beautiful. It's even got the thorns, a nice detail there. Now let's open up that cover and see what the Stepbacks has to offer. This appears to be medieval, I would say. We have, I'm guessing, a knight. He's in an older garb than Regency era, so at least we're in another time period. He is helping our woman who appears to have just maybe stepped on a bee or something. They're just caught up in passion, I suppose. It is hard for me, though, as someone who's constantly helping people who fall and people who are flailing and all over the place. It's hard for me not to see this as him helping her back up. It really is a gorgeous clinch. I mean, look how he's holding her. And look at those strong arms. Actually, I thought that the part next to him was part of like a vest or something, but that's part of her sleeve because you see it on the other side as well. It's like a honeycomb pattern almost. Look at all the detail in the dress. This, by the way, is going to be Victor Godino, who we've seen multiple times in our countdown so far. I just adore his work. He never signs it though, which drives me a little bit crazy. So I've had to do research, but I love the castle way back there in the background. We've got the rolling countryside. We've got the horse. I always want to mention the horse, especially because I know many of you will say if it has a horse in it, it is a winner. I love that thought. I also love the fact that they use some rocks there behind them. It just gives it a little more texture. And it also gives him the ability to put his leg up like the hero he is. How about that? Isn't that incredible? I love it. But let's see what this book is about. Spirited Rowena Belim must produce an heir, or incur the dangerous wrath of a ruthless stepbrother who stands to forfeit his ill-gotten wealth. And the magnificent Warwick de Chaville, maybe, is the perfect choice to sire her child, though it means imprisoning the handsome knight and forcing him to bend to her amorous whims, vowing to resist but betrayed by his own virility. Don't you hate it when that happens? Noble Warwick is intoxicated by Rowena's sapphire eyes and voluptuous beauty. It's voluptuous! Yet all the while he plans a fitting revenge, eagerly awaiting the time when his sensuous captor becomes his helpless captive and is made to suffer the same rapturous torment. You know what that torment is? It's rapturous and exquisite ecstasy that he himself has endured. Okay, that was... wow, that was something. Well, that was our book. It's almost like I didn't even know what it was. I have two for you today, and they're both by Amanda Quick. I've read this one before, Reckless, but I've never read Deception, so I may have different things to say about both of them, but they gave me very similar vibes. So I'm looking forward to sharing them with you and seeing what you think. Let's go alphabetically and start with Deception. It appears that we have a journal on the cover. I love the marble background, by the way. That's really neat. And then, oh my gosh, I just noticed this isn't marble. This is a map. Holy cow. In fact, there is a ship. Let's open this step back up and see what we find. Oh my gosh, lots going on. We have a pirate ship, it appears, or just a ship. Let me just say ship, but it looks like someone has abandoned it as it's being engulfed in flames. Good grief. Or that's another ship going down, actually, with someone on it. Oh my gosh, that just gave me the willies. Anybody else? Then we move over a bit to see a gentleman and a woman in an amorous embrace. I love her red hair and the pearls. Look at that teal dress. You know what it matches? It's kind of echoing the waves on the other side of this portrait. Then we move to the middle and we see Waldorf and Statler. Not really. One appears to be holding perhaps a scroll or a map. Again, we see a map. India, Indian Ocean I'm seeing. I can't make out the rest. I think I'm making out something called Bay of Bengal, perhaps. Below that, though, we have two men in a sword fight. Although one appears has a sword, the other has a dagger. So this looks like it's going to be quite the match. But you can see the excitement and the tension in the two of them as they are fighting. We also see our heroine here. Look at her dress. Oh my gosh. I love everything in her hair. It looks like she's got beads and ribbons. So lovely. And again, we've got that red hair. So I'm thinking this is the same woman. We've got our hero again. Mr. has an eye patch. Notice he's got chest hair, ladies. For those of you that are into chest hair, I know we've talked about this and you are out there and hopefully you're having a good time right now. I love our hero's garb, by the way. Notice the belt that looks like it's made from fabric. And of course, what's on there? Pinot. How many of you already knew that this was Pinot? You can just tell at this point in the countdown. We also see three children looking unhappy to bored to confused. Let's talk about the back. From a cozy cottage in rustic Dorset to a magnificent mansion steeped in secrets comes a dazzling tale of lost pirate gold and legendary love. Deception. Once Olympia Wingfield had been free to devote all her time to her true passion, the study of ancient legends and long-lost treasure. But now, with three hellion nephews to raise, the absent-minded beauty has very little time for research, which makes it seem all the more serendipitous when a handsome stranger strides into Olympia's library unannounced and proceeds to set her world to rights. Tall and dark with long windswept black hair, Jared Chilhurst is the embodiment of Olympia's most exotic dreams, a daring pirate, masquerading in teacher's garb. In teacher's garb? What does that look like? You know, it's the eye patch. All the teachers are wearing them these days. Whose plundering kisses and traveler's tales quickly win her heart. Yet all too soon, innocent Olympia will discover that the enigmatic and wickedly sensual Mr. Chilhurst is no lowly tutor, but a future earl with a wealth of secrets. The kind that will lead them both on a perilous quest for a hidden fortune and a love worth more than gold. By the way, check out the back. We have a compass rose and a really nice picture of the ship. Now let's talk about the other one. This is the one I've actually read, Reckless. Clearly this is going to be one about writing. We've got an inkwell and a quill. I love the embossing on these. I wish you guys could feel the feather. Now we're gonna open this up and see what it has to offer. Again, see, I told you, similar and lots going on. Maybe not as much going on in this one as the other one. But again, we have a gorgeous ship, I'm gonna say pirate ship, on the high seas. Yes, they are high seas. You know why? Because it's in this corner. If it was down here, I'd call it the low seas. We have a gorgeous woman. Oh my gosh, look at the flowers in her hair, the diamond earrings, the dress, that goldenrod colors. It's lovely. Then we pan down a bit to see our hero ravishing our heroine. She's wearing the exact same dress. This is not the first time I've seen this with a Pinot, which, by the way, this is Pinot. This has to be Pinot. I don't see a signature, but this is Pinot. I mean, come on. If this is not Pinot, I'll eat my hat. There it is. It's Pinot. Found it. It's just very small. So very small. Anyway, this is not the first time that I've noticed in a Pinot that we have the dress that's the exact same dress but a different color. I mean, hey, I get it. You don't want to design a new dress every time. But our man is thinking, pensive, off in the distance, thinking about who this artist is before remembering, oh yeah, the name is right beside me. We also have two gentlemen on horseback at the very bottom. And then again, we see another fight. The villain with his top hat definitely has a dagger. And if we go back a bit further, we can see a moonlit night over what appears to be a castle. So lots of fun, lots going on. Let's see what this story has to offer. From a crumbling fairy tale castle on the stormy Sussex coast to a dazzling, dizzying masquerade ball comes an enchanting tale of a tarnished knight, a daring maiden, and a sweet, searing storybook love. At 16, Phoebe Layton had imagined that Gabriel Banner was a brave and valiant knight, a noble-hearted hero born to rescue ladies in distress, which was why 8 years later, when she desperately needed help to carry out a vital quest, she could think of no one more suited to the job than Gabriel. But when she lures her shining knight to a lonely midnight rendezvous, Phoebe finds herself sparring with a dangerously desirable man who is nothing like the hero of her dreams. And when he sweeps her off into a torrid and blatantly unchivalrous embrace, she can't help but fear that she's made a dreadful mistake. It's a kiss that will seal Phoebe's fate, for now the exacting Earl of Wild has a quest of his own to possess the most intriguing, impulsive, outrageous female he has ever met, even if he has to slay a dragon to do it, and that is reckless. Both of these sound fantastic, and I do remember enjoying this one for sure. The one that I just got a couple days ago on vacation is Roseanne Bittner's The Forever Tree. We have a beautifully embossed cover. I am loving these, I want to say lilies. I feel like I'm right. Along with, it looks like some greenery, and then interestingly, part of a piece, like a tree that's been cut across. So I'm really intrigued. I'm intrigued. Sorry. Let's look at this step back. Art that's different from anything we've seen. Yeah, there's a little dust in here right now. Ugh. We have a cavalryman leading what I assume to be men in battle. We've got the artillery there as well, the cannon fire. You can even see the explosions. This looks really intense. This appears to be the Union Army because they are in navy blue. We then see what appears to be perhaps redwoods. Remember we were talking about redwoods the other day. Look at these redwoods, and if you pan down, you see a couple in an embrace. Is it the most gorgeous couple? No. But I love the way the sun rays go through. I love the overall effect. Looking at them, they're not in great relief, but there is this kind of earthiness about them that I find peaceful and compelling. I also love the horses that they have in the background. Look at the size of the trees in comparison to the horses. Isn't that crazy? That just shows you how giant these trees are. I also see ferns in the foreground. I haven't seen ferns, I don't think, yet at all. Random fact. Ferns were around during the time of the dinosaurs. I cannot tell who this artist is, sadly. If anyone has any guesses, do leave them in the comments. Let's talk a little bit more about some of the characters in here. I assume to be a cavalry officer, perhaps the man who was on horseback, as well as a woman with a lace headscarf. I'm not sure what else to call that. I'm sure there's a particular term. If you know it, do shout it out. You know what, Terry? You might be happy with this because this looks like it's probably more accurate and it's not just some woman wearing a prom dress. Terry was talking about that the other day. The men are appropriately dressed for the period while the women are all wearing prom dresses. And then we see another gentleman who looks rather grumpy. He's the grumpy to the sunshine that is the rays of light going into the trees. He looks like he could be nefarious though, so we don't know. Let's read the back and see what we think. They came from two different worlds. Will Lassiter had come to California to build a logging empire, never expecting to fall in love with this golden land. Then he beheld the exotic Spanish beauty called Santana, and the rugged New Englander was forever lost. In her dark, luminous eyes, he saw all that was beautiful and irresistible about this rich and fertile country, all that he wished to possess yet did not fully understand. But nothing and no one could keep them apart. With every beat of her innocent heart, Santana knew that this tall, handsome, blue-eyed American was the only man she could ever love. But between Santana and Will stood a lifetime of tradition and a powerful and ruthless Spanish Don who would kill any man who dared to covet his intended bride. Now, as Will's dream of Lassiter Mills becomes a reality, he will risk everything to make Santana his own. And though love cannot protect them from vengeful enemies or the fires of change raging across this land, it may give them the strength to face an uncertain future, and in the midst of tragedy, the courage to begin anew the forever tree. That was a lot of detail. I feel like I've read 3/4 of the book. I'm not complaining, but I really feel like I got the Cliff Notes version. The Cliff Notes version. Let's look at the other book, which is by an author that, please don't hurt me. Catherine Coulter. I know. I love this cover though. Guys, look at this cover. Look at that. We're all amazed. It's hypnotic, isn't it? You're forgetting it's Catherine Coulter. Embossing, hologram feels. We're getting Lisa Frank. Anybody? Lisa Frank, right? I just went school supply shopping today, by the way, guys. That's one of the sports in the Summer Olympics, I believe. I got a gold medal. Actually, no, I got a silver medal because I still didn't get every single thing on the list, but that's another story. Let's open up this cover now that I've gone on a tangent and talk about what it has in store. Look at this. We have another beautiful, kind of dark-ish woodland scene, which is why I chose to put it together with this one. It gives me similar feels. So we have a lady, she's sitting with her cute little shoes. Look at those ballet flats. I can't even. And the yellow, again, like a goldenrod dress. I love the scalloped edges along her dress, the lace. Look at her hair. I just love the way that it's half up and the way she's sitting there looking at this gentleman like, I love the looks. If anyone wants to tell me what you think these two are thinking, please leave it in the comments. I think we'd have a blast. They just seem to be contemplating one another, don't they? They're sizing one another up, and I'm here for it. I love the river that's coming through the woods. I can practically hear the birds singing, and I love that we see a horse. Hey, there you go again, guys. Another horse having a nice drink from that beautiful, beautiful river or stream. I guess it's probably more like a stream. If you can stand in the middle of it, it's probably not a river, right? But I just found this incredible, and I will bet you dollars to donuts that this is again Victor Godino. Now let's see what this book has to offer. I'm scared. Hold my hand. Welcome to the exciting conclusion of the English Regency Bride trilogy, The Heiress Bride. You met St. John Sherbrooke in the Sherbrooke Bride and the Hellion Bride, a delightful, quite endearing 15-year-old who I hope charmed your socks off. Now she's 19. Thank goodness, I guess. I wouldn't mind if she were a bit older. Blessed with Sherbrooke blue eyes, wit to burn, and a wonderful sense of humor. She's also bored with the London season until she spies Colin Kinross, the Scottish Earl of Ashburnham, across the dance floor at a London ball. When she overhears Colin complain that he must find a wealthy bride quickly in order to survive, St. John promptly introduces herself as the toothsome heiress she is. She's toothsome. This is the second time someone's been toothsome this summer, and I still don't know what that means. I should probably look it up. If only this were on my Kindle. Despite all odds, St. John manages an elopement to Scotland to begin her life in a drafty old castle that holds more revelations and surprises than St. John could ever imagine. You'll also meet another ghost, Pearl and Jane, who teams up with the Virgin Bride. Do enjoy St. John. She's one heck of a bride. Okay. So let's talk about Stepback number 29, which comes to us from the book Lord of the Wolves by Heather Graham. This cover is giving me life. Look at all the embossing. I don't know if you can tell, but this is all raised. Like there's a pattern that's raised on this cover. And then the wolf looks to be emeralds, rubies, sapphires, diamonds. It's just exquisite. And I love what they did with the lettering for the L and the W for the title. I mean, and of course, what am I gonna say? Gold foiling. You get an A. Not only is there a gold border here, but it looks like there might be a tearaway. Let's turn it around to find out. Oh, we get a bookmark with our hero on one side and our heroine on the other, and we can see them again on the back cover. Then we open it up for a full 2-page step back. Check this out. Oh my goodness. This is, not surprising, Victor Godino. As we've seen in some of his other works, we have really defined lines, dark edges, if you will. By the way, I looked him up on Instagram, and let's just say a lot of his art is not safe for work. If you want to be scandalized, check Victor Godino out on Instagram. We have a gorgeous Viking ship. Look at the detail, even in the ropes. I mean, I'm just so in awe. And we've got what appears to be like a loincloth kind of deal, or just some short shorts and some incredible boots. Look at the fur lining. He's got a gold band on his muscly bicep. Our heroine is far, far in the distance, probably ogling him and just going on and on about how gorgeous he is from behind. Wouldn't we love to see that angle? Look at this castle. I even see a flag at the top. How neat is that? I love the bridge, the water underneath. Gorgeous. Let's talk about the back and see if the story is as good as the step back. She was a heroine of her people, with her extraordinary violet eyes, ebony hair, and ivory skin. The French Countess Melisande was a prize for any man, but the teenage Hellion who rode into battle to defend her people belonged to the warrior who saved her life, made her his bride, and then disappeared for years. Now Conan McAuliffe, of course his name is Conan, has returned to claim his wife, now a ravishing woman determined to fight for her freedom at all costs. But the proud beauty who feared no man suddenly feared herself and the passionate embrace of the husband who vowed never to let her go. He was the mighty Viking conqueror they called Lord of the Wolves, a legendary warrior whose great challenge would come with the woman he was destined to wed. In the fiery Countess Melisande, he would find his heaven and hell. Even as he waged war for her heart, he dared not yield his own. Even as he laid sweet, seductive siege to her body. Sweet and seductive siege. It's my favorite kind. He tried to shield his soul. It would take a common enemy, a little trust, and a united front to awaken them both to a love that would change their lives forever. Wow. Today, we are all about a showdown against two books by two incredible authors, Amanda Quick and Jane Feather, both of whom have a violet-ish cover. In fact, this is the title. We're going to have them go head-to-head and see who comes out on top. It's all up to you. Let's go alphabetically again, and who would have thought R would be first? Ravished by Amanda Quick. We have an embossed cover. This looks like a handkerchief with lace on top, and you can feel all the bumps. It's so cool. Now, we will open this up to see what is happening in this step back. We have a form on top of a cliff under the moonlight. I'm not sure what's going on. There might even be two people there. It's sort of a mystery. We have a lovely woman with an off-the-shoulder dress and flowers in her hair. It looks like she's currently styling her hair while probably thinking of a handsome man who, is this Fabio? This might be Fabio. I don't know that I've seen Fabio in a Pinot, but I'm very excited. I don't see Pinot's name actually here, but I mean, come on, this is Pinot. Oh, I found it in the treasure. It's like, where's Waldo? We also see a mansion in the country, it appears, before going down and seeing, whoa, there's some loving going on. She's wearing that same incredible dress, but it's all draped. I love it. I love it. It's so gorgeous and so big. And he is giving her some neck kisses. Woo! Exciting. Panning up just a smidge, you can see that that cliff is over the ocean. I see seagulls and water before panning down a smidge more and seeing two men grappling over a pistol. Oh my gosh, so exciting. One of the most fun parts though of this is treasure. There's treasure in this step back. I am loving it. Look at all the detail, all the fun. I love the candelabra as well. It really stands out. Perhaps that's especially important. And then hidden within that treasure is our artist Pinot. Now let's read the back and see what the story has to offer before moving into our other book. From the cozy confines of a tiny seaside village to the glittering crush of a fashionable London soiree comes an enthralling tale of a thoroughly mismatched couple poised to discover the rapture of love. There was no doubt about it. What Miss Harriet Pomeroy needed was a man, someone powerful and clever who could help her rout the unscrupulous thieves who were using her beloved caves to hide their loot. Ooh, this reminds me of one of the Kate Bateman Ruthless Rivals series, and it's also giving me one of the Rokesby's books. But when Harriet summoned Gideon Westbrook, Viscount St. Justin, to her aid, she could not know that she was summoning the devil himself. Dubbed the Beast of Blackthorn Hall for his scarred face and lecherous past, Gideon was strong and fierce and notoriously menacing. Yet Harriet could not find it in her heart to fear him, for in his tawny gaze she sensed a savage pain she longed to soothe, and a searing passion she yearned to answer. Now caught up in the beast's clutches, oh, Beauty and the Beast, Harriet must find a way to win his heart and evade the deadly trap of a scheming villain who would see them parted for all time. Whoa! Very exciting. Now, we'll compare this with the other lavenderish book, Violet. This, by the way, is one of the V series. So now we're seeing another V series book. I still don't have all 8. I'm dying to get them all. It's gonna happen at some point. We've got what I would have assumed to be earrings, but there's 3 of them. So So probably not. They're beautiful and they're embossed, so they're popping off the page. I love the violets. You know, I'm going to give myself credit for knowing this, despite the fact that the word violet is right above the flower. So let's open this up, see what it has to offer. Also, by the way, I love the teal ribbon. Couldn't pass this up without mentioning the teal. We love teal, right? Opening to find, guess what? More treasure. Now do you see why I put these together? Not just the lavender in the front. We got some treasure on both of these, and I thought it would be fun to look at them and stack them up side by side. We see what appears to be a colonial army, I'm guessing, in a town. We have a cavalryman beside an infantryman. It doesn't appear that they're in the midst of battle. We have a gentleman who is very intense looking. You can feel the drama just looking at his face. Heavy things are weighing on both of them. I love the scarf, I believe, or ribbon that's in her hair. And then she's got the diamond earrings and pearl necklace. It's just heavenly. Thankfully, they also get to experience some love in this gorgeous clinch. I love how he's pulling her to him by grabbing onto the bottom of her. It looks like his shirt, quite frankly, that she's wearing. And he is pulling her in. And he's got his hand behind her neck. Are you kidding? I'm loving that. I mean, he is just eating her up with a spoon. And I love how he's about to kiss her clavicle there. Oh man, so scrumptious. And the other thing here is treasure. Now this treasure isn't quite as detailed, but I'm loving the pearls or the diamonds. I just love it. It's beautiful. Who doesn't love a good picture of a treasure chest, right? And then we see Pinot again has placed his name right over the treasure. I love it. I can't wait to see which one you think is better. Now let's read the back and see what this has to offer. She was a bandit known as La Violetta, and she had fallen into the hands of the French. Now it was Julian St. Simon's assignment to rescue her, then force her to reveal the strategic military secrets only she knew. How cool! But Tamsin was no timid flower. Beneath her deceptively fragile beauty was a spirited young woman who would give Julian what he wanted for a price. Soon the handsome officer is trapped into taking Tamsin back with him to England and turning her into a proper lady. It's a mission more dangerous than he knows, as Tamsin, exchanging rifle and bandolier for the sensuous glide of silk, plots a vengeance that could threaten both of their lives and his well-guarded heart. Whoa! Another super fun storyline. The storm's coming, which is perfect for today's step back, which comes from the book Denim and Lace by Patricia Rice. I fell in love with this so hard. I could not wait to share it with you. We've got denim, of course. I don't see lace. I mean, this is a misnomer. We need to write a strongly worded letter. There is zero lace. There is a belt buckle with a horse on it. How cool. And it looks like it's been a bit the worse for wear, but still the embossing is still pretty nice. I love the rose as well. And of course we've got, when I say gold, you say foiling. Gold, gold. Well done. Let's open this up and see what it has to offer. Are you ready? Is this not epic? Look at this. Her dress, the way the light hits it. I love it. It's like they've got a floodlight on them almost. The dramatics with the lighting. Oh, and it's Greg Bronson. I just noticed that over her knee. I didn't see that before. I love Greg Bronson. We're going to have to do something on the live show where we vote for either Pinot, Greg Bronson, or Victor Godino, who are our most frequent artists on the countdown. We'll have to vote and say who's our favorite. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. Or you can also tell me in the comments if you want to. Let me know. I'm curious to see. I love the waterfall coming from the mountains. Look at the snow-capped peaks, the fog or clouds running through. Oh, there was a raindrop. It's about to start. I'm trying to go as fast as I can. Look at these beautiful flowers. Daisies, maybe. There's mosquitoes. Yuck. Yuck. Look at his abs. Oh my gosh, abs. Chest for days. I think I even see lily pads in the background. We just went with all the nature. I love her hair. It's like red. We got some redheads. I know, you guys. What do you think? Are you loving it? Let's talk about what this book has in store. A shocking proposal. Samantha Neely thought she might have to kill Sloane Talbot. After traveling 2,000 miles, she finally had her chance to confront the man she believed capable of murdering her missing father. As owner of this mining settlement in the California Sierras, Talbot had already tried to run her and her family out of town. Now she had to prove she was more than spitfire and sass. She had to prove she was woman enough to bring down the handsomest, most sinfully dangerous man she'd ever met. Sloane Talbot called Sam a ragtag, red-headed tomboy. But her honeyed voice taunted him by day and slipped into his dreams at night. In denim, she made him crazy. In lace, she made him wild. With his own private demons tormenting him, Sloane didn't need a woman like Sam, revealing what kind of man he really was. He couldn't let himself love her, but he couldn't stop wanting her. Instead, he offered her a proposition she ought to refuse. And that was denim and lace. Yeehaw! I'm ready to show you now something else I bought on eBay for more than $20. I can't tell you how much it costs because it's embarrassing, but it's a book I had to have. I've been coveting it for years, literally. I found it on Instagram and I've been looking for it in the wild, and I don't think I'm ever going to find it. So I finally, because the summer has been a lot, as you may have figured out, I decided to treat myself and buy myself one other book. This is it, on eBay. And here it is. Very proud, I guess, of getting it. This is Kristin Hannah's The Enchantment. Look at this cover. You want to talk about gold foiling? I've had to hide this from my daughter because, as you may remember, she's obsessed with gold. And this is just too perfect. I mean, the spine, it looks like it's barely been read. I'm just so pleased with it. Can you see the embossing there? Just through embossing, you get the image of this couple. I love how all we have is the embossing on the E and the K for the title and the author, but then there's just the hot pink text and the border, which looks incredible against the gold. But again, it's all embossed, just embossed. It's incredible. I hope you can really see this clinch cover. They are in the throes of passion.
I want to thank you guys for your alternatives to throes of passion. Jenny says, an amorous couple, a hot and steamy tryst, smooching, or making out. Jan said, canoodling, thanks to her daughter. Sock Marionette, who always cracks me up, gave us several ideas. They discovered that they have mutual interests. This is one of them. We have to remember that before the development of modern laundry techniques, people had to remove their shirts as often as possible to keep them clean. This is clearly a depiction of a scene that starts with a kiss and goes on from there. They decide to express their feelings in a robustly physical manner. Clearly, this novel goes where Jane Austen never dared. And last but not least, that couple is busy doing it. Thanks, N. Martin.
But get ready. This is another reason why I was blown away. Ready? There they are again. And there is foiling around them as well. So you can kind of see, I know it looks terrible with the ring light, but I just want you to get a sense of how iridescent the Stepback is. Now, the art itself is good, but the iridescence is what really takes it over the top for me and has made it into almost the top 25. I just am in love with this. I love the little speckles that are going across. It's not damage or anything. I feel like it's almost fireflies or just plain magic, to tell you the truth. Look at the iridescence of her dress as well. It's shimmering like some of her hair. His hair is also shimmering on top. I just love it so much. I can't even tell you. I love how he's kissing her collarbone. She's holding him so close as he is her. He looks like he's being so gentle and so reverent with her at the same time as this is a hot moment. It's so good. It's so good. Let's talk about the back and see what we think. I don't think there's anything that could make me love this book less. Now, if this was a Catherine Coulter, I might be a little afraid, but I feel like I can make this statement. Here we go. It takes much gold to fill an empty soul and only a drop of magic. It's so good already. Emmeline Hatter was a beautiful, brilliant, and rich Wall Street financier in the 19th century until the crash of 1893 wiped her out completely. Without friends, family, or money, she decided to take a wild risk and joined Dr. Lawrence Digby in his search for the treasure-filled lost city of Cibola. Once they found the legendary place of gold, Emmeline planned to use her share of the riches as a stake to start her life anew. Emmeline was used to getting her own way with everyone, but Lawrence had ideas of his own. Chasing impossible dreams of glorious discovery, Lawrence was pursued by a haunting secret that he shared with no one, and Emmeline was contemptuous of Lawrence's ideals and impractical fantasies, despising the man and the weakness he showed her in herself. Somehow, in a world of enchantment, each would have to learn to believe, to trust the other with their lives, their secrets, and their hearts. Ooh, it's so good. I love it. And I loved sharing this with you. It was hopefully worth all those dollars that I spent on it. It was a lot. Let's enjoy Virginia Henley's Desired. I am in love with this orchid, I want to say. It's gotta be an orchid, right? Flower people, help me out, right? There is a little bit of embossing on the water drops, which is super neat. Not a whole lot else to say other than gold foiling. Had to say it, right? And now we open this step back. Get ready. A gorgeous 2-pager. Any guesses who this artist is? I'm gonna count down from 5. Tell me who you think. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Victor Godino. Did you think it? Because you're exactly right. This guy is so incredible. Again, we see his trademark muscly men. There's a lot of dark kind of built in, a lot of shadowing or shading. Oh my gosh, I just love it. It just adds drama. It's just drama. I adore the lotus floating in the pond. We have lily pads as well. Notice there's candles within the lotuses. Oh my gosh, who couldn't love that? It's so romantic. This whole garden scene is so incredibly romantic. Hey, you know what? I finally did it. I finally matched a step back to my surrounding. Finally. It took 75 tries. But I finally got there. Let's talk about our man. I'm not certain he's wearing pants. And you know what? I'm not gonna complain. I'm not. Because I'm not a complainer. I like to see the positives. You guys like veiny arms? For those of you that do, he's definitely got that going on, even in his biceps. Our lady is wearing a gorgeous toga, I think. I guess it's a golden rope as a belt, really. But I love her half up hair and the way that it's falling down, the way the light catches it. We've got some arches, which I was envisioning after looking at this toga type deal, that we were likely in Greece or Rome. But then look at the roof over the arches. We've got...
These are known as Spanish barrel tiles, clay tiles, or mission roof tiles.
I tend to see this in more southwestern, so now I'm really confused as to where we are. Let's read the back and find out where this is taking place. I'm very curious.
You have belonged to me, body and soul, since the dawn of time. Mesmerized by the dark night's turquoise gaze, Lady Brianna of Bedford tried to turn away. After all, she was betrothed to Robert de Beauchamp, and now this total stranger, Christian Hawksblood, de Beauchamp's bastard brother.
Yes, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. We've got brothers again. We are cleared for landing.
Claimed her with a soul-searing look. What was his mystical power that compelled her to abandon herself to this man she dare not even trust?
Christian Hawksblood, Prince and Knight Templar, burned with memories of the beauty he first saw in a vision, clad only in a nimbus of red gold hair. I was gonna say nimbus of red gold hair. They beat me to the punch. Brianna of Bedford was his, ordained by fate, but first he had to deal with his jealous brother. Oh, those jealous brothers strike again. And then was Brianna, the innocent temptress. An innocent temptress? I feel like those don't go together. Is it just me? Who branded him with passion even as she compelled him to listen with his heart. Okay, I still don't have a clue where this is. I'm gonna have to look now because, nope, it doesn't tell us. Anyone, can you tell me where this takes place? We're gonna find out, but it looks good. Let's start with Cat Martin, the one we already know and love, Midnight Rider. We see some beautiful font. We see all the letters are embossed. Gorgeous royal blue, it looks like. I love that. And then we have like a pearlescent, beautiful embossed bird with flowers. Oh my heavens. It's hard to see. Oh, I love that. That is so cool. Lots of fun. I also love how we've got some foiling for the border as well before we open it up. And oh my gosh. See, this one's barely been opened, and so I'm hesitant to open it all the way. You know how it is. You don't want to damage anything, but you still want to enjoy it. So here we have a gentleman. I'm gonna look his name up. You guys always know his name. This is a model that I have trouble remembering off the top of my head. But he is wearing pants in a fountain. I'm guessing that they were both making a wish and then they fell in. That happened to me. Anyone else? Anyone? Our gal is, I'm guessing, in a nightgown? But regardless, it's pretty scandalous because it's white and it's soaking wet, so I can't imagine. This one, similarly to the book we just talked about the other day, we've got the Spanish barrel tiles, and I'm seeing some other fixtures of Spanish type buildings and palm trees. So this is obviously a tropical place. I would venture to say Mexico, perhaps, or just somewhere else that's tropical that has a Spanish influence. So very interesting from a cultural standpoint. Did I ever tell you that I wanted to get my major in anthropology? I just love the study of cultures. Anyway, we've got some beautiful flowers in the foreground. I love what I can see of this beautiful big fountain. It almost looks like a seashell, a giant open seashell at the bottom, but then we've got the beautiful fountain on the very top. I wish we could see more of the fountain, but we still got a great view here, don't we? Our gal is totally enamored with our man. She is behind him. We don't normally see that. There's one other book that I'm obsessed with that has the man in the front and the woman's behind him. It's a Julianne Long. I'll see if I can remember it. I'm gonna put it up. I love that one too. But anyway, I just love the way that he's holding her head. They're just sort of feeling one another out, just cherishing one another. I think I pretty much exhausted the topic of this step back, so let's read the back and see what this is about. She was his captive. He was the one man she was forbidden to have. As soon as the tall, handsome Spaniard leaned down from his stallion to offer her a rose, Carolee McConnell knew California held danger. But all too quickly, she was forced to deny the heat Ramon de la Guerra had sparked. Determined to please her uncle who had saved her from poverty, she must resign herself to marrying a man he has chosen for her and ignore what is in her heart. Behind Ramon de la Guerra's dark eyes throbbed the memory of his lands, stolen by the beautiful Americana's uncle. He had sworn to reclaim them, riding by night as the ruthless outlaw El Dragon. In a moment of rage and revenge, he stole Carolee away to his mountain lair, but there, in a passion as sweet as California wine, he would reveal a secret that could cost him his life and his heart's freedom. Oh my gosh, this sounds really neat. So we're in California again. Okay, well, yeah. Southern California. Boom. There you have it. Now, get ready for another step back that's underwater. I mean, this was kind of underwater. It was in water. But this one's underwater with Bettina Cron's The Mermaid. First of all, check out all the foiling covering this step back. Good night. The embossing actually is on the title and the author, but scales of The Mermaid are like a special extra layer. It has a texture to it. Actually, this whole thing has a texture to it, but especially the scales of the mermaid's tail. It's really neat. Now let's open this up. Get ready. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for you to see this. Check this out. Under the sea. Look at the fish everywhere. They're swimming. Oh, this is by Elaine in 96. We haven't seen an Elaine in ages. So that's really fun. Our hero is a human and our heroine also appears to be a human. But wait, I don't know. I'm guessing a reef that's behind them. I think that's super neat. And then we see different types of fish. I have never had to ask you guys for advice on what types of fish are in a step back. So it's another first. There's all kinds of firsts in this video. And I'm just loving it that can still happen within the last 25, right? Our gentleman is handsome. He's reminding me of someone. Who does he remind you of? Help me out. Oh, I can't think of it. It's on the tip of my tongue. And our lady is beautiful. I love her dress. How cool. I love the buttons and the designs along the waist and the shoulders, the ribbons that are coming off the back. It's just sort of ethereal and fun. I just saw this and I fell in love and I couldn't wait to share it with you guys. Now let's read the back and see what this one's about. I have no idea. If Celeste Ashton hadn't needed money to save her grandmother's seaside estate, she would never have published her observations on ocean life and the dolphins she had befriended. So when her book bursts upon the London scene, making her an instant celebrity, she is unprepared for the attention, especially when it comes from handsome scientist Titus Thorne. While Titus suspects there is something fishy about her theories, Celeste is determined to be taken seriously. Soon their fiery clashes create sparks neither expects, not least when Celeste dares Titus to let her give him a personal tour of the world she knows so well. But when a shady entrepreneur takes too close an interest in Celeste's work and Celeste, Titus must decide if he will risk his credibility, his career, and his heart to side with the Lady Mermaid. How fun. I'm so sorry. Please don't be mad. But guess what? You'll never believe it. I have a Catherine Coulter for you again. I know. I'm sorry. You'll understand when you see it, okay? Boom. Check it out. No, I was surprised too, and then I saw it and I was like, okay, this is pretty cool. Very inventive, very different. Look at this. It's giving me 1920s. Great Gatsby all the way. Just like the mermaid that we looked at yesterday or a couple days ago, this one has the texture on top. It's not just foiling. It's like really nice foiling where you can feel a difference. I was going to scratch it, but I know some of you hate that sound, so I'm not going to do that. We've got embossing for all the big words. Let's open this up so you can see again why I did this. Again, here we have one of the most hilarious step backs I've ever seen. You know how I like to mix it up. I like to try to throw different things into this countdown, and this really fits the bill. Not only is this great art, but it's hilarious. First of all, we've got Mr. Richard Gere wannabe or someone, again, tell me who you think this looks like, on his horse. And then we got a gal who is not on the horse anymore. I am guessing that she fell off. She is mad. And he looks like he's enjoying this a little too much. Anyone who wants to give me some thoughts on what they're thinking or what they would say to one another, go for it, because you guys always come up with the best little captions for these types of pictures, especially Sock Marionette. You gotta look at whatever she decides to say, I'm telling you. Notice also we have a hat that's fallen to the ground. Gee, I wonder whose hat that is. But they're in a beautiful garden. I love the house in the background. It's a mansion. It looks more new than a lot of what we have seen. I mean, the clothing though, you can tell it's still a period piece. I love the clouds. I love the sky. You can see where the sun is peeking out. We're thinking about peeking out. Let's read the back and see what we have in store. I cannot even imagine, considering this step back is kind of a hot mess. What's the plot gonna be? Douglas Sherbrooke, Earl of Northcliffe, is a man besieged. He must have an heir. Thus he must first provide himself with the requisite bride. Alexandra Chambers, youngest daughter of the Duke of Beresford, has loved Douglas Sherbrooke since she was 15. Unfortunately, it is her sister, the incomparable Melisande, he wishes to wed. But life never ladles out what one expects. How many times have you heard me say, didn't ladle out what I expected? You know what hasn't ladled out what I expected? This summer. Anybody with me? Hopefully you're getting lots of good ladles. Life is ladling out lots of good things to you this summer. I could only hope. Douglas finds himself wed to the wrong sister. If having an unwanted wife isn't enough, he is also plagued by the virgin bride, a ghost that is reputedly seen in the Countess's bedchamber. Oh, that virgin bride again. Oh yes, that same series. Does the willowy phantom really appear to Douglas? Does she speak to him? And that's it. So what'd you think? Thoughts? Are you mad? Please ladle me out a good comment. Let's look at this one first and get it out of the way. Catherine Coulter, I know. The Hellion Bride. Look at this cover. Do you see why? And not only that, look at the back. Do you see like the waves it's doing? Oh my gosh, I know I'm terribly sorry about the ring light, but this is the only way for me to really show you the texture. I mean, they spared absolutely no expense on what was potentially a completely bonkers plot, right? We've got incredible hot pink embossing. I mean, you should feel this. I wish you could feel this. Not only is this just embossed and raised, but it's bumpy. It is so cool. Let's open this up and see what this has to offer. Are you ready? Look how much fun. We have a gal who has fallen asleep on the beach, and she is definitely dressed in what I would say, what is it, late 1800s, maybe early 1900s garb. Oh no, this is in Montego Bay, Jamaica in 1803. See, I actually looked something up while I was talking rather than just guessing. So we're in Jamaica. How much fun. I love the flowers. Any of my flower people? Thoughts? I don't know. We definitely have a palm tree. I know that. I probably shouldn't brag about that. I love the water. Oh, it's that blue green. Has anybody really seen that? On the East Coast, we don't really have beautiful water like that. My husband and I have been on a couple of vacations to the Dominican Republic and St. Lucia. I love the look that our man is giving her. He looks like he's trying to figure her out. I would assume that it's early on in them getting to know one another, because he looks like he's, as they say, catching feelings is what I would say. The way that he's looking at her, I just love it. Oh my gosh, guess what, guys? This is Victor Godino. Let's take a look at what this book has to offer, and then we're gonna move into book number 2 before finally getting to book number 3. Ryder Sherbrooke is a fun-loving rake with a secret. When he travels to Jamaica to solve the mystery of the supernatural goings-on at the Sherbrooke Sugar Plantation, he finds another mystery as well, a sophisticated 19-year-old girl, Sophia Stanton Greville, who wants to bed him. Oh boy. And not, he believes, because she is simply enthralled with his handsome self or his boundless charm. Sophia has successfully controlled every man in her orbit until she meets Ryder Sherbrooke, a man she knows immediately is different from the others, a man she sees as one of hell's own sons. Ryder, confident as only a successful rake can be when it comes to knowing women, sets out to teach her who is in charge. It's said she already has 3 lovers. Is she indeed the outrageous tease she appears? A tease. Great. A seductress? Or is she an innocent with an ugly and terrifying secret? What about being an innocent seductress? Remember that the other day? Okay, so that was something. It's not the worst I've ever heard, but it leaves room to be desired. Let's talk about a gal we've had on the countdown a couple of times. She never fails to impress. Elaine Kaufman with Heaven Knows. We've got some beautiful hot pink foiling on the title. And look at the flowers. Again, flower people, I'm enlisting your support. Get ready though for this beachy, summery step back. Oh my gosh. Yes, please. We have a lighthouse in the background as well as a dune. You're not supposed to play in the dunes. Hasn't anyone told them that? I love his hand placement. Oh my gosh. And the kisses to the shoulder. Yes, please. Love her gown. Can't really see much of it. What I can see, it looks fun and frilly and cute. And of course, he's wearing the uniform, which is black slacks and a shirt that's coming off. And this is Griffin, by the way. We haven't seen Griffin in a while. Love this artist. I'll have more down below, as well as Gadino. I love, again, the flowers, the clouds, the sky. It just takes me away. Let's read what this book has to offer. A girl's dream becomes a woman's challenge. With her big dreams and flair for the flamboyant, Lizzie Robinson is a feisty child, besotted by the lazy charm of the most eligible bachelor on Nantucket. So now we're in Nantucket.
I believe this is the Great Point Lighthouse, an actual place.
She has loved him forever. To Tavis McKinnon, Lizzie is nothing more than a delightfully outrageous imp. An imp. Whenever they meet, she does something foolish. Then Lizzie's reputation is so tarnished that she is banished to Boston for some much-needed taming. She returns to Nantucket, no longer Lizzie, but Elizabeth, a proper lady who steps into Tavis's life once again. Tavis can't help but see the beautiful woman she has become. But their forced marriage drives them apart. Oh, and Elizabeth learns to live without him. She can never imagine that the dark and disturbing man who abandoned her on her wedding night will someday walk down a sandy stretch of beach and back into her life. For how can she know that time will turn his bitterness to love, and that obsessed by the woman he cannot forget, Tavis will set out to win her for good, willing to do anything for the love he so carelessly cast aside. You know, I feel like this is something that happens in almost every Elaine Kaufman book. It seems like the guys are always just taking off. He left her. Stop leaving. Anyway, very nice. Let's look at our third and final before choosing. This one is by someone we've never had on, I don't think. Maybe we had her once. Phoebe Kahn with Swept Away. Look, we've got the surf here, and you can tell the wave just broke because we've got froth on the water. I love the flowers that, again, flower people. I'm really putting you to work in this one. We've got some hot pink foiling again on top of the embossed lettering, as well as a hot pink border. Let's open it up and see. Wow. This one gives me lots of dramatics, lots of dark. Yes, it's only one page, but I still think it packs a punch. Unfortunately, we don't have an artist here, so we don't know who did this beautiful step back. I love the mountains far off in the distance. Perhaps they're even volcanoes. This is giving me Hawaii vibes, right? I love the flower that I feel like I should know it. She's even got a flower in her hair. It looks like lantana. I have that in my yard. I know what lantana is. That's something. I think our gentleman is quite handsome. Our lady is as well. She's got her gown coming right off. He's pulling it off. I love that royal blue. It complements the ocean and the sky. It's just lovely. And I love the way the light plays off of them, the shadowing. It's just beautiful. You get the sense that there's probably moonlight overhead. I just love it. Let's look at the back and see what this one is about. When Virginia Belle Eden Sinclair flees the South and the horrors of civil war to seek a new life abroad, she meets two men. One offers protection and wealth beyond compare. The other, dangerously seductive Raven Blade. I almost named my son Raven Blade. I'm glad I didn't. Awakens a desperate desire that brands Eden's heart, even as he draws her closer toward a wild and turbulent destiny. Man, have I had heartburn about this one, actually. I really struggled with whether or not to include these books in the countdown at all. The art is incredible. We know these models. We know these artists. We know these authors. And yet, the subject matter could be problematic because these were published a while ago. And so my concern is about respect towards Native peoples of North America. So you're going to see that with these three books. We're going to vote for our favorite, and that one will then become step back number 21. They're all beautiful pieces of art. I'm just not really sure about the representation. So we're going to go through these together and we're going to see what we think. Certainly, I don't want to be disrespectful of other cultures. That is never something I ever want to do. My whole goal in doing BookTube at all is to uplift people. So I just want to make sure that I make that statement before I show you any of these. Let's start with Cheryl Henke's The Endless Sky. As you can see, well, this was unfortunately a Dollar General sticker that did not want to come off. That was unfortunate. I may try some special solution later. The laser cutting on this is exquisite. I love the embossing on the spear tip as well as the feathers. We've got gold foiling for the author and like a teal foiling for the title. So much embossing, so lovely. It's really exceptional. And of course, in the background, unfortunately about the sticker, try to ignore it, there's a beautiful moon and a starlit sky. We open this to find our man dressed as a Native American. John DeSalvo. We've seen this model many, many times, and he's in all his glory. Now, speaking of all their glory, I believe that they are in their birthday suits. I don't see any clothing. I see the fog is strategically placed as well as the hair. This must be like a hot spring because there's snow everywhere. It's just magical, isn't it? This beautiful hot spring. You could even see like the minerals in the water that make it green, the warm water vapor coming up, the steam, if you will. It's just gorgeous, and these two are he's helping her out of the water with this beautiful look on his face of admiration, adoration, whatever you want to say. We've got the snow on the evergreens behind them. It looks like icicles and snow. Also, you can see, who do we have here? It's Pino, one of our favorite artists of the Countdown featured. One of the other most magical things is we have a wolf in the background. How neat is that? Let's read the back and see what is going on here and see how we feel. In Boston, he is Chase Remington, a bitter outsider whose illustrious family hides secrets far more shocking than his own illegitimacy and half-breed blood. Okay, on the high plains, he becomes the White Wolf, a fierce Cheyenne raider standing between the people and the white invaders who would destroy them. In Boston, she is Stephanie Summerfield, a blue stocking whose attraction to the notorious Remington heir sends shockwaves through polite society. When her reputation is ruined by innuendo, she becomes the wife of a mercenary cavalry officer and travels west, only to be captured by the White Wolf. In the Valley of Little Bighorn, Chase and Stephanie finally accept what the powers have decreed. They are fated to become lovers if they can survive the troopers of the long hair General Custer. Anyone heard about how General Custer did at Little Bighorn? It did not go well. The vengeance of a brutal husband and the fate of a proud but dying race. This, by the way, was published in 1998. 1998? Okay. 1998. Okay, we're moving on. Let's talk about book number 2, Tame the Wildest Heart by Paris Afton Bonds. Again, we have laser cutting going along, and here's something else neat. This border is painted. It's part of the art in perhaps clay. It's brown, which leads me to believe that. It's beautiful. I mean, the border itself is beautiful, and the detail is incredible. I love the cowboy boot. Look how gorgeous. The roses, and of course, we have gold foiling for the author. I adore this title. Oh my gosh. We've got salmon color or a pink outlined by gold. We just haven't seen this yet. But then the top is a problem again, potentially, because we have very stereotypical Native American chieftain on horseback with full headdress and a spear. I can't wait to see what you guys think about all this. This is clearly the Midwest, the Pueblo, perhaps. Let's open this up and see what this stepback has to offer. This I found to be ridiculously gorgeous. Our woman is wearing leather with fringe on it. She's got gorgeous curly hair. He's actually rocking a mustache and an earring. For me, mustache is very tricky, but I mean, I think he pulls it off very, very well. I love the trees in the background. I love the way he's holding her so tightly. She seems to be swept away by emotion, but he is absolutely enamored with her. So let's read the back and see if we can find anything out. In a world where men made the rules, she fought to live life on her own terms. Maddie McAllister was a woman to be reckoned with, and most folks were unforgiving of her tragic past. When she walked into a room, even the toughest of cowboys gave her a wide berth. Maddie desired only to be left in peace so she could raise her half-breed son properly. And there we are, half-breed again. Oh yay. Then one day, Gordon Halpern barged into her world, bringing challenge, confusion, and an offer she couldn't refuse. news. Gordon needed Maddie more than she needed him, or so she believed at first. Yet as they joined forces to track a legendary villain across the harsh frontier, Gordon evoked a passion in her she had never dreamed possible. She longed to open her heart to him, but could she trust the promise of his kiss? So, I don't know. Again, this could go either way. The half-breed term is another one that, again, I'm not fond of. This was published in 1994. Our third and final book in the pretty but problematic category is Cheryl Hankey, again, Sundancer. Again, we have some gorgeous laser cutting here around a feather, which has been embossed. We've got embossing for the beadwork here. I just love this beadwork. The color, like a burnt orange, really sets everything off. I love the colors on the feather as well. We have gold foiling for the title. So much embossing. And I love, very similarly to, I need to get another copy of this or get this cleaned up somehow. Obviously, they go together because look at how we've got the moon here and the sun here. Isn't this the coolest? So let's open this up and see what the Stepback has to offer. Guess what? It's John DeSalvo again in water again. Again. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's break this one down. We're not wearing clothes, and there we've got some strategically placed water, and he is a Native American again. The sun is going down. It looks like a beautiful fall afternoon. We see kind of greenish water, which leads me to believe this is like a hot spring. Maybe minerals are in it. And we've got a blonde gal looking off in the distance. She is intrigued by him. She's like, yes, please. And he's like, oh, I see that you've seen me. All right. Or if you have other thoughts, I'm more than happy to hear what you think he's thinking. This is Greg Gulbranson, another one of our very favorite artists, and I love this art. I love that we get John DeSalvo as a Native American in water in two different stepbacks. This is Pinot, and this is Greg Gulbranson. I kind of love that we're getting to compare two artists' vision of what appears to be quite a similar storyline. Now let's read the back and see what this is about. His name was Cain, and everyone in the Sierras feared him. With blood on his hands and vengeance in his heart, Cain has spent a life brooding over those who have betrayed him, and the fate that has cursed him as half-breed. Half-breed again! It's just the term. If they just cleaned up this term, I think these would be so much better. But in the Cheyenne village of his youth, he comes face to face with the most destructive traitor of all. She was Roxana, haunted by her past, masquerading as a lady. Running from deadly danger and dark secrets, Roxana Fallon heads west. But an Indian ambush, we would say Native American or First American at this point, plunges her headlong into peril and sweet desire in the arms of her rescuer. Posing as Alexa, just making sure she didn't alert. She never dreams she will become a pawn in the rivalry between two railroad barons and caught between the passions of two brothers. In an agonizing dance to the sun, Cain, the gunman he is, must confront Lone Bull, the Cheyenne he was. Only the fierce love of a strong woman and the strange powers of an ancient medicine can save the Sundancer. So, yeah, it's tricky. I suppose really the only thing to do would be to read these and just see how they're presented. And one would hope that they're presented with respect and care. This was in 1999. Can you believe it? That doesn't feel like that long ago. And yet, I suppose it was. I actually have 4 books for you. The reason I have 4 is because I thought I would lump all these gorgeous historical romances together that are all set in the same time period, and that is either Civil War or just after the Civil War. So we're talking 1860s in the United States of America. Think American Civil War, we've got the North and the South. We're just gonna start with the Heather Graham Civil War trilogy. These all have very similar art. It's all beautiful. I just thought, you know what, they all go so well together, but let's pick the best one. We'll start with book 1 of the Civil War trilogy, Heather Graham's One Wore Blue. So this would be a Northern soldier because they wore blue during the American Civil War. We have hot pink foiling, embossing for the title and author, some beautiful flowers, and perhaps a plantation home. It's a very large home regardless. Notice that the border matches the color of the lettering. Then we open it up to find America. The Olympics are underway right now as I'm filming this. They're almost done. So I love seeing the flag now that I've been seeing it everywhere for the past 2 weeks. We have the columns and it looks like a giant home in the background. I love our woman's pearls and the drop pearl earrings. She is fashionable and she's got a magenta gown. Look at all those ruffles. This is gorgeous. This is one of the prettiest dresses I've seen in this countdown in a while. It's lovely and I love these flowers. If you know them, shout them out. Our man is handsome too. Good night. And he's looking good in that uniform. It looks like he might be a medic though, looking at the collar. I would also say based on his cover or his hat that he could be part of the cavalry, which means he would ride horses. Now this artist is not one that I've seen on the countdown before. Stepbacks in 1991. So let's read the back and see what this book has to offer. Her rebel spirit defied his Yankee soul. So she's Southern and he's Northern. She was velvet and silk, emerald eyes and sunstruck hair. Kiernan Miller had married one man to protect her from another. She hated Jesse Cameron with a fierce passion, but she was a widow now, and he was the enemy at her door, come with weapons of fire to melt her icy heart. His traitor's touch ignited raging passions. He wore a Yankee uniform with inimitable Southern style. Yankee was what the Southern people called the Northern people. As true to the Union cause as he was treasonous to his rebel roots. Rebel was the South, by the way. Even as war engulfed them all, he would find his greatest adversary in the beauty who'd branded him a traitor, the woman he was born to possess. Now let's talk about the second book in the trilogy, One War Gray. This has a post-it note in the back to remind me that I just got this recently. You've never seen it on my channel before, and I'm very excited about it. We have the gray uniform. This is a Southern gentleman then, someone from the South. The gray uniform is resting along maybe a gazebo, it looks like. And we have lots of beautiful flowers, I'm guessing roses, climbing up the sides. Now we've got some purple foiling as well as embossing again for the title and the author. Again, the border matches the color of the lettering, which is so cool. Now we will open this up and we see another gorgeous scene. Oh my gosh. Again, he's probably a cavalry officer based on his cover or hat. Look at her beautiful blue dress, her shoes to match. I love it. And this is Stepbacks again. And we've got a swing, which is so perfect because we have swings right here. We're playing at the playground right now. He's so handsome. And I love these flowers in the front. Again, if you know them, shout them out. And I think I even see, well, no, I was going to say Spanish moss, but no, we must not be that south. Let's look and see what this one has to offer. Her Yankee pride ignited his rebel passion. With her sunset hair and gray eyes that flashed silver, Callie Michelson's wild beauty stirred the Confederate colonel's senses just as her courageous spirit touched his soul. Unequaled on the field of battle, Daniel Cameron was bewitched by this sweet enemy whose caresses alone could make him forget the horrors of war and give him the strength to defy an encircling army for one forbidden night in her silken arms. His searching gaze torched her northern heart. He was prepared to die for a cause Callie despised, but those eyes of blue fire that gazed at her from his battle-hardened face melted all resistance, for as the fires of civil war blazed around them, as the fate of her beloved Union hung in the balance, Callie faced the most terrible choice a woman in love was ever forced to make. Okay, now let's take a look at the third and final book in the Civil War trilogy by Heather Graham, and One Road West. So we've got gold foiling for the lettering. We again have blue, and I see a saddle here. So again, we have cavalry. Oh, and look, even the back has a beautiful garden in it. Okay, now I'm wondering, what do we have here? Beautiful garden with a gazebo, and oh, this is just the same. So it looks like as it goes on, it gets more and more intricate in the back, which I love. Let's open this up and see what this one has to offer. We'll see if this is artist Stepbacks again. It is, and this is in 1992 now. Check this out. This is just blowing me away. We've got a tearaway bookmark that actually continues the portrait. You can see the buffalo that goes along. He's looking at the other buffalo. But look at this stormy setting, the amazing plains here. We've got the buffalo, the rolling stream that's going through. Her dress is so beautiful with the flowers on it. I love the way that it goes off the shoulder, and she's got a shawl. Look at these daisies and his uniform. He looks so incredibly dashing. I cannot wait to see what this is all about. But yes, this Stepbacks is just incredible. And I don't want to rip the bookmark off again because it just looks too good. Now let's look at the back and see what the third and final book of the Civil War trilogy has to offer. From the bitter aftermath of war, a regal beauty with raven hair and piercing blue eyes Lovise, Krista Cameron suffered the indignities of defeat in the Civil War's bitter aftermath. So now we're post-Civil War. Her spirit unvanquished and her hatred of the victorious enemy undiminished. When a marriage to a Yankee officer was the only way to save her plantation from confiscation, Krista coaxed Colonel Jeremy McCauley into a legal union, promising herself to keep her pride and purity intact. But her virile bridegroom had other ideas, oh my. To the promise of an untamed frontier, succumbing to her courageous husband's russet-haired, silver-eyed appeal, Krista rode west with the cavalry, but remained a rebel in her heart, embarking on a trail of stampeding buffalo and wild Native Americans, I'm going to say. A flower of the Southern aristocracy was forced to play the part of loyal army wife, but it was only as a savage's hostage. There we are again, savage. See, again, problematic potentially again. I've heard that she handles things well, but who's read Heather Graham's Civil War era? Let me know. I've heard great things, but, just want to make sure we're being respectful of cultures. That Krista learned the startling depths of her new husband's devotion and the extraordinary power of freedom as she vowed to make the West her home and to build a new world on the ashes of the old. That sounds epic, and hopefully it's also respectful. Now that is the Civil War trilogy, but now let's talk about the one I just got. This is Patricia Hagen. I've never heard this name before, and this is a very different cover. We've got some laser cutting around the edges so that the flowers can continue. It's all in peach, green, and purple foiling, which is interesting. It's also embossed. Let's open this up and see what we find. I, again, was just absolutely blown away by this gorgeous, gorgeous step back. And look at, there's the Spanish moss I was looking for earlier. That grows frequently in the South. I grew up around that a lot when I was in North Carolina. We have that everywhere. It grows on all the trees. This is done by R.O. Mackenzie, it looks like. So another artist I'm not familiar with. So very interesting. I love how they're riding together on the horse. This is the first time we've seen this in the countdown, on the horseback together. Look at her gorgeous dress, the white ruffles and the hot pink, and then he looks so dashing in his uniform. It does appear to be gray, so I think we are doing Southern or Confederate. Oh my gosh, there's a quote from William Blake from the Auguries of Innocence in here too. That's impressive. To see a world in a grain of sand and heaven in a wildflower, hold infinity in the palm of your hand and eternity in an hour. I bet a lot of you have heard that one before. I adore the dreamlike quality of the further and further we get out, the more it's just sort of brush strokes and less detail, but I just love that. And I love the setting sun in the background. I love that beautiful home. Now let's turn it over and see what the back has in store. It was in the sultry heat of a Louisiana summer that they came together for the first time. The plantation owner's headstrong daughter, Angele Sinclair, and the bronze-skinned, muscular Cajun worker known only as Gator. In the secret darkness of the bayou, they found a joy that broke all the rules. But a love like theirs could never be, and they were driven apart. Angele was sent to England to finish her schooling and forgot Gator's searing touch. After 4 long years, she returned home to her beloved South, to a land devastated by the war between the states. It was there that the lovers' paths crossed once more, only this time they were on opposite sides of a raging conflict. Whoa! Talk about an epic childhood friends to lovers, enemies to lovers. Wow. It is Heather Graham once again with Runaway. I'm in love with this cover. Again, we have a hot pink border, just like yesterday, and hot pink foiling for the word. We have a crane, it appears, flying. This looks like it's definitely Southern in that respect. Perhaps we're in the wetlands. I see palm trees, and I see more birds as well. Let's open this up and see what it has to offer. This one doesn't want to open all the way, and I don't want to force it, so I'm being very careful. He looks like Gregory Peck to me, and she reminds me of an old school actress as well. I'm trying to remember. This is by artist M. Kane, and I just love the old-fashioned look of this step back. I love everything about it, honestly. This is something I would have on my wall, especially as I'm celebrating old film classics, etc. It just looks like it's something right out of that. We have beautiful flowers, and if you know them, shout them out. I love her periwinkle blue dress with the neat shoulders and the way that he's holding her. She's got a cute flower up to her chest. They just look like they're having a magical moment together of quiet contemplation. Now let's read the back and see what this has to offer. I accepted you as payment on a gambling table because you're incredibly beautiful, and I want you for the same reason. What? His smoldering gaze claimed her long before a poker hand made her his. Tara Brent knew she could never escape this dark and brooding stranger who promised her safety, with a price, marriage, and life together in the lush, lethal wilderness of Florida. She didn't even know his name, only the promise of passion and refuge in his arms. Jarrett Mackenzie swept his ravishing bride away from New Orleans to his remote Florida plantation, determined to uncover the desperate secret from which she ran. He couldn't tell her of his old Seminole roots, that's a Native American tribe, or open her guarded heart until his former commander, President Andrew Jackson, declared war on the Indians or Native Americans. Oh, this is all kinds of tricky. Andrew Jackson was the president of the Confederacy. A powerful enemy from Tara's past found his way to their door. This is something. Anybody read it? Please share in the comments. We're going to be visiting the V series all over again. That's right, Jane Feather's series with the incredible Stepbacks, and this one is Valentine. Look at this cover. I love the blue ribbon. Look at this gorgeous golden artifact it appears. We've got gems within, perhaps rose quartz, sapphires, pearls maybe, and even diamonds jumping off the page with that embossing, as well as gold foiling for the title. You know I had to say it. Let's open this up. Now there is a bit of water damage in this, but I still think it's good to go. And oh man, what jumps out at us? Abs. I just love this so much. Let's break this one down. In top, we have what appears to be a battle. I love the flags. There's cannon fire. We've got the cavalry. It's just a very exciting and yet small depiction of battle during perhaps the Napoleonic War or colonial times. I'm excited to find out what it is. Below that, we have a couple in one another's arm. Her dress is coming right off along with his shirt. I love the rose color of her dress. Notice it's echoed in the flowers beside her. The color of his shirt too is echoed in the flowers beside him. I think that's really interesting that they chose to do that. But the off the shoulder and backless way that this is being presented is just so sensual, so intimate, so gorgeous. I love also how he has his hand in her hair. I think that's the second time I've noticed that only in this whole countdown. He's cradling her skull, as they say. It's romantic, right? Then we move down a little bit further. We see a gal getting a dress fitting perhaps, or, and you know what? I think that she is part of what appears to be a party, and our heroine likely is playing the piano by candlelight to the entertainment of all those around her. So it looks like one specifically is very intrigued by her playing, while the others are doing whatever it is that they do at that time. Stitchery, etc. Is stitchery a word? If it is, that's what they're doing. Then we move to the right all the way. You can see a mansion all lit up at night. Not a lot going on there, but it's beautiful. Speaking of beautiful, let's talk about our man in the foreground. He's oiled up. I'm sorry, my air conditioning just kicked on. I can't get it to turn off. It's not even that hot today, which is why I'm outside. Anyway, love the pecs, love the chest for days. I mean, this guy's really handsome. He's holding a sword right in front of himself. Notice he's got his hand on his sassy hip, and right next to that hip, who is it? Pinot. That's right. I love it. Who could have guessed that? I would have guessed. I know you would have by now as well. I love everything about the step back. Now let's read, see if I can get this air conditioning unit to turn off, and then we'll see what this book has in store. A quirk of fate has made Sylvester Gilbraith the heir of his sworn enemy, the Earl of Stoneridge. But there's a catch. To claim his inheritance, he has to marry one of the Earl's 4 granddaughters. The magnetically handsome nobleman has no choice but to comply with the terms of the will. Yet when he descends on Stoneridge Manor, prepared to charm his way into a fortune, he finds that the lady who intrigues him most has no intention of becoming his bride. Maddeningly beautiful and utterly impossible, Theodora Belmont refuses to admit to the chemistry between them, even when she's passionately locked in his embrace. Yet soon the day will come when the raven-haired vixen will give anything to be Sylvester's bride, and risk everything to defend his honor and his life. Ooh, that sounds so good. I'm excited. I gotta read this whole V series. If you've read it, let me know in the comments. You can also leave a prediction for tomorrow's Step Back. You know, I want to thank everybody for the responses you've given me regarding Native American portrayals in romance novels. That was a blind spot for me, and I'm glad to hear that primarily they're being portrayed with respect. Tonight, or today, we're going to be focusing on 3 books from the 6-book series, sometimes referred to as the Florida series, the Old Florida series, the Florida Civil War series, but it's the same set of 6 incredible books, which I've heard amazing things about. In fact, one of you was just raving about her series in one of my other videos. Thank you so much for your comment, by the way. So all 3 books are going to be focusing on the indigenous peoples of Florida. And after reading your comments from the other video that I was really concerned about with regards to representation, I am just so excited now to celebrate this series, this author, Heather Graham, as well as the artist. Guess who it is? You'll never guess. His name begins with P, has 4 letters, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pino. Did you say it? Yes, you were right. Let's get into it. We're going to start with Heather Graham's Rebel. This is another thing you're going to notice. We've got a lot of foiling, really cool laser cutting, and there's a bird on every cover. This one has a hummingbird, which I think is just gorgeous. Of course, there's tons of embossing. Now we will open it up to reveal an incredible step back. You can tell we're in like a wetland or marshland area. There's water. There's a great deal of plant life, but all of it goes to the wayside when you consider our incredible couple. We have a woman wearing, it looks like black leather pants. She's got a really cute maroon or purple top. I just love it. It's off the shoulder on one side. This is the first time I think we've seen a lady without a dress in this countdown. And then of course we have our gentleman who has never missed a gym day, it appears. He's got gorgeous hair, gorgeous body. I love how they're holding hands. He looks like he is about to ravish her. However, he does seem like he has his emotions very much in check. He's very in control, whereas she looks like she is incredibly eager to see what is going to happen next. Why don't we read the back and find out what exactly we have in store? Promised to love. Elena McMahon is stunned by the brazen sensuality of Union Major Ian Mackenzie. Suddenly, she is in his arms, engulfed by desire. Her honor compromised, Elena's options are either scandal or marriage to a man who will soon be her bitter enemy, sworn to betray. As the Civil War turns brother against brother, Ian is ordered to capture the South's most notorious spy, the Moccasin. She is beautiful, deadly, and she is his wife. Duty demands she hang, yet Ian's heart demands another choice, a magnificent, rebellious love that can destroy or save them both. Epic. Very exciting. Wow. Let's look at another one now that I am deeply enamored with. Very similar look. We have Captive. Now we have a green foiling. Sorry, Terry, for the blinding light. We also have laser cutting and some gold foiling on the step back, which is revealed through the laser cutting. This appears to be a crane, not a bird expert. Feel free to correct me if you would like. Now we are going to open this up and see what we find. Oh my heavens, another stunner. We have a gentleman who is not wearing nearly as much in terms of clothing. Would you call this a loincloth perhaps? My guess is he is portraying a Native American. We have more cranes in the background. Again, we see water off in the distance, a lot of plant life. So again, we're kind of off in Florida nature. This time our gal is wearing a gorgeous, what would you call that, magenta gown. I'm loving all the ruffles, and it appears that there is a bit of jewelry. I suppose it's not called jewelry if it's on the bust, but I love that embellishment there in the center. It reminds me of a cameo. I love how she's grabbing his thigh. Have we really seen that much since number 55? But she's like, please don't leave me. I love you. Let me hold your leg. This is how it looks in my house if I ever want to go out with girlfriends and my husband's home with the kids and this is my 4-year-old going, please don't leave. Let's read the back and find out what this one has in store. Born enemies, fated lovers. When sheltered Southern belle Tila Warren gets a taste of the lush, exotic Florida territory, her senses are dazzled. When she glimpses half-breed James Mackenzie, the most attractive man she's ever seen, her heart is in danger. His forbidden passion ignites her soul, but the ravaging violence of the Indian Wars seeps between them, powerful and destructive of everything in its path, but the truest, most transcendent love. Again, I love how we've had conversations recently about how of the time terms like Indian and half-breed were used, so it does make it more authentic. I just so appreciate your insights, your feedback, your conversation. It's been amazing. Moving into the third and final book for step back number 17, Surrender. We have the least amount of laser cutting, but there is some fancy laser cutting. You can see on the side burnt orange, quite a bright orange actually, and it's got some, I'm not even honestly sure what the decision was that went into this, just saying, well, just make it a little squiggly. It certainly adds interest, and it certainly gives us a chance to go crazy over the fact that there's a gold border matching the title, which is awesome. Now let's open this up and see what this step back has to offer. Another gorgeous one. Now we're in the water, and this isn't even John DeSalvo. Just when you thought that he had the market cornered on Native Americans in water. Again, we see a crane in the background flying, Spanish moss, my favorite, in the trees. This is primarily water. There's not as much plant life, but hey, who's complaining, right? I love the lily pads, just gorgeous. And I love her top. It's lacy, it's fun. Looks like she's got perhaps a short skirt there. And then we have our gentleman wearing, heaven knows, who knows? Some of you might say fur loincloth, right? Anyway, he's got a feather in his hair, and he looks like he's about to bend and kiss her, where she looks like she's expecting him to tell her a secret or the like. It's so cute and tender, this moment, and I am going crazy for it. Now let's read the back and see what this book has in store. Nothing in her privileged life had prepared Yankee beauty Risa McGee for the dangers and intrigues of war, until she bravely rode through nighttime waters to carry a warning to a friend behind Confederate lines. Suddenly, she was the prisoner of a man with rippling bronze muscles. That's what I meant to say, rippling bronze muscles. They beat me to the punch again. Sensual lips and plundering kisses. Ooh, those plundering kisses, the best kind. Nothing in his years of battle could have prepared rebel sea captain Jerome Mackenzie for the desire that ignited when this lovely, reckless woman brazenly entered his home state of Florida, and his world. Looks good. How fun. So those were the three. Now, before I move on and we talk about voting, I just want to say there are some more books that have been recommended to me by you guys that celebrate Native American culture. I especially want to shout out Albie of Albie Reading Romance. I'll have her linked below if you want to check her out. She's fantastic. She says that Karen Kay is an Indigenous American author who wrote for Avon in the 90s, and her series is now on Kindle Unlimited. Greyhawk's Lady is book 1. The 25th anniversary edition is out, so it could have been revised a la Kleypas. Well said. We've all been talking about that lately, haven't we, over in our Lisa Kleypas read along. Oh my. By the way, we just decided as a group we're all going to come back in 2025, do all of the Hathaways and all of the Ravenels. So get ready for that in 2025. Yes, they've committed to 18 months with me. I don't know how. Well, it's Lisa Kleypas, but I'm just so excited that they were willing to do that, because I was hoping to ask them, but I was afraid to when they agreed to do the wallflowers. And then I thought, oh, maybe somehow I can get them to do the rest. And then they were like, let's do it. So I was very excited. Back to the topic at hand, though, I wanted to also thank Kathy, who brought up Roseanne Bittner, Constance O'Banion, who both have tasteful Native American stories. So if you're looking for more tasteful Native American books, here you have it. If anybody has more, leave them in the comments below. But let's go ahead and talk about step back number 16, which is to be found in Elaine Kaufman's A Time for Roses. I fell in love with this cover so hard. Look at the gold foiling. You knew I had to say it. And the embossing on this cover, not only for the words, but also for the roses themselves. I love the color, the deep pink. It's just so beautiful. We also see beautiful roses on the border as well. How often do we get a border that actually has designs, a pattern, or pictures on it? I know we just saw one the other day, but this is the only one that I can think of off the top of my head other than that. Let's open this up and see what this step back has to offer. This is just unreal to me because we have a Pinot, not a surprise, but also this feels like a one-pager usually. You know how he'll do so much on one page, but then it actually moves and is filling up both sides. Like most of Pinot's one-pagers, most of the drama is happening on one page, but I love the more serene side. I love the bridge. I don't see any water, but I do see a reflection of what probably are trees. Again, we've got brush strokes the further out we go, which I've mentioned. I love that effect. We have plenty of flowers surrounding the side and bottom of our step back. Looking at the top, it appears to be Russian buildings. Oh my gosh, how gorgeous. And of course, it looks desolate, wintry. We have some horses. Hey, for my horse people. We love the horses, right? And they are outfitted in something that looks like it's going to help them maybe associated with cold weather. We also have a woman staring off. She looks very sad and she's covered in a cape and hood. Look at our hero and heroine locked in an embrace. Could that be a nightgown? It looks so light. I love the flower patterns below the bodice. It looks like we've got some ribbon as well in the front. This could be a day dress, perhaps. Our gentleman is handsome and he is about to kiss her jaw. Very provocative. And I like how he's holding her close with her knee and behind her back. How lovely. Now, if we move down some, we see a ballroom setting. Perhaps this is our hero and heroine again. It very well could be. He's kissing her hand. Oh my. How much fun. I am just in love with the chandelier as well. And again, as I said, the flowers are lovely. Now let's look on the back and see what this book has in store. Driven apart by the very passion that brought them together, neither of them knew love could be so powerful or so painful. She gave him love and he betrayed her. Then a shocking tragedy left Natasha Simonov shattered. Suffering and loss only made her stronger until years later the life she created came crashing down around her. Drawn into an exotic world of danger, intrigue, and adventure, she never dreamed that the man who betrayed her, the man she vowed to forget, would be the one to risk all, the one to show her the power of love and the magic of forgiveness. He taught her heartbreak, and losing her almost destroyed him. Lord Trevor Hamilton discovered too late that he could not live without her. His all-engrossing passion for her doomed him to spend the remainder of his life in torment, haunted by the memory of a woman he could never have. Though he became a wealthy duke in the House of Lords, a man of great influence and power, tragedy made him driven and bitter. But then a voice from the past called out to him, forcing him to choose between all he possessed and a memory. Only Natasha's forgiveness and love could save him. Only then would they have what they had too long been denied. That was very long, but also informative. So today we have two incredible Western themed stepbacks. They're both new to my channel, to my bookshelves, and they're authors we haven't talked about yet, I don't think. One definitely not, and one I don't think we have. So I'm really excited. One is exciting and one is sultry. So let's start with sultry. This is Rain Cantrell's Desert Sunrise. Man, is there a lot to say about this cover or what? There's aquamarine or teal foiling across the front, making it extra glossy and shiny. We've got the white lettering that's embossed all along the cover. I love how the first letter of the title and the last letter of the author are super stylized. We've got extra squiggles going on. It's really cool. And then we have what appears to be, it looks like silver and it's embossed. It's got what could be jade perhaps, and turquoise popping right off the page. This looks real. Like it looks like real jewelry. It could be a belt buckle. It could be a pin. It could be fill in the blank. If you can think of something else this could be. But the other really neat thing about this is not a cutaway. This is not a keyhole cutout. This is a little image they were able to put on top. How in the world did they even do that? It's so neat. Just the two of them, that couple. Oh, and we can tell there's going to be an outside setting. We can see the sky and the ground and everything. Let's open this up and see what we find. Gorgeous! Oh my gosh, I just can't. I love how she's holding up her skirt so you get all this leg. But those look like heavy, heavy layers of fabric. Just so dramatic. I love the color as well. So vibrant. The top, oh my gosh, off the shoulder bows and buttons. Our gentleman appears to be wearing a jean jumper. I doubt it. Although jumper means a different thing in different countries. So I do not mean a sweater, by the way, if you're in the UK, just so you know. He's got the jeans. I'm guessing cowboy boots, but his shirt's coming off, that poor thing. And we have some gorgeous yellow flowers in the background of this really cool desert scene. And I'm guessing this is a sunrise. Duh. Oh my gosh. Gotta remember the title. Oops. We've got what appears to be a mesa behind us, I believe. This is not my area of the US, so I don't have a great deal of background in this, but a mesa is a Spanish word for table, and I believe that's what this is. It is just beautiful. The drama of the sunrise on this couple. It looks like he's ready to kiss her ear too, which I mean, cute. I love it. Or maybe he's gonna whisper a secret. Ooh. Let's read the back and see what we can find out about this. Faith is our heroine. Beautiful and strong-willed, she traveled west to leave her past behind and called upon a brave stranger to lead her across the perilous Arizona territory. How could she know this man of secrets was destined to be her lover, or that his hardened heart would unleash a furious passion? Delaney, our hero, an Apache shaman, foretold he would find love in a woman's eyes of deepest turquoise. And with one look, he knew Faith Ann Beckett was fated to be his. But betrayed by love in the past, Delaney Carmichael had made his heart as dangerous and unpredictable as the land that shaped him. Very cool. I'm intrigued. Let's look at the other. Talking about dangerous, are you ready? Ho, 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 ho! This is gonna be epic. Get ready. I don't mean to like sway votes, by the way. They're both amazing. I can't wait to see what you decide to vote for. Lori Copeland, Promise Me Forever. Not as much going on in this cover. We've got embossing. We've got some red foiling here, purple, as you can see. I don't know if you can tell, but we have some embossed flowers on the top, which is a really neat touch. And then we've got some scalloped edges laser cut it in here, which again is very lovely, and some embossing here just for like the little, I don't know, it almost looks like a doily. I know it's not. Anyway, cute and neat and subtle, understated, but still nice. Personally, not to be critical, I don't know if I would have chosen red. I feel like this all works, and then there's red. I don't know. Thoughts? Probably silly. Anyway, let's open this up. Get ready. Oh my gosh. We go a little bit into the next page. It's not a one-pager. There's just too much happening for the one page. We have a man who is about to rescue a woman as water is rushing down. It is so exciting. I rarely see a step back that has action like this inside. It is so exciting. It brings you right into one of the most climactic moments in the story, I'm sure. Look at that flaming red hair that matches the desert around them. Look at that horse. You can tell the horse is worried. I hope my horse people are okay. He's gonna be fine, I'm sure. And then we have our man dressed as a cowboy with bandana included. This is the first bandana we've had as well. He's even got a canteen. How interesting. But he is ready to rescue her. And you know what? We still have time for some cute flowers. I love that the artist was like, gotta add some flowers to this crazy, crazy scene. Now let's read the back and see if the back is as exciting as the step back. Some folks say it would have been a fitting end for the notorious McDougal sisters. Things looked bleak when the wagon hauling the swindling trio to the gallows came under attack, but rescuers rode into the fray. Anne Marie was scooped up by an Indian, aka Native American. Abigail got a prissy-looking gentleman, and Amelia held on for dear life to the dashing figure of Captain Morgan Kane. Captain Morgan. Enter jokes here. Well, he was dashing until Amelia confessed she was running from the law, and then the despicable man dumped her in Galveston. He did redeem himself by rescuing her when she was kidnapped to be sold into prostitution, even disguising himself as a notorious outlaw to fool her captors. Now Morgan, Amelia, and a passel of stolen women, there's a passel of them, a passel, are all traveling up the Mississippi by riverboat, fleeing for their lives. Not the perfect setting for romance, you think? But Amelia, of course, has other ideas. Actually, I'm really excited about the idea of traveling on a riverboat up the Mississippi. This is the perfect time for me to present you with 3 of my favorite autumn or fall step backs. Let's start with Johanna Lindsay's Until Forever. The whole thing is covered in gold foiling. I love the text. We've got gorgeous autumn or fall leaves on the top. Everything's embossed. Everything is gold. I got silver nails with my best friend who came into town, and I almost wish they were gold now because that would have gone a little bit better, but oh well. Could there be more bling right now? It's crazy. I just adore this cover, and it's yet another one that I have to hide from my daughter because, as we know, she's obsessed with gold. Anyway, let's open this up and see what it has to offer. Oh my heavens. Look at this gorgeous, not only a beautiful fall scene, but there's a lot of going on. Of course, we're all immediately thinking, this guy's got a big sword. Am I right? right. I am taken though with these gorgeous fall leaves in the background. Oh my gosh. And I feel like their hair, like the color of their hair really complements the color of the fall leaves well. I just adore it. Our gal is covered in a fur. I love her leg placement, the way she bends her knee and is being held with such devotion or such reverence, as I just read in a Scarlett Scott book the other day. Oh, I love it so much. By our hero. I'm fairly certain our hero and heroine use the same shampoo and conditioner because their hair looks incredible and very similar. And of course, we've got a sword. There's a serpent going around it and an amber-ish color gem. I mean, it tells a tale. You just want to know more about it. It's just beautiful and makes you wonder what this is about and also what year this was published, which we'll find out right now. And that would be 1995. Just curious. Let's read the back and see what we find out. From the shadows of the past, prim and beautiful Professor Rosaline White clutches her new prized possession, a 1,000-year-old Scandinavian sword. And suddenly a dream stands before her, a magnificent Viking warrior sworn to satisfy Rosaline's every desire. What? How have I not been reading this book all the time? Until forever, accursed for untold centuries, mighty Thorn, because of course his name is Thorn. I would have been disappointed if his name weren't Thorn. Mighty Thorn is now enslaved to a woman, yet it is Rosaline who is the true prisoner, held willing captive by a handsome barbarian who sweeps her back to the ancient past on a journey of sensual discovery. But only by banishing him from her life forever can Rosaline free Thorn from immortality's chains, forcing her to make a devastating choice that will either imperil their future or preserve a love more powerful than time. Yes. Catherine Coulter, take notes. Take notes, girl. So here comes a new one that I just got. First time on my channel, Jill Marie Landis, Until Tomorrow. This is where many of you are probably thinking you might want to just start wearing sunglasses when you watch my videos, because again, we've got so much gold going on, it's not even funny. But look at these beautiful fall leaves. I mean, come on. I got this, by the way, for 99 cents. Oh, and my gosh, I just realized we've got more fall leaves along the back too. Is that so cool? I just love it. Fall is my favorite season. Tell me in the comments, what's your favorite season? Let me talk a little bit more about this. We've got red foiling for the title. We've got white lettering for the author. There's so much embossing. Let's open this up and see what this one has in store. I just love this so much. And look at the couple staring at one another so adoringly. They just look so happy. And he looks like he's probably a sheriff or something. This obviously, I want to say, is taken in the West because he's got, what would you call that? A leather jacket with fringe? I'm sure there's a phrase. Help me out. You guys know everything. I love her yellow dress with the lace trim and the way she's holding her hand behind his neck. It screams deer. Just sweet and deer. It makes me want a slice of pumpkin pie. Look at all the leaves on the ground. It's like they're in a little leaf pile. I just adore it. And we've got all the gorgeous autumn leaves still on the tree as well. This looks like it's done by the artist Bennett, perhaps, or similar, something similar. I don't know. But I just adore this so much. Let's read the back and see if it's as sweet on the outside as it is on the inside. Woman of the prairie. Alone in her Kansas homestead, Kara James passed the time making rag dolls and dreamed of a better life in California. I think this is gonna be as sweet on the outside as it is in the inside. Man of the battlefields, traveling home from the Civil War, Dake Reid. Dake, D-A-K-E. I did not misread that. Dake Reid came across an ambushed wagon and a newborn baby in need of care. Oh my goodness. I feel like my heart is growing as I'm reading this summary. Bringing the child to the first house he found across the lonely prairie, Dake turned to Kara, a backwoods young woman who lived by her grandma's sayings and her pioneer instincts. Together they embarked on a journey to fulfill the heart's greatest promises, a place to call home, and a love that lasts forever and a day. I just got goosebumps. This is precious. And now we're gonna compare that one. My other one, again, get your sunglasses out, guys. Nita Mills, Autumn Rain. Again, there's so much spoiling. I'm so sorry. Mostly, kind of. I mean, it's kind of cool. Just don't look, but look. We've got orangish embossing. Green leaves, but copper background. So it's still giving us those fall vibes. And there's a little bit of damage on here. I'm gonna need to make note because I saw this the other day and I didn't buy it because I was like, oh, I already have this. But I had forgotten that my copy has a bit of damage. So I'm gonna have to see if I can get another copy because this is just too gorgeous not to try to track down a cuter copy than what I have. Let's open this up and see what it has to offer. Are you ready? Oh my gosh. I'm just so in love. Look at this couple. Look at how sensual and hot, H-O-T-T hot. This couple is in their embrace, totally into one another. Both of them with their gorgeous, gorgeous shoulders and their amazing skin. They've just finished a day at the spa. They've exfoliated. They look fantastic. Look at his jet black hair. Look at the little bit coming off the neck. Doesn't it just scream, put your fingers in the hair at the nape of my neck? Yes, I know, we were all thinking it, right? I love her hair. Again, we've got this burnished orange hair. Just beautiful. And I love the maroon. I'm not really sure what this is. It's a lot of fabric. It looks like it's more than a dress. I don't know if she's just got a lot of bed sheets on. I'm not sure what's going on, but I'm still here for it. We've got leaves of just about every color just surrounding them. You can tell they're in the woods too because we've got some green leaves in the background. I just am loving it. We've got a lot of nice things said about the author. Hooray, hooray, whatever. Anyway, I love the top two because now the two of them are on horseback. Horses. You know you love it. It looks like they're both looking at something. I'm not sure they're thrilled about it though. So perhaps there's some danger involved. Let's read the back and find out. When Eleanor Ashton's debt-ridden father forces her into a loveless marriage with the elderly but enormously wealthy Lord Kingsley, she becomes the unhappiest bride of London society and the property of a man whose jealousy leads him to concoct an unspeakable scheme. Lucian de Clare is Regency England's handsomest and most brazen lord, a man whose scandalous behavior had closed the doors of polite society against him, making him the perfect pawn in Kingsley's despicable plot to secure an heir. What? Wait a minute. But the scenario for deceitful seduction yields to true desire as Lucian is overcome by Eleanor's beauty and charm, and Eleanor opens her innocent heart to Lucian's demanding passion, releasing a rush of excitement, terror, and longing. And not even treacherous intrigue and vengeful deeds can temper the power of their hungry kisses or dampen the fire that makes their love glow. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm getting a little indecent proposal vibes from this plot. I don't know. What do you think? Let me know. The first one I want to go through is Under the Desert Moon by Marcia Canham. Look at this gorgeous flower-covered cover. Flower-covered cover. We've got a ton of gold foiling, of course. And look how they've got the first letter of each word in the title. It's green and gold. Just a little extra fanciness thrown in. We see that the gold is border as well before we open it up for a gorgeous two-pager that is so epic. We have a man who is sensuously pouring water on our gal's leg. We look like we're under the desert moon. I know how to read. I just pointed to the other. Whoops, here we go again. Look at how the water is hitting her leg. It's so fun. And this is sort of flirty too. I love the look on both of their faces as he's holding her close from behind, using his hat to refresh her, shall we say. I love her outfit. It's giving me very much Spanish, Mexico, Western vibes. Look at that flower in her hair too, and that gorgeous midnight black hair. Just exquisite. We see a holster and a gun hanging from a branch, leading us to believe that this man might be a cowboy or an outlaw or a sheriff or something. But he needs a gun for something, but he's hung it up to love on his lady. And we are all about it. He's muscly, he's shimmery, he's shiny, he's yummy, and he's got those leathery pants with fringe along the side. Again, if you know what that is called, let me know, because that cannot possibly be how one would describe those pants. Let's read the back and see what we have in store here. Her fate was uncertain, but that did not keep beautiful, spirited Aubrey Blue from journeying to Santa Fe to avenge a shattering past that tormented her soul. Disguised as a prim schoolmarm, she hid more than her alluring beauty, for no one could see her fierce determination, her able sharpshooting, her survivor's heart. No one except the one man determined to claim her as his own. His past was a secret. Christian McBride sought justice for the misguided verdict that wrongly jailed him years before, traveling westward with his stoic Ute companion, Sunshadow. Ute, by the way, U-T-E, is a Native American tribe. The rugged, bold plainsman knew the perils of the West better than his own heart, which was about to fall hostage to the mysterious raven-haired woman who boarded the stage he was riding, and who, it would turn out, was not at all what she seemed under the desert moon. I love this writing. This is fantastic. Now we're gonna look at the other epic one for today. Let's see which one we wind up picking. Rexanne Becknell's When Lightning Strikes. We've got a lot of foiling again, tons of embossing. It's shimmery, it's shiny. I'm blinding you guys, and I'm very, very sorry. My channel should come with sunglasses, right? I love the design around the edge. It's like a frame. It really is. And we've got stirrups, I believe they're called, or maybe those are the things, spurs that go around the boots. We also have a fan. But let's move on and talk about what's going on inside. This spoke to me. I almost get goosebumps just looking at it. Now, there's drama in here. It's more of a sensual, quiet type. And then there's the drama here, which is just leaping off the page. We have literal lightning and a Mustang leaping into the air. We know how we love our horses. We've got daisies and other wildflowers in the foreground, but this couple, oh man, another guy with a holster and a gun, and the two of them look like they are holding on to one another for dear life. They are so in the moment. They are so enthralled with one another. I am eating this up. Put it on a plate. Delicious. I love the stormy background. I feel like I can see the rain falling way out there in the distance, and we also see shadows moving across the plains. This is intense, and her couple is gorgeous. Now let's look at the back and see what this one has in store. He had the smile of a fallen angel. Sure, easy, seductive. He reached down and plucked her from the thick mud, then lifted her effortlessly into his lap, setting her crosswise on the tall gray horse. He was a total stranger who thrilled her with danger and desire. Abigail Bliss couldn't tell him her real name. Her father had insisted on an alias on their Oregon-bound wagon train. Tanner McKnight was everything her father warned her against, a bounty hunter, lawless, untamed. She couldn't know that she was the bounty he sought, even as she melted in his fiery embrace. Tanner McKnight was stunned by the beautiful schoolteacher he rescued, the woman he'd been hired to bring to Chicago, to the grandfather she'd never even known. Soon she'd be wealthy beyond his reach, but he couldn't resist her courage and passion, even as he swept her out of another man's arms across perilous plains to a future that could destroy them both when lightning strikes. Well, there you have it. Today we're going to talk about two books that I just love, and they include some gorgeous white dresses. These are recent acquisitions to my channel. I actually got them during the countdown, or I might have included them earlier on when I did a white and black dress compilation. But these are exceptional, especially one. I think I know which one you're gonna wind up picking. Jackie D'Alessandro's Not Quite a Gentleman. We've got a mask on the cover that has foiling on it, so it looks like it's popping off the page. Some light embossing as well, and when I say that, I mean it's only slightly raised. We of course have copper foiling for the wording as well as embossing, and then a peachish color border before we open it to find. Oh my gosh, I adore this so very much. What is not to love, to be honest? This step back has everything. We've got water. Look at the way that their bodies are reflected in the water. I love the way he's holding her close. The hand under the thigh, are you kidding? And behind her back, she's wearing a glowing, it's like it's glowing almost. What would we say, nightie maybe? But it's wet. So as you can see on her hip, it's see-through. I can't tell if he's naked or if he's wearing white pants. But either way, it's working for me. They're both so gorgeous, and I love the serene look on his face as he is giving her kisses on the corner of her mouth. Are you kidding? And she's so swept away. I love it. This guy is gorgeous. He's like the Brad Pitt of Stepbacks. Look at the back. We've got a little bit of a dusky sky as well as a rolling pastoral setting there in the way back. And these trees are so lovely too. I love how there's like bits of blue thrown in with the green. I just love it. It's dreamlike. It's magical. It's just close to perfect in my mind. Let's read what it's about though. 3 years ago, Lady Victoria Wexhall was humiliated when Nathan Oliver waltzed brazenly out of her life after favoring her with one glorious kiss, her very first. Now, when her father insists she pay a visit to Nathan's family estate in Cornwall, the pampered society beauty devises a plan to drive the heartless rake mad with desire, then drop him cold. Go girl! Because the man is a cad, and he will rue the day he trifled with her affections. Oh, I am loving this! But Victoria's plan isn't the only plot that's afoot. Nathan's sworn duty to the crown has immersed him in a perilous intrigue, and he is certain this infuriatingly tempting lady is somehow involved. Using his winning charm and sensuous allure, Nathan intends to discover the lady's secrets. And the dashing rogue is bound and determined to prove that, while not quite a gentleman, he is every bit a lover. Oh yes! We've got suspense, intrigue, mystery, seduction, counter-seduction. Let's look at the other book that's up for number 12, and that is another one that's new to my channel, Samantha James's A Perfect Bride. I love the cameo on the cover. Again, we have light embossing, purple foiling, and the ribbon as well is embossed. It's very light, but you can see a garden setting that's covering the cover. So let's open this up and see what this one has to offer. This is another gorgeous one. We have a woman who is wearing a really beautiful, maybe a wedding gown. Look at those sleeves with the ribbons going through. Initially, I thought they were cutouts, but no, I think it's ribbon woven through the silk. And then she's got that cameo on and a turquoise ribbon as opposed to the navy blue that's on the cover. She's wearing a wreath of flowers as a crown. She looks just lovely. He looks like he's about to pounce, and he's got his arm wrapped around her. She is so into him. You can tell. I love the white flowers everywhere, as well as the archway, I guess, that's created through the pillars. And then there's almost like a canopy overhead, again, with white flowers. It's just a beautiful, beautiful scene. But will it be number 12? Let's find out. But before we do, let's talk about what this is about. Devon St. James must surely be dreaming. She closes her eyes in London's poorest slum and awakens wrapped in fine linens, staring into the eyes of the most gorgeous man she's ever seen. Sebastian Sterling, Marquis of Thurston, is clearly shocked to have a girl from the streets in his bed, though the heat of the desire burning in his gaze is unmistakable. But if he believes Devon will easily submit, he is quite mistaken. What the devil has he done? It's bad enough their family's already mired in scandal. Now Sebastian has to deal with the exquisite young beauty in rags he had impetuously carried into his home. Worse still, the lady is driving the serious, responsible Marquis to distraction with her fiery spirit and breathtaking sensuality. But perhaps, just perhaps, with some of Sebastian's private schooling, this low-born enchantress can learn refinement and manners and be miraculously transformed from merely his passionate obsession to a perfect bride. What a cool premise. I love that. How fun. They're both bathing ones, but only one has a bathtub. Let's talk about the one that has the bathtub first. This is Scandalous Desires by Elizabeth Hoyt. It's book 3 of the Maiden Lane series. It does something that I love when books do. As a person that can have trouble keeping track of things, it says book 3 of the Maiden Lane series. We've got copper foiling on the title and the author. We have a beautiful bathtub with soap bubbles in the background, and in the foreground we have our man. He's a river pirate and he's a gaudy type too, so he's got a giant ring on every single finger, and his chest is starting to be gloriously shown off as she's pulling it off. But he's doing some pulling off as well. That beautiful purple gown, it is coming off, and look at her hair, just lovely. We don't often get to see updos from behind, so this is like extra special. I also love the candles in the background and those gorgeous curtains. Now let's open this up and we find something that I am going crazy over. I adore this book. I gave it 6 stars. We have a gorgeous clawfoot tub. It's got gold all over it. We've got lots of bubble bath, and we see one of his big rings that does feature in the story. He is leaning in close, about to kiss her lips. It's just so beautiful. I can't stand it. I'm so in love with this river pirate. And Silence, our heroine. Look at the candles in the foreground. Some are hidden underneath the barcode, unfortunately. And in the background, I love the way the light comes off of it. We also have some beautiful purple curtains with gold tassels, and it's just beautiful. And it really shows off Mickey O'Connor's over-the-top decorating. Let's read the back and see what this has to offer. Can a pirate learn that the only true treasure lies in a woman's heart? River pirate charming Mickey O'Connor has lifted himself from the depths of the slums to be the king of St. Giles. Anything he wants, he gets, with one exception. Silence Hollingbrooke has been haunting his dreams ever since she spent a single night in his bed. Once Silence was willing to sacrifice anything to save the man she loved. Now a widow, she's finally found peace when charming Mickey comes storming back into her life with an offer she can't refuse. But this time she won't be the only one paying the price for his sins. When his past comes back to torment him, Mickey must keep Silence safe from a merciless enemy while wrestling with the delicious hold this widow has on his heart. And in the face of mounting danger, both will have to surrender to something even more terrifying: true love. This was exceptional. So good. Okay, let's look at the other one. Now this one also has some bathing, but there's no tub. And you might be confused, but you won't be for long because let's look at Cheryl Henke's McCrory's Lady. I love how we have a frame around the picture and you can tell she's bathing him with sponge. Not only that, check out the border here. It is not only gold foiling, which is unusual enough for a border, but this one even has designs etched in the border. Again, very rare. I think this is only the third one we've had in the step back, and we've been through 90 of these at this point. How about that? Actually, more than that, because so many of these videos, most of them I think, contain more than one book. So can't even imagine how many books we've had in this countdown. If anybody feels like counting, do let me know. I'd be curious to find out. Anyway, let's open this up and see what we have. This is a one-pager, but it's still fantastic. Our man looks like he could be John DeSalvo. I'm not sure though, so I'm not going to say that he is because I want to be on the safe side. But I'm loving the way that his skin is all wet, where you can tell she's had the washcloth. I love the picture in the foreground, the basin there that she's taking the water out of as she bathes him. Here's the thing. Do you remember when we had this step back and everyone was in an outrage that he was fully dressed in a bathroom scene? Well, now we have again like a bathing scene and our woman looks to be completely naked, although they've definitely done some blurring at the bottom, if you see what I'm saying. But he's wearing slacks. Why? Why? Let the outrage begin. I love how this one seems to be a little more artistic. There's not that sense of reality. Like I can look at this and tell very clearly it is a picture. It is an illustration. I don't think it's meant to be as realistic looking as many of the other pieces of art that we've seen, but it's not a criticism. I still think it's beautiful. I love the bits of fringe we can see in the green curtain in the background. Looks like a heavy drape and it's being pulled aside to give us some more light. I love her hair. Both of them just look so content with one another. Let's look at the back and see what this one has in store. Courageous and cunning, Maggie Worthington had survived alone in the rugged West, earning her keep in frontier cat houses. That's not about cats, guys. Once a proper Boston-bred lady, she was more than a handful for any gunslinger with an eye for trouble. But the sharp-tongued madam finally met her match in a rancher with the burr of a Scotsman and the body of a god. That's right, the burr of a Scotsman, but the body of a god. Sounds like a good combination. To save his daughter's tattered reputation, Colin McCrory needed to take a wife. And even though women were scarce in the Arizona territory, he was certain he could wed one whose past wasn't as sordid as Maggie's. Yet the feisty and defiant beauty's scorching kisses fired his blood as never before, and one night in her silken embrace convinced him that he had to tame her, to possess her, to make her McCrory's lady. And what's the deal with the silken embrace? Do you just have to moisturize every day? I've noticed that several times in this countdown. A silken embrace, it seems to be what we're looking for. Any particular lotion needed? Let me know in the comments. So let's look at what you voted for number 10.
I'm Emily E.K. Murdoch, USA Today best-selling author of many, many historical romances, including the New Chances series, and I'm very excited to announce step back number 10 is Shattered Rainbows by Mary Jo Putney.
I'm so thankful that I had you guys vote because initially when I thought about doing this countdown, this is actually the one that I had ranked at number 1. So I'm very grateful that I had you guys vote. So anywho, let's talk about this. We've got some gorgeous purple foiling on the title. The cover has some gorgeous gold foiling. This one has been well loved, I can see, because much of the foiling is honestly rubbed off. But thankfully, we still have a beautiful rainbow that's all foiled. It's so pretty, as well as these beautiful birds. Not even going to attempt to say what they are. I would say doves. I'm sure I'm wrong. But they're lovely nonetheless. We have a peach border before opening this to reveal one of my favorite step backs of all time. Oh, this barcode, why don't you leave? Look at this, we've got an amazing cave with water rushing in. We've got waves. You know, initially I thought that this was her top, but in reality, I believe that is his shirt that he's just holding over her so she's not completely naked. Also, by the way, if you hadn't noticed already, this is Greg Gulbranson, who is one of our favorite favorite artists of this whole countdown, and I just love this. I would put this on my wall, hands down. This would be a gorgeous poster or piece of art. Look at how the light hits her foot in the water. They've got a little tide pool there just for the two of them. Also, I believe this is cover model Steve Sandalis, who is another person we celebrated in last night's live show. With everything going on, they're in a cave. There's waves rushing. There's jagged rocks. They are still completely immersed in one another. It's just next level in terms of emotion, artistry, excitement, adventure. It's great for summertime. So let's read so we can just learn a little bit more about what you guys voted number 10. Forbidden Desire. Honed by danger and haunted by the past, Lord Michael Kenyon finds it easy to risk his life for his country's sake. But in the shadow of war, he faces a far more dangerous threat: the loss of his heart to the beautiful battlefield nurse who saves his life yet can never be his. Are you kidding me? I need to read this. I need to read this now. Oh my gosh! Call the saint for her virtue and selfless courage. Only Catherine Melbourne knows the tragic flaw at the core of her life. In Michael Kenyon, she sees the strength and kindness she craves, yet for honor's sake, she must conceal her love and send him away. Even when freed from her bitter marriage, she conceals the truth because of the bleak knowledge that she can never again be any man's wife. Then fate offers Catherine a fortune, a title, a heritage for her daughter, if Michael will impersonate her husband on a visit to a wild Cornish island. Reluctantly, he agrees to the masquerade, but what begins as a simple journey leads them into a shattering vortex of danger and betrayal and a fiercely passionate love that can no longer be denied. Are you kidding? I am in my finery and I'm here with all the books behind me because I just finished doing the live show for the 100 Stepbacks of Summer Countdown, and I thought, well, I still have a little energy left. Let me go ahead and film Stepback number 9, which was announced on our countdown by the fabulous Florence A. Bliss. Here's what she did. She's so creative.
Hi, I'm Florence A. Bliss, author of Taken by His Sword. I'm just sitting here with my afternoon espresso, scrolling through the Summer of Stepbacks. Can I just say, I love these classic titles. The beautiful women, the sexy men, the covers filled with drama and intrigue and skin. What's not to love? I just wish I knew what number 9 on the countdown was. Oh, wait. What's this? Number 9 on the Summer of Stepbacks countdown is Scandal by Amanda Quick. So weird. What was it doing in my coffee?
Wasn't that so much fun? Let's talk a little bit more about Scandal by Amanda Quick. We see a gorgeous cover here. We've got blue foiling and embossing. Look at this fan with all of the detail. It looks like there's a dragon perhaps, or a griffin type character on the cover. It looks lacy and light, but definitely an incredible fan. We open this cover to reveal an amazing step back. We have a red-headed woman who is just gorgeous. She's got a dragon in her hair, and it looks like she might even have dragons in her earrings. Look at her beautiful necklace. Look at the gold in the trim around the bust. I love those sleeves as well. Just a gorgeous gown. She's got some flowers. I see a beautiful tree in the background with a fountain, a garden, a giant home, perhaps a mansion. If we move forward a little bit, we see a couple embracing in a garden, or perhaps on a terrace. She looks like she is very much being overcome by the seduction of this gentleman. He is very enamored with her, to be sure. Let's talk a little bit more about our heroine in this picture. The dragon, I would say it was on her dress, but you can see the tail going behind our gentleman's head. Our gentleman is looking very intense. A little more intense actually than our heroine. Both characters seem to be very serious. Then in the very front, we see two gentlemen having a fight. There's a knife that's actually in the air between the two of them. Now, let's read more about what this has to offer. With her reputation forever tarnished by a youthful indiscretion, lovely Emily Farringdon is resigned to a life of spinsterhood until she embarks on an unusual correspondence and finds herself falling head over heels in love. Sensitive, intelligent, and high-minded, her noble pen pal seems to embody everything. A noble pen pal, that's something I've never heard before. Her noble pen pal seems to embody everything Emily has ever dreamed of in a man. But Simon Augustus Traherne turn, the mysterious Earl of Blade is not at all what he seems. Driven by dark, smoldering passions and a tragic secret buried deep within his soul, Blade has all of London cowering at his feet. But not Emily. Never Emily. For even as she surrenders to his seductive charms, she knows the real reason for his amorous suit. And she knows that she must reach the heart of this golden-eyed dragon before the avenging demons of their entwined pasts destroy the only love she has ever known. I feel like I might have more questions than answers after reading the summary, which is very rare. But that's why I'm so glad that I'm still continuing with this countdown despite the fact that we've done a live show, because it gives us the opportunity to dig a little bit deeper into what the plot is about and in our minds relate that to the Stepbacks. So a lot of fun. So glad that I'm able to do this and spend a few more days with you all gushing over Stepbacks. We had the most incredible countdown the other night, the live finale. I can't tell you how much it means to me. And this fabulous lady introduced Stepback number 8. Let's watch.
I'm Lindsay Lovise. I'm the author of Never Blow a Kiss, and I am so excited to announce Stepback number 8. When B asked me to do this, the first thing I did was look for the most romantic and most historical thing that I had in my house to help me announce this, and this is what I found. They're a packet of postcards sent from my great aunt to her future husband back in 1914. Because why wouldn't someone in 1914 know the Stepback for number 8? Here's the first postcard. It's just as I thought. Number 8 is Tapestry by Maura Segar.
Wasn't that incredible? I just love her so much. I have Lindsay Lovise's Instagram and website all linked below. Highly recommend checking her out. I adore her so much and everything I've read that she's written. But today, let's talk a little bit more about what she introduced, which is Maura Segar's Tapestry. This, we talked about it. We didn't talk about the back. In fact, I forgot all about the back. Let's look at the front first. We have a tapestry, as Tara and Crystal so well pointed out during our live show. It was so funny. I love the green foiling for the title, and look at that font. Oh my heavens, it's amazing. This looks like it's raised, but it's not. It's part of the cover, which how cool. And then it looks like the cover goes right into the Stepback with the tapestry. It's just so cool. We need to wrap around though, because look, see, notice how the tapestry wraps around, and check out the back. What is happening here? I didn't mention this at all because I'd completely forgotten about it during our show. But see, this is why it's still good that we're doing a video for each one of the Stepbacks, because there's more to say and more to explore, and we want to leave no stone unturned. So we've got our gal lifting her hair. She's looking very happy, but then we've got a really ominous, scary looking guy in the background. I don't know what is going on there. Looks maybe nefarious. I'm not really sure, but I'm nervous. He's pulling the tapestry aside and she looks completely unaware that he is there. And it's like giving me horror creep show vibes, honestly. It's kind of scary. Now let's open up this Stepback and see what it has in store. And I have to tell you, I feel like this totally means something different now that I've looked at this. Like, this is the same scene. Do you think that it's him, that he was in disguise perhaps? He looks a lot better here. He's still wearing those interesting pants. Look at those pants. They've got like cords around them and really interesting green boots that look really heavy. I love the flowers in her hair. I love the way the light is glinting off of his hair. I love the popping green of the dress. Oh my gosh, it's gorgeous. And the way they're holding that tapestry. I see flowers in the background. I love this Stepback so much. I know I keep saying it, but I really did think this was going to be right up there around number 1. Did I think that about all of the top 10? Maybe. It gives me 1960s or 1970s vibes, which I also really love and appreciate because I love things that look different. And I just found this to be endlessly artistic, entertaining, intriguing, and nostalgic. So let's read the back and see what in the world is going on here. A love that never should have been. Lady Aveline realized that at the age of 20, most women her age were mothers several times over, cloistered nuns, or already dead. Fun. Instead, she lived quite happily among the Holy Sisters of Thorney, designing magnificent tapestries. So impressive was their needlework that the sisters were commissioned to create a tapestry depicting the Norman conquest of their own Saxon people, overseen by the new High Sheriff of London, Reynard de Algonville. This man was her enemy, yet Aveline found that beneath the hard-muscled exterior of this enemy beat the heart of a caring man. Reynard himself could think of nothing else after only one glance at Aveline's hair of fire and eyes of ice. As their dangerous passion for each other grew, secret revelations not only threatened their happiness, but also tore at the very foundation of the nation around them. Epic. know what I realized I haven't done yet? A super sloppy pajama day video. I have spent this entire Saturday organizing my daughter's room. We have clothes that she's hung on to that are now 2 sizes too small. We have tons of clothes given to us by other people. We have clothes that are too big and clothes that actually fit, and they're all in a mountain. And it's been hard to find socks. Anyway, the other day we had our live show. We had a fabulous author I had the pleasure of meeting last spring at the Apolycon Fest. Here she is. I love this.
Hi everyone, I'm Jana MacGregor and I write historicals set in the Regency period. My latest series is The Millionaires of Mayfair, and I am thrilled to be here this week and was just absolutely so excited when Bea asked me to introduce week number 7 Setback book. I am uniquely qualified for this because if you look, I have an entire bookshelf of this author's work, multiple copies. Some of them are signed, so I never ever read those, but I've got some that I've reread so many times that they are just falling apart. This is my favorite book. And this week's book, To Desire a Devil. Take it away, Bea.
Isn't she the cutest? I love her so much. Let's talk more about Elizabeth Hoyt, To Desire a Devil. We see a gorgeous dress. I love this. And look at her necklace. I love the way her hair, the little ringlets are falling down. And our man is wearing the uniform. What else? The white top and the black slacks. Although it doesn't look like the top is coming off. Kind of a disappointment. Maybe we'll see something more when we open the book to reveal why, yes, now we're down to pants and boots. I love the pastoral scene in the background, the bridge, how fun with the river running through it. But I think one of the things that's most special about this, 2 things, one sweet and one spicy. The sweet, or just plain interesting, is the fact that the shadows from the leaves on the tree we're seeing on her gown and on the grass. What a cool touch. I love that. Additionally, look at his hand placement. One, he's got an arm wrapped around her, but the other hand in the front, a little scandalous. Notice how she's gripping onto him as well. He's nuzzling her, which is, as you may know, one of my favorite things in the world. And he's super attractive. This is one of the cutest couples I think I've ever seen. Now let's read what this book has in store. This is the final book, by the way, of the Legends of the Four Soldiers series. So let's see how they close. After 7 years in hellish captivity, Reid St. Aubin busts into his ancestral home, half mad with fever, demanding his due. Can this wild man truly be the last Earl's son, thought murdered by Indians or Native Americans? Nothing is more intoxicating. Beatrice Corning is the niece of the present Earl and a proper English miss. Yet she has a secret. No real man has ever excited her more than the handsome youth in a certain portrait. Now suddenly he's here in the flesh and luring her into his bed. Oh! Only Beatrice can see past Renaud's savage ways to the noble man inside, and Renaud is drawn to this lovely lady, even as her loyalty to her uncle raises his suspicions. But can she tame a man who will stop at nothing to regain his title, even if it means sacrificing her innocence? Scandalous. But I'd expect nothing less from Elizabeth Hoyt. How fun. I thought it was the perfect time to introduce Stepback number 6 to you, which was announced on our live show by the fabulous, well, I won't say her name, I'll let her introduce herself, but I'm a huge fan and I love so many of her books, including one that's one of my favorite historical romances of all time. So I'll let her go ahead and introduce number 6.
Hi everyone, my name is Christina Britton and I write the Isle of Sin books, the latest of which is The Duke's All That. And I am very honored today to be here to announce Stepback number 6, If You Love Me by Elaine Kaufman.
Wasn't that fantastic? I love her so much. What's a Duke got to do with it, by the way, is the book that she wrote, the second of the Sinful Spinster series, which is the spin-off of the Isle of Sin series, which she mentioned. That book is one of my favorite historical romances of all time. So yeah, highly recommend her. I love her so much. So thankful she was willing to introduce number 6, which was voted by you. And that is If You Love Me by Elaine Kaufman. Notice how we've got gold foiling with hot pink foiling behind it for the author's name. And then for the title, we've got hot pink pink foiling with gold foiling underneath it for the title. I love how they did a flip-flop there. This is a gorgeous step back, and it's art within art. I mean, how cool is that? We've got a gorgeous painting within a painting of the Native Americans on horseback with teepees. Look at the detail in the pine needles, blades of grass. There's a waterfall. Look at the sky there. You see mountains off in the distance. Teeny tiny flowers by her knees that match the fabric that she's holding in her hand. I'm not quite sure the symbolism of it, but it's just breathtaking. I love it. And I love her gown. I think it's coming off the shoulder. I'm pretty sure, but it's gold. It's very similar to her skin tone. I love the way the light catches her braid and the way that she's got her hand behind the neck of our hero. He looks so dashing with his shirt coming down. He's got a dagger, perhaps it would be referred to, or just a knife, I'm not really certain, on his hip. So he's probably a defender or a hunter, something to that effect. There's just so much going on that's so beautiful. The plot, however, leaves a little bit to be desired. In fact, let's look at that right now. He had done the right thing for the wrong reason. A man driven by despair and an unwillingness to forgive. William Woodville fled his native England, his title, and his duty. In the American wilderness, he found the perfect vengeance, a woman. She was a captive handed from tribe to tribe in an odyssey of despair. That sounds awful. Until William purchased the untamed innocent on the auction block. Also awful. He married her, bedded her, and defiantly presented her to his father in England before he turned and left alone. Awful again! Abandoned by the man she loved, she let the pain of betrayal make her strong. Marjorie McKinnon needed a family more than a husband, love and security more than an explanation, and time to discover the strange world about her. She blossomed from a primitive wildflower to a lady of the Tawn, the woman she was destined to be. When William returned to the wife he left and the twin sons he never knew, he was captivated by a beguiling woman unwilling to forgive him. Now the man who abandoned love must fight to reclaim it. Yeah, that's a problem. I don't understand why it is Elaine Kaufman books tend to be, I don't know, the guys are just not that great. Who's read Elaine Kaufman? Can you tell me? Are the heroes that great in her books? Because I have some concerns. I'd like to read her at one point, but I need a good hero. You know what I'm saying? The other thing I wanted to talk about, which is why I'm so glad we're still doing these videos, is there's another book that I really want to mention, an honorable mention, if you will, that really reminds me a lot of this one, and that is by Sarah MacLean. This baby right here. I love this one too, and the reason that I've grouped these together, as you will tell very quickly from the step back, is we've got art within art. I love this, and I just thought it was next level. So this is book 2 of Scandal and Scoundrel. I always appreciate when they put not only the series, but the number in the series on the cover. We have like a neon orange embossed title and author's name. Our gal is looking very fierce in this chase lounge, I want to say. She's got a white rose, which who knows the symbolism of a white rose? I'm sure that that is important. Look at the drapes as well, and this gorgeous, what would you call that, teal gown that's coming down, pouring almost, if you will, like a waterfall down the front of this cover. I adore it. And look at her updo with the tendrils. Just everything is fantastic. And we have plaid along the border, which I think is kind of fun, as well as a Lisa Kleypas recommendation, which never hurts, before opening this cover to reveal the same picture in the back that we saw on the cover. Perhaps this is an artist that she's falling for. Now we get to enjoy the back of the gown as well, which I just love. Now we notice plaid again, so my guess is this is some sort of an homage to Scotland or Highlanders. We will find out, I'm sure. Look at the wall in the back. We've got some incredibly gorgeous gold wallpaper as well as gold painted woodwork on the walls. It's just breathtaking. And we get to see more detail in the chase lounge as well. Our man is looking very handsome with his shirt coming off, and she's leaning right in for that kiss. He looks like he's more than willing, doesn't he? Now let's see what this one has to offer. Lonesome Lily turned scandalous siren. Miss Lillian Hargrove has lived much of her life alone in a gilded cage, longing for love and companionship. When an artist offers her pretty promises and begs her to pose for a scandalous portrait, Lily doesn't hesitate until the lying libertine leaves her in disgrace. Oh, another man leaving. How wonderful. With the painting now public, Lily has no choice but to turn to the one man who might save her from ruin. Highland devil turned half-hearted duke. The Duke of Warwick loathes all things English, none more so than the aristocracy. It does not matter that the imposing Scotsman had inherited one of the most venerable dukedoms in Britain. He wants nothing to do with it, especially when he discovers that the unwanted title comes with a troublesome ward, one who is far too old and far too
too beautiful to be his problem. Tartan comes to town. Warnick arrives in London with a single goal: to get the chit married and see her become someone else's problem, then return to a normal, quiet life in Scotland. It's the perfect plan until Lily declares she'll only marry for love, and the Scot finds that there is one thing in England he likes far too much. Isn't that fun? Let me know in the comments, is there anybody that would vote Sarah McLean's over Elaine Kaufman's for Step Back number 6? I'm just curious. I'm not doing an actual vote because I feel like that would be counterintuitive. But anyway, let me know. I'm really curious. But let's talk about why we're here, which is Step Back number 5, which was presented during our live show by one author who blew us away recently in our Tea and Biscuits with Tara and B book club. I'll let her tell you who she is.
Hi, I'm Scarlett Scott, author of Her Ruthless Duke and other super steamy historical romances. And I'm really excited to announce Step Back number 5, which is Surrender by Amanda Quick.
Oh, wasn't that terrific? And I love that she mentioned Her Ruthless Duke, which was the book that we got to enjoy in our very first ever book club event. Well, let's talk a little bit more about the book she announced, which was Surrender by Amanda Quick. This one is so beautiful. Again, we've got Amanda Quick and Pinot, a combo of two incredible artists. Looking at the cover, thanks to the live show, I know this is a bird of paradise flower. It's pretty plain as covers go, aside from the bird of paradise. We do have beautiful script for the title and author. Now let's open up the book and check out that step back. We have a gentleman wearing a very nice vest with his white collared shirt. He's looking off in the distance though, and he looks wary. If we pan down just a bit, we see our heroine looking absolutely lovely. She's got flowers in her hair, which is half up, got curls coming down. I love her beautiful necklace, and I can't help but assume that there's a special symbolism to the design that is on this necklace. It might even be a locket. Everyone took note at the live show of this beautiful fan and all the intricacies that are on there. The bird, perhaps a bird of paradise? I'm gonna ask you guys. I love the flowers as well, but this fan has so much gorgeous detail. And look, even her fingernails, she's got a manicure and you can tell. We also see right under her wrist that it is none other than Pinot, of course, who's done this. I love how on her dress we have a scene of people in a carriage, or perhaps that's a phaeton or a curricle. I'm still learning the nuances of horse-drawn travel, but we do see a woman with an umbrella in the back, and I can only assume this is our hero and heroine. Going clockwise around, our characters are wearing the same garb as they are embracing. Both of them have their eyes shut, totally focused on the feel of the moment and each other. I love the emotion that Pinot can convey through art. What intricacies of expression. We see a gentleman, it really does look like our hero, hopefully it isn't, running down the stairs after our heroine with a knife. How terrifying. Oh my heavens. Oh, and you know what I realized? On the other side, we have what looks to be an ominous looking mansion. I can only assume that this is where the scary running down the stairs scene is taking place. Wow. And now we need to talk about what this book is actually about. From the dazzling ballrooms of glittering London society to a magnificent cursed estate in the distant wilds of Yorkshire comes the deliciously wicked story of a thoroughly unconventional courtship and a thrilling midnight rendezvous that could only lead to love. At 24, Victoria Huntington thought herself quite adept at fending off fortune hunters until she came under siege from Lucas Colebrook, the darkly disturbing new Earl of Stonevale. Amidst the brightly plumed birds of the Tawn, Lucas was a hawk, and when he held out the lure of moonlit rides and wild, reckless midnight escapades, Victoria found herself powerless to resist. But becoming Stonevale's companion in adventure was a far more dangerous undertaking than Victoria could ever imagine. For the attractive Earl would use her every weakness to woo her, to win her, and ultimately to wed her. And soon the amber-eyed lady would find herself ensconced in a crumbling mansion deep in the English countryside, where the real reason for her hasty marriage becomes all too apparent, and where the ghosts of her dark-stained past are waiting to rise up in a terrifying plot that will threaten her life, her honor, and the only man she could ever love. Well, what did you think of that? I love that we got to have two Amanda Quicks with Pinot, who is, by the way, your favorite voted artist of the countdown. It's so much fun to go through all of these. I can't believe there's only 4 left. The fabulous Erica Ridley did such a gorgeous job of announcing it on our live show the other day. Here it is.
Hi, I'm Erica Ridley, author of Hot Earl Summer, and I'm here to announce Step Back number 4, which is Veils of Silk by Mary Jo Putney.
I thought that was great. She's on vacation right now and she took the time to do that, which I thought was lovely. But let's talk a little bit more about what you guys voted number 4, Veils of Silk. This cover just gets me every time. You could put this on a wall. The gold foiling, the embossing of just about every item on the cover. We have white lettering coming off the page thanks to some purple behind it. And it's just gorgeous. This white tiger with the blue eyes. We've got beautiful pink roses. I just can't, oh my gosh, I can't get over it. Let's take a look at this gorgeous step back. I mean, come on. Honestly, when I started doing this countdown, I thought this was gonna be number 1. Between the cover and the step back, the 2-pager with gorgeous rose petals everywhere. There's a really exciting scene, men on horseback, somebody's shooting and you actually see something coming out of the rifle. Good grief. It couldn't be more action-packed. We also have what looks to be what I would have considered ancient Roman, Greek, or Egyptian ruins with, he's got a torch. I think there's a woman next to him, but it's hard to tell because she is right in the center there, which really drives me crazy. But thank goodness we get to really ogle the two of them together in the front. Look at her outfit. Look at what's on her hand. She's got rings on every hand that connect to a bracelet, and then the silk that's just going all over. I mean, that gal isn't wearing anything else. And that silk is draped very strategically so that this is not an X-rated step back. Good grief. I just love everything about this. Now let's read the back and see what this has in store. Laura Cameron thinks she has suppressed her sensual nature behind a facade of Victorian propriety until she meets the courageous Army Major Ian Cameron. The golden-eyed Laura offers hope for a new life to Ian after his years of captivity in Central Asia has shattered his dreams. And Ian, in turn, offers her a marriage proposal she dares to say yes to. And so together they journey from India's lush plains to its wild mountain passes, struggling to build a marriage unlike any other. Yet the danger and intrigue that surround them are less perilous than the veiled secrets of their own hearts. Only indomitable courage and unshakable love will free them to claim the fiery passion they both fear and desire. I have a feeling this is Mary Jo Putney at her best. This is going right up higher on my TBR. I love what I've read of her so far, and I'm looking forward to more, especially starting with Veils of Silk. It's impossible to say which presentation by an historical romance author was the best one, but one of my absolute favorites gets to claim that title because of all the sharing that she did. I'm gonna let her tell you who she is, and then she's gonna tell you a whole lot more.
Good morning, everybody. I am Kate Bateman. I'm a historical romance author of latest release, How to Fall for a Scandal. And I am loving this summer of Stepbacks because I am also a very big fan of the old school step back. And I am delighted to be telling you what number 3 in our countdown is going to be. But before that, I thought I would go to my own keeper's shelf and try and find a couple of my own favorite stepbacks that I've found. And I'm going to go through these with you. First up for me, Galen Foley, Lady of Desire. You can see how well read all of these are. I'm a long-time reader. Look at this. That's I'm starting off sweet. It's a man proposing. That's very, very sweet. Then we have Lorraine Heath, The Duke and the Lady in Red. This one made me ugly cry, but beautiful step back. Ooh, love a good shirtless man. Bit of man boob out there. Very, very sexy cover on that one. Oh, Joanna Bourne, The Spymaster's Lady. Awesome book. But look at this step back. Ooh, sunset. And a bit of thigh going on there. One of my favourites. The incomparable Tessa Dare. Oh, be jealous. I have a signed copy because I met her at a couple of our signings. This one, look, that's very sweet. It's a bit of a Carrie like Clark Gable. And another Tessa Dare, because this series is so beautiful. This step back's beautiful. Look. Ooh. Very sexy hand on the chest. On a bit of furniture. How dare. We're getting to almost my favourite here. Lisa Kleypas, Dreaming of You. Look at the ribbon detail and the shiny. Ooh. Look at this. We're getting a bit old school now. Very impractical in the field of flowers. That's got to hurt her back. She's going to need a chiropractor, but still gorgeous. And now, my absolute favourite. This book is falling apart. But in terms of step backs, look at this. Devlin Winter. The most impractical outfit for a snowy day. It's a cape. He's not wearing a shirt. They're kneeling in the only patch of melted snow near that old castle you can find. I adore this. This is why we love Stepbacks, and this is why we really need to bring them back. Please bring back the Stepback. In fact, I'm thinking I might do a Kickstarter just to bring back some copies of my version of my books with Stepbacks in. So that was my personal Stepback collection. I am delighted to give you number 3 in the summer of Stepbacks. And the winner of it is The Maiden Bride by Roxanne Becknell. So hopefully you're going to see that very soon. And I hope you have a great Stepback summer. Bye.
Wasn't that fantastic? I had such a blast, and that was all her idea, to share her favorite Stepbacks. I'm so thankful that she did that. I feel like it made it extra special. But let's go ahead and talk about the one that she just announced, which is Roxanne Becknell's The Maiden Bride. We have lots of green foiling and embossing on the cover, as well as copper foiling and even some, I guess, brown foiling too. I love the patterns of the flowers and the leaves that are all over this cover in a very subtle way. Really adds a nice touch. Now we open this up to find a gorgeous 2-pager that's so action-packed and also beautiful. I'm just so thankful that this made it into the top 3. Since we had the Olympics this summer, I'm gonna go ahead and say that this took home the bronze medal, if you will. We have John DeSalvo, the model that you all voted number 1 of the countdown. He is a knight in shining armor, or it looks like chainmail at least, with red boots and tight brown slacks and a belt. He is looking hunky with the shortest and darkest hair I've ever seen him with. He is grabbing our heroine, who has that beautiful auburn hair that so many of you have mentioned you just adore, pulling her up, saving the day because she's in a castle that is on fire. Yes, that's right, it's on fire. The horse looks concerned. He's got his ears up. You can see it in his eyes. I love all the detail on the horse. I know so many of you will appreciate that as well. This is another reason why I'm so glad we continue to do this to the very end of the countdown, so we can really dive deep and take an extra close look at all of these beautiful Stepbacks. I just love the intense love that you can feel through their facial expressions. Just incredible. Now let's take a look at the back and see what this has to offer. Born in shame, redeemed by deceit, a hostage to love. All her life, the ravishing Linnea de Valcourt has been reviled as the cursed daughter of Maidenstone Castle. Now, to save her beloved twin sister from a terrible fate, she will sacrifice herself by impersonating her as the bride of conqueror Axton de Lamance. Yet how is it that she feels such fiery passion when she lies with this grim despoiler of her home? Revenge for years of exile has driven the magnificent Axton to possess his archenemy's daughter, little knowing that, as he imprisons her in his arms and drowns in her stormy sea-green eyes, he is throwing away the key to his soul. But Linnea's family, gathering forces to reclaim Maidenstone, will soon reveal their trickery. How can she hide from him the truth about his imposter bride? I just want to read this right now. Speaking about this incredible Stepback, I want to have it introduced by an incredible lady who took time out of her busy schedule to announce this for us. So take it away, one of my favorite ladies.
Hi guys, I'm Stacy Reid, author of historical romances and paranormal romance. I'm here with my fur baby Mufasa to present the number 2 Stepback of B's Stepback Countdown for the summer. And our number 2 winner is The Princess by Jude Devereaux.
It actually really makes me emotional to have Stacy Reid participate in this, because she's been going through a lot and she's been very, very busy, and she still made time. I even reached out to another author who was willing to step in, and Stacy Reid still said, I really want to do this. And I just can't thank her enough. It was so sweet of her to make time for this. She is such a doll, and I can't thank her enough. And also, again, mention Darken Press, which is the labor of love for herself and her husband, who have been using their own publishing company to uplift diverse voices. So I'm gonna have that linked below, as well as her other information. Make sure to check it out and see if you can find a new author to love. Let's go ahead and talk a little bit about Jude Devereaux's The Princess. Let's look at the cover first of all. We've got a gorgeous necklace. It looks like it could be amber or garnet perhaps. I love the gold foiling around the edges of the letters, so pretty, as well as the white embossing. The flower is not embossed. I'm excited for anyone who would like
like to tell me what kind of flower that is. And it's a nice, beautiful, lacy cover as well, although the lace is not embossed. Look at this gold rope that goes along the border. We've only had a few. I know I point this out every time because they're so rare to have a border that has that extra something. Then we open this up to reveal one of my favorite stepbacks of this entire countdown. Of course, if we're comparing this again to the Olympics, this has won silver or second place in our countdown. We have a gorgeous woman. Look at that purple dress. You know, purple's like my favorite color anyway. The way that this dress is just draped all over, the drama. And her hair, same. I mean, just incredible the way everything's draped. Look at her makeup and her diamond necklace. Just exquisite. I love the waves washing onto the shore and the bits of froth that we can see. We also have a gorgeous tan man. We're getting a nice view of that back, and he's wearing nothing but some khaki pants. I could go for that. I love how she's got her hand behind his head, caressing not only his neck but his ear. Very intimate. Look at how her toes are touching the water as well. I love this so much. Could put it on my wall. Now let's read about what this has in store. A lush romantic tale of adventure and passion. Her name was Aria, a beautiful, arrogant princess from a small European kingdom. Stranded in a storm of intrigue near the Florida Keys, she is swept ashore and into the arms of dashing J.T. Montgomery, an officer of the American Navy. Oh yes! Disdainful at first, Aria is secretly tantalized by the handsome lieutenant's brash independence, and beneath her proud reserve, J.T. discovers a woman of sensuous fire. To escape her enemies, they return to her royal domain, with Aria posing as an American bride. But if their daring charade succeeds, Aria must choose between the kingdom she was born to rule and the man she was destined to love. Oh yes! Sounds amazing. By the way, before I tell you about the other book I want to share that is getting an honorable mention along with this one because it's similar, and I also just recently grabbed it at a used bookstore, so you've never seen it before, I wanted to mention that there's a little bit more step back cover education for you that Linda of Lilybug's Library found. She emailed me the link. It is incredible. I am including it in the description box if you want to see a really cool video all about historical romance covers and step backs. Highly recommend. Thank you, Linda, so much for that. And now let's talk about Teresa Medeiros, Once an Angel. Look at this cover. Would this have been in the countdown on its own? Certainly, but sadly, I did come across this very recently, so it does at least get an honorable mention. This is all embossed. You can feel the water. You can feel each individual shell. You can feel the sand. It's all embossed. I just adore it. The gold foiling on the title and the author. Can't do better than that, right? If you look closely, and I only just noticed this, first of all, there's an author's name on the title, which I very rarely see, Stiernagel. We also have a locket, which is going to be important at some point. And that is an orchid. I know that. Let's open this up and see what this step back looks like. Oh my gosh, it's so beautiful. We have Steve Sandalis, one of our favorite models. He is leaning over and holding on to a woman for dear life. He's also making sure he's not putting too much weight on her with his other arm on the sand, swooning so hard. I love it. He does have kind of a mullet going on, but you know what? We're gonna overlook it. I love her curly auburn tresses. How gorgeous. Look at that teal dress. So pretty. This has got to be at sunset, right before the sun completely sets. It's getting dark. I wish so much that barcode would take a hike because look at all the beautiful seashells that have been placed on the side. I love the water that's breaking there on the left. You can see the waves approaching, but they are just too infatuated with one another to notice the gorgeousness of the sunset, the breaking waves, the gorgeous shells, the obnoxious barcode. It's all about the love. Now let's read the back because why not? The last thing Justin Connor expected to find washed up on the wild shores of New Zealand was a young woman asleep on the sand, curled like a child beneath the moonlight. Though fiercely protective of the haven he had found on this island paradise, Justin was compelled to rescue this mysterious refugee, little realizing she would shatter his peace forever with her defiant courage, her vivid beauty, and the memories she stirred of a past best forgotten, awakened by love, or orphan, cheated of her inheritance, Emily had sailed halfway around the world to find the man who had promised her father to take care of her, and instead had left her a charity case in an English boarding school. She never dreamed she'd be tossed by the pounding surf practically at his feet, or that she'd find him a disturbingly handsome recluse with the look of a pirate, and a disarming tenderness in his amber-flecked eyes. Confused by conflicting emotions, Emily was determined to make Justin pay for her years of loneliness with nothing less than his heart. I love it! Also, check out the back. We have more waves and seashells and even a little seaweed. What's not to love? This is outstanding. This is exquisite. I'm loving it so much. By the way, tell me, would any of you have chosen this book over The Princess by Jude Deveraux as number 2? I'd love to know. Best surprise that went along with it was the woman that announced the winner. We started our countdown with her. We're ending with her. She's still championing Stepbacks and planning their return. Hopefully it will happen. Let's move now to this incredible author so she can announce our number 1.
Hi everyone, this is Eloisa James, author of Viscount in Love, and I'm here to announce the number 1 winner of the Stepback contest, which is Kat Martin's Night Secrets. And may I just say that you guys voted for a fabulous step back? I think it's representative of the best of the genre, because there she is, scrubbing him down, as it were, and her gaze is going straight down below his waist, and it's just fabulous.
Oh, wasn't that spectacular? I had to laugh when I saw that. It was so perfect. And she was on vacation too, and she still made time to do that for us. So let's go on and talk about Kat Martin Night Secrets. Well, the first thing we notice is that this is covered in foiling, so I apologize for blinding you one last time. I love the font, the pink foiling for the author, the yellow foiling for the title. Look at that moon rising over this gorgeous ship that's iridescent. Look at all that embossing and the foiling for this ship. And we see some rippling waves at the base of the ship. Notice also that the moonlight is being cast along the water as well. Just such a cool touch. They've even thrown some stars in. This has a silver border, by the way. Before we open it up and reveal your number 1 step back, the Summer Olympics just wrapped up recently. This is Taking Home the Gold. The one Eloisa James mentioned has our heroine looking down into the water. I wonder what she's looking at. Let's take a close look here. Not at that, just at the step back in general. Okay, we have a candle and you can see the light coming off of it. Just beautiful. I love how it's placed on a book. Makes me wonder what it is. We have probably his shirt draped over a chair and some gorgeous woodwork along the walls. This tub is wooden and our man has his arm around our gal's waist as she is washing him. This may be Steve Sandalis, one of your favorite models of the countdown, and he is just gorgeous in that tub. Yes, I said it. It's true. Our woman has silken arms for what is to be, I'm sure, a silken embrace. She's squeezing that sponge and notice the water running down his chest and very thick forearm as well. How nice. I love her, I'm guessing, nightgown. Feel free to throw out some other thoughts, but look at the detail in the embroidery, perhaps you would call it, on the front of the gown as well as on the sleeve. Of course, it's coming off. And as we've mentioned multiple times, I know you guys love the red hair of our heroines in these books, so I'm not at all surprised that this made number 1. Don't miss the fact that the candlelight is actually making her hair even brighter. Let's read the back and see what this story is about. Their passion was a force of nature, as wild and powerful as the sea. They came from opposite worlds. Brienne, a young woman trapped in a life from which she longs to escape, and Captain Marcus Delane, the Earl of Hawksmoor, a man whose heart and soul cannot be touched by anyone. When Brienne briefly stows away on his ship, their lives are filled with beauty and passion. But when tragedy strikes, Brienne and Marcus are torn from each other, and the love between them is buried beneath the agony of betrayal. Traveling to England, Brienne is determined to touch the heart of the vengeful, embittered man Marcus has become, even if it means losing him forever. Just like she lost the soap somewhere in that tub. It's in there. Let's find it. Well, congratulations, you did it. Here's a trophy for the accomplishment of getting through this entire video. You earned it, and hopefully you were entertained and learned something along the way. I'm going to have a description box chock full of resources that you can use to continue on your education on all things artists, models, history, fashion, plots, authors, historical romance in general. This has been the delight of my heart for 100 days, and I can't thank you enough for tuning in now and enjoying it right along with me. I wish you nothing but the best. I hope you're doing well, and I look forward to seeing you next time. Thanks so much. Take care. Bye.